incense. I was looking at this and feeling a lot of Mardi Gras. Queen, are you involved in the Mardi Gras? I got to figure one way or another. You got to be, I don't know.
Truly, I am Big Queen for the tribe of Fayaya and the Mandingo Warriors. My chief is called Big Chief Victor Harris. And I'm also the queen of the baby dolls, which is Idu Bebe, which is practiced in New Orleans, Haiti, and Brazil, where women dress as baby dolls. They wear lacy clothes and pacifiers and baby bottles, and they act the other, but they're divas. They're women of the family that take care of the children and the seniors. They come out early Mardi Gras morning after Bone and Skeleton Men, who come up in Congo Square, and then they go to homes where bad children are sleeping. They have these signs say, no to drugs, listen to your parents or else we're gonna come to get you. Even as adults, people see these Bone and Skeleton Men and they still run. It's crazy. After they come out, then the baby dolls come out. The baby dolls, they're the ladies who have their own businesses. After the baby dolls come out, then the Indians, who represent the 6th Ward, the 7th Ward, and the districts in the city. And you know what happens after that?
No.
Mardi Gras.
Okay.
So that's why I'm blessing this.
And I know 1% of you. Now, I'm not even that much. I've only just met you like a half hour ago. But you have what seems to be just an extraordinary life. Are you happy? And where do you go from here? You seem really, you have a magnetic way about you, Queen.
Thank you so much, and
You're
so
welcome.
do you.
Really? All right.
My essence is basically to try to bless as many as I can. As we see here, this is the Zulu. The Zulu, I often wonder, why are they here in the museum? Because it's a voodoo museum. Mm-hmm. But the Christians must be recognized as well. Inside the museum, we have many different religions. Voodoo, Hoodoo, Catholicism, Baptist, Methodist. You'll also see ruins inside the museum. You'll see called Celtic, witchcraft, whitecraft, blackcraft. All kinds of crap.
It's interesting, Queen, because I hate to keep going kind of back to Christianity away, because I was raised in a Methodist church in North Carolina, but I know just from living in the world for 55 years that evangelism is a big part of many religions. Many religions send you forth to sort of spread your religion and bring others into your faith, as it were. I don't get as much of that out of you. We got 1 minute left in the show, Queen. You do evangelize somehow, though, just by doing your thing. I think that, holy moly, we still got another room, guys.
Yeah, there's a cemetery here.
And Queen, yes. with less than a minute left, give me the short answer to this, because you were talking about stuff about eating babies and stuff. The voodoo dolls, you can't mention voodoo, and people who don't know anything about voodoo. I got less than 30 seconds left for the show ends. Boy, we got so much more story to tell. I may just have to come back here to Voodoo Queen Cinema for the rest of the week and just sit on her lap and listen.
The voodoo inside is here. The voodoo dolls are everywhere. You got to be careful when you see voodoo dolls.
All right, guys, listen. This is Voodoo Queen Cinema Black. Come see her at the Historic Voodoo Museum on 724 Dumaine Street here in New Orleans, Louisiana. We'll see you tomorrow for another Live Uncut.
All right, let's start with the gratuitous self-promotion as we go around. As I told you guys yesterday, the story of when the Eagles went ahead and traded DeMarco Murray. I'm cheap. The number 29 jerseys were on sale from like $110 to like $12.99 on the wholesale rack. And so I bought them in all colors and then customized them with my social media tag for like $17. That's like a frugal purchase that you can go out there and represent the station. Day 2 of Media Row here, Fox Local, our Super Stream 59. And as you can see after yesterday, take a look around. The room has filled up even more than it did. Yesterday morning we got here and we were one of the first. Did 5 hours and it was almost like a time lapse as you could see everything develop. Day 2 of 5 hours. It is much more full, and the added bonus of all of that is that the folks start making their way in. We had a chance to spend some more time with people, and we're going to start with Nate Tice, welcome to the show.
I was wondering how you were going to do that transition. That was very impressive there. You did it in one breath and everything. No, I appreciate it.
Listen, man, I'm pushing
buttons. I know. That was amazing. I know. You're like Skrillex over there.
It's day 2. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what all these things do, but right now, I've mastered turning up the mics. Like, we've got the sound effects so we can go full, like, WWE Royal Rumble echo.
Perfect.
We can do all of that.
You got some ECW in there? Yeah.
Oh.
He knows it's from Philly.
Yeah, exactly. I know about the mutants.
So we'll start Philly, Yahoo Sports NFL analyst, former quarterback, doing all kinds of things, and here for the Super Bowl. Good morning, Tom.
What's going on, Phil?
He's also here with a whole list of folks we're going to be talking to today, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
What's this like for you? So you played, but also doing kind of media stuff. Is that level of excitement and everything still there for you?
Yeah, and I'm glad I'm in media and cover football because it's like my internal clock is set to it. so like right now I'm like, oh yeah, this is the last week of the season. My whole brain and everything is telling me that anyway. So no, I mean this is just it's surreal for me. I made a rule when I was playing and my dad was coaching was that we would never go to the Super Bowl unless one of us was in it. And so once one of us both were out of coaching, we were like, oh yeah, this is easy. I can do it now. I can actually go to this. So no, it's been great. I mean, it's just it is a circus, though, as everyone has described, but it's a lot of fun.
So played, coached,
scouted, ball boy, you name it. I've done everything in the football world.
Just came up through the ranks.
Taped. I've done everything. Yeah, my dad was like, you're not going to – no, I'm making you do everything. You're doing every little aspect of coaching in football so that you learn a little bit about the game. And there's a lot to learn. That's what I've learned also as well.
So we went to media night last night. For people who haven't experienced even this, like we're kind of showing them, but from all the different perspectives that you've had, paint a picture for people who can't be here about how big this is.
Yeah, think of a giant warehouse. I mean, that's really what this convention hall is. And then 500 little tables surrounded by, I don't know, an orbit of sets. That's kind of what's going on here. But then it's just the mass of people. So you got 40 interviews going on. Luckily, the McAfee show hasn't started because usually they're a little loud. And so if you want to get a recording in without getting distracted, that's always a little bit better. So they're not set up yet, but really that's just what it is. And it's a mix of everyone filling out content. It's people like me walking around and going from table to table. I just like also too just get to network and meet people. Like that's what's a lot too. You see a lot of people on social media through media, and then you become online friends. And then over time, it's like, oh, nice to meet you. I actually finally meet you in person. So I think that's a big aspect of this media blitz, I should say.
It is a lot of networking. That part of it is very cool.
It's a convention. I mean, that's really what it is.
So with your background as a quarterback and a scout, there's a lot of talk, obviously we're from Philly, about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And all year round, it's like, is Jalen good enough? Can he throw the ball enough? Can he do this? And you're also, I take it, a coach's kid, right?
Yeah.
So is Jalen, and that's why, Jalen he's knows football, and he's a winner. Like, how do you look at Jalen Hurts?
Well, he's improved in one thing this year that I thought was a huge weakness, which is playing against the blitz, which really I think he's a lot calmer against it. I think he still breaks the pocket a little bit earlier than I always wanted, but I did think that was one aspect of his game because I thought that was such an Achilles heel. I mean, watching the wild card game last year against Todd Bowles and the Bucks, which was a repeat of 2 seasons before that, and then they had the Super Bowl run, so it's kind of, it's like the off and on. It's Super Bowl run, face Todd Bowles. Super Bowl run, face Todd Bowles. Yeah, that's kind of what we're going on. But that's one area I thought that he has improved. I thought also Kellen Moore did a good job of cutting out not so much design runs, but read plays. It was like zone reads and everything. I thought Jalen was maybe trying to make those plays happen, where he was keeping the ball when he shouldn't be keeping it because he wanted to make a play happen. And I thought they've kind of trimmed that out. I thought that's been a better aspect. One of the old coaching adages is if you make a mistake, make it fast. And I think Jalen's cut some fat of that out. Even if there's aspects that I still want him to improve, what he is good at, which is throwing to the outside, throwing outbreakers, throwing go balls, he is still good at. There's other areas that I want him to get better, still do, like throwing over the middle, sometimes, getting rid of the ball a little bit quicker, but he has worked on that, and that's why, I don't know, this offense is like, it's unbelievable. It's like I watch it sometimes get frustrated, and there they are scoring 34 points again. Like there they are winning another game by double digits. It's like it's just I call it the end-run offense. It's too good to fail.
I know, right? But the interesting part about it, and you obviously have Philly background and experience, and it's almost like we can't have nice things. So we have a quarterback who just wins. That's all he does is win. He's back in the Super Bowl in 2 years after everyone says all the tools that he doesn't have. Mm-hmm. Are we in Philly, love him, the national media Are we just looking for things to criticize? Like, it feels like we're very hard on a winner.
No, I think you guys are justified in it. And I think, too, once you get a quarterback that's paid, I think all criticisms are valid. Once you eat up the salary cap, this is a big belief of mine, is that once you are paid, if you're not on that rookie contract anymore, all right, like you are 10% of the salary cap, X amount of the salary cap, all right, you better be earning that every down. So I think the frustration with him sometimes is justified, because I have frustration sometimes watching him too. Okay. It's just that, like I said before, they have a lot of good stuff, so sometimes you just don't want to overthink it and be like, well, I want you to do this, but it's like, well, they scored and just had another 12-play drive for a touchdown. So it's like, yes, I'm with you guys. I want more sometimes out of it, but the results still are there, even as process could get worked on. So I think you are valid, though. Not just being a total mutant in the ECW arena.
I know,
you screw it up. Yeah. You screw it up.
That's the nicest chant in the ECW arena ever.
I know. I almost dropped a different word there.
Yeah. we do what we need to do. Yeah. The expression. No, it is one of those things. Obviously, I never played quarterback. You did. Never coached in the NFL. These are all things you did. I sat back and you listened to the criticism, and the other side of it is quarterbacks are ending up throwing the ball a lot, trying to get chunk plays. Mm-hmm. We hand the ball off to a guy who goes for 50.
Right.
Now, and do you fault the guy because you're quarterback, because you have a guy that you can hand it to and he gets you the same chunk play as a 15-yard pass?
No, I think every quarterback wants that. Wants a running game that they can rely on. I mean, shoot, look at what the Bills are this year. I think Josh Allen had his cleanest year, and it's because the Bills' run game was the best it's ever been and most efficient and everything. Lamar Jackson might likely win the MVP. Look how good their run game was. Even the Chiefs' run game is good. It's just not explosive. I mean, shoot, they have like 2 explosive runs the whole year. But it's efficient. It's very efficient. Gets first downs. Gets 4 or 5 yard gains. So I think that's just one aspect that people want the quarterback to throw the ball 50 times, handle everything. But the NFL, and I hate that old coaching adages are very real and very true. It's like you have to run it. And also, if you can run the ball for 5 yards a pop, why complicate things? So I think it's a good problem, quote unquote, to have for the Eagles. It's like, why try and be exotic when we can just hand it to our really good running back behind our really good offensive line and just bury people in front of us? So just don't overthink it when you have to. That's kind of what the NFL is. It's Occam's razor football.
So I'll ask you a question that I've asked a couple of these guys over the last couple of days. If you're from the Eagles' perspective, and it's 2 minutes left in the game, would you rather have Eagles up by 4?
You're still searching for the right answer.
No, I don't have a right answer. I'm just curious because I think everybody gets it right. All right, so you have 2 scenarios.
Okay.
Eagles up by 4. Patrick Mahomes has the ball in his own 20.
Okay.
Or Eagles down by 4. Jalen Hurts has the ball in his own 20.
Mahomes up 4 or down 4 on his own 20. I trust him to drop back.
So you trust Mahomes. So, but if you're from the Eagles' perspective, you want the ball in Jalen Hurts' hand. You don't trust the Eagles' defense to stop him at that point.
Right, because it's Mahomes, and I've seen him do it. I know, but I've seen him, and that's the thing too. Is there's the stat going around. I think that Andy Reid and Mahomes are undefeated against McFangio. Yada yada. The stats are about the same. That's the thing, is that I think that 2-minute defense too for the Eagles, you can get after them. Like, it's pretty, because it's very basic. That's what they want you to do. They want you to earn it. But you're going against a guy that always earns it, always finds an answer, always creates plays, can scramble with the best of them to get those first downs. It's like, I wish there was a better answer. I wish I had a more fun answer than, like, I've seen him do it every time. And that's really what it is.
I agree with
you. But Hurts dropping back down 4, that's like something I'm still kind of a little bit, but Mahomes I would trust him more.
It is, and I keep trying, like, I'm going with the hope. Like the Eagles' hope, and we keep hearing about Mahomes and Andy Reid. Mm-hmm. I keep going down the path of the last time we played and that Mahomes factor came into play, we didn't have a running game that can run out the game.
Right.
No, so it's not...
Or a defense that can stop the run.
Yeah. Right. But you feel like at this point, if the Eagles got up, it's not as desperate a situation because you have the ability to kind of prolong the game with Saquon.
Right, and that's exactly it. Like, both of these teams can run 12-play drives, because they're so efficient. And that's the thing, is like, I think this game's going to feel really short, like for a Super Bowl especially, because of that. Because I think there's going to be a lot of methodical drives. Neither defense gives up explosive plays. Like, they're both top 5 in explosive play rate. That's the difference with this Chiefs defense too. Is usually Spags defenses are gash or be gash. We create sacks and everything, but then you can hit us for big shots. This defense is different. They tackle really well. They are very smart on the back end. So I think that's why it's just going to be one of those methodical games. One turnover is going to decide everything. And I know that's an old coaching thing, It really might.
It did the last time.
It did.
Hurts
exactly.
had a great game, but he gets that one fumble, kills you.
That's it. And they were driving on that too.
Yeah.
And it was just that one play. And that game too, Spags did some things, and that version of his defense wasn't the fully formed thing. It was last year. It was a little bit better. This year it's kind of taken a little drop. But they're going to do a lot of things on the back end to try and bait Hurts into throwing stuff. They do a lot of zone blitzes as opposed to man blitzes. Hurts has been a lot better against man blitzes. Zone blitzes, he's still middle of the pack. And so that's what I think is going to be a fun game of cat and mouse between those defensive looks and Hurts trying to figure them out.
Nice. We're going to need to take a break. We need to ask you first. You guys, you're doing show and everything else here.
Yes,
So
yes, we are on Yahoo stage. Oh yeah, so Football 301, working with Yahoo Sports. I do it. Charles McDonald, Matt Harmon. We have our live show tomorrow, Wednesday. Well, live here. It's recorded. Yada yada yada. But on our set over there, sponsored by Toyota. Doing that, previewing the game. Should be about 2 hours, almost like a Godfather epic of previews. But yeah, it'll be good stuff.
Nice. Sounds good.
Awesome.
We need to take a break. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Not going to ask you your prediction of the game. Not going to do it.
We were striking out on that yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I've been
That's all
hurt.
good.
Like, I can't go down that path.
I
again.
appreciate it.
Appreciate you spending some time with us.
so much.
Thank you very much. Quick break. It is Fox Local Superstream 59. We're here. We're just getting started. It's going to be a
You're hot.
There is so much going on. What time is it? It's 11:45 for all of you watching in Philadelphia. We absolutely appreciate you spending some time with us on Fox Local and Fox 29. The Fox 29 YouTube page is up and running, which is a cool additional opportunity for you because the Fox 29 YouTube page, there are comments and things that you can go over to that page and hit us up with questions. If you have anything that you would like us to address or pursue here, we can certainly do that. And guys, there is, like you saw people coming up behind me in the middle of the interview, it is a lot more active. First thing this morning, I see there's Breland walking around, so she is here. All of us were together last night. Excuse me. That's part of the reason why I am nursing my voice as much as possible, because we were, and Tom, obviously, you were there, we were down at Media Night yesterday.
For sure.
And it was loud. Like, it was very loud. So to move around and interview people essentially required you to be screaming for however long that process took. And after 5+ hours of talking, I am happy that we have these high-tech microphones so that we don't have to sit here and scream in here, because it's a pretty loud a day as well. So we're just moving some things around. The person who came up behind me that you may have seen was one of the people who works with Randy Grimes, who was a former player, NFL center. He's going to spend some time with us a little bit later on. But we're transitioning right now. So this right here, I'm going to hold off on that for a second. I was getting ready to play it, but our next guest is here and ready to go. And it's Dan Roberts from Front Office Sports. He's their new editor-in-chief, which means you're, like, doing big things. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's been 6 months.
Okay.
You know, I covered sports business at Fortune and then Yahoo Finance for a long time, and the big difference for FOS is just it's nonstop now. It's a bigger beat than it's ever been. You know, I think the average sports fan is more aware of and interested in the business storylines than ever before, which is great for us.
Okay, so explain it. Give us the overview of everything that Front Office does.
Yeah, our purview is the business of sports, and I almost think every sports story now is a business story. I mean, literally what I like to say is other than the box score itself or other than the X's and O's, you know, how's their O-line look? We don't do that. But ratings, the personalities, the revenue, NFL opening its doors to private equity owners, and what does that mean? And why did NFL drag its heels and wait longer than the other leagues? Every single thing you can kind of bring up. Taylor Swift and that effect on the NFL. Mahomes, the 3P with the Chiefs. Goodell talking about expanding to 18 games, the international expansion, right? All this stuff. This is our bread and butter, the business angles. I feel like this thing's really close to my...
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm actually doing the same thing. I think part of it is because our headphones were up really loud.
Yeah.
So all of us are sitting there talking, and we're like, I can hear myself at a really high pitch.
It's going to be a lot of Dan.
I think we're good. So I turned it down a little bit, so we're all good.
Talking about the business part of it, talk about the impact the streaming thing has and how they're working through that, because obviously the numbers are different. I mean, we know it doing TV back in Philly. You know, it's the future, but it's also how do you quantify that and how do you monetize that? And obviously they do a better job because it's the NFL. You know what you're going to get, but it's a work in progress, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's the story that never ends in a way. You know, I covered this stuff back when Netflix versus Hulu versus Disney Plus was still a newish thing. And now you look around, and I wrote a column on this. I wrote a Sunday column in our newsletter. I wrote about fragmentation fatigue. You know, the idea that there's a certain group of people, and I don't want to be ageist. I don't want to just say it's just people above a certain age. But I think it is especially harder for them, the non-tech savvy, who want to find the game on a certain Sunday, and it's like, where is it? Well, sometimes it's exclusive to Peacock. Sometimes it's exclusive to Amazon Prime. Netflix now is showing NFL games, right? And the numbers on that are not apples to apples when you look at the traditional Nielsen way of doing ratings. So first of all, how are all the leagues going to get on the same page? Right now, they're totally not. I mean, we can talk about the NBA ratings dip narrative. Suddenly, a couple weeks ago, the NBA included viewership to show that, you know, we're good, and it included social media numbers. I thought that was very notable. It was like, oh my God, now we're going to include impressions on tweets to show that people are watching us. But in their defense, the NBA is the social media league. So is it really fair to just talk about how many people watch the game on TV when you're not including all of the social media buzz? In some ways, there's more people aware of and talking about the NBA not watching the games. So they're all being affected. And right now, they're not on the same page with how we even present our numbers. In the future, I think this stuff gets figured out. But I like to say that right now we're living through the transition, and it's very awkward. You know, where is the game? How's it being distributed? How do they measure how many people watched and consumed it?
Well, and I think that it's just recognizing the fact that the social media aspect of it and the streaming, it's such a big deal now that before it was kind of fringe. Like, even the people who were on social media were still sports fans, you know, who were finding things on social media. We think we just saw the Chiefs owner's daughter walking around here, and she's a big social media platform person. And so that just kind of feels like the wave of it, and certainly the business of it is going down that direction.
Well, someone who is a major personality and a brand unto themselves brings a lot more attention to a team. And on one hand, you know, you probably have purists who say that shouldn't come into it. But I think it does. I mean, look at Bronny James getting some time in the league. Now everyone can say, oh, LeBron just, orchestrated that himself. But it brings attention. We wrote about the fact that LeBron's other son just committed to Arizona, Bryce James. I don't know if he's going to be good. He's not LeBron, right? But he's probably going to get some NIL looks. He's probably going to get some deals, and he's probably going to bring more awareness to Arizona basketball. I mean, look at the Colorado Buffs and Deion Prime and the Coach Prime era, right? This has been a social media-driven thing. People who had never watched a Colorado football game in their life are now following very closely the Buffs football. So all this stuff really matters. It comes into play. And a league like the NFL doesn't have to worry much about this. I mean, these guys are huge brands. But over in Major League Baseball, I mean, I think Ohtani was a gift from God for MLB. Because they had, who was the biggest star in the league 5 seasons ago? Mike Trout? Not a big social media brand individually. So certainly, it's all just to say this stuff matters. It has an impact at every level, and the leagues are very aware of this.
Do you think there's a cap? I mean, obviously the NFL just keeps growing and growing. Jeff Lurie, I believe, bought the Eagles 20-some years ago for like $175 million. He just sold a percentage so that it was valued at $8 billion. Like, are they going to hit? Like, that's
crazy, right?
That's a hell of an investment. But is there a cap to this, or do you think it keeps going?
And by the way, you look at the Juan Soto contract over in baseball. I mean, these numbers are starting to just be cartoonish.
Yeah.
My answer for you is like, as a guy who's covered business for a long time, you're not supposed to say anything is a guaranteed investment. But man, buying a small piece in a NFL, MLB, or NBA franchise is pretty damn close, isn't it? I mean, you're going to be able to turn around in just 2 to 4 years and sell that stake for more money than you bought it for. And so is there a ceiling on the number? I don't think so. I mean, as inflation rises, and then also, again, these things are scarce. There's only 32 teams in baseball. There's only 30 teams. It's a finite asset. And, we can talk about ratings and pick that apart. Oh, NBA, and will there be a rival league? But look, these things are just gargantuan businesses. I mean, look around and look at all the brands. We got our FOS set right nearby from you guys. Behind us is this enormous bounty thing.
Yeah.
And someone on my team said, think how many, probably more than $1 million bounty spent to have a big paper towel set up. And we're not even at the Super Bowl. We're at Radio Row where all the media are. Yeah. So, again, my point being, companies, brands, everyone wants in any way they can in these big leagues. The money is just going to keep going up, especially for the NFL. Maybe not as much for the others.
The other interesting part of it is there's scarcity in the number of teams, right? But the audience seemingly is limitless. And as you can continue to get to the point where, and we're experiencing this as media outlets, you're not just talking to your local audience anymore. You're talking to the world, and figuring out ways to go out there and do that. So when you invest in something like this that so many people care about, until you run out of people on Earth, you have a potential audience.
Yeah, man. And look, to your point about social media earlier, too, anyone now can have a viral moment. You guys are Fox Local Philadelphia. Well, you have someone on, you have some kind of viral moment. In fact, wasn't it you guys who were doing the interview on Bourbon Street and someone came over?
We've heard about that
guys,
5 times.
Yeah, we've had multiple people.
I'm seeing that clip everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's Fox Philadelphia. So to your point, anything at the local level can hit nationally. It's about creating the viral moment, sometimes getting the soundbite, which people say, oh, that's like, soundbite journalism. But people on social media, like, they're going to give you 3 seconds, right? Mm-hmm. So does this person say something that is interesting? They go, oh, and you stop them as they scroll in their feed. And I think that applies to sports viewership. In some ways, there are people who would say, oh, I'm a huge NBA fan, who probably haven't sat down and watched a game in 2 seasons, at least not a regular season game. But they're watching clips all day. NFL, same way.
You mentioned Bronny. I know nothing about Bryce as a player.
Yeah.
But he popped up on my feed last week because he blocked some kid's shot in a game. That's all I knew. They did a whole feed about Bronny James or Bryce James blocking some kid's shot.
It's sometimes, and this is sort of happening in sports and also just every facet of life now, but it's the meme economy, right? It's the memification of life. Everything is like that one moment, it becomes a meme, we all know the joke, and it applies now to politics, to industries, to daily culture, and to sports.
Where can we find you? We got to take another break, but they can find you online, get your information.
Thank you, guys. I'm Reed Dan Wright on Twitter. We are at FOS on Twitter and Front Office Sports on Instagram and all other platforms. And I would tell everyone, subscribe to our daily newsletters.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
Cut this up and try to find the viral moment.
That's right. I should have given you a spicier soundbite. That's right.
We'll find it. As you see, our morning people are out wandering around Bourbon Street and causing drama.
That's good.
We're going to do it here, too. We'll be back. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, Super Stream. And we are back. Fox Local Superstream 59. Breland is here.
Hey.
I mean, Breland's been here.
Yeah,
But
wandering
he's
around.
back with us.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
When I say good morning and see you first thing in the morning, after having seen you last night
Yeah.
doing all the things, these are long, full days. at the
Yeah,
Super
really
Bowl.
long days. We get started. I'm getting started right now, which is late, right? Because the rest of the week, the Chiefs' availability is at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'll be going 8 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock, 11:30 Central Time. So, but
we're having fun.
you know what? That's part of it, right?
But we share that with people because you're getting it too. You
Yeah.
get so many text messages and things from friends and family who are just like, oh, you guys are out there just having a blast. And we are.
Yeah, but
we're having a blast from 8 o'clock in the morning till midnight.
I always tell people, I'm like, the Super Bowl is not as glamorous as people like to think that it is. It's really, really hard work, right? Because you're up and you're moving. You're not sitting down. You're not having downtime at all. It's like you got to finagle a time to eat. You got to finagle a time to get your life in order because it's just a constant nonstop go. It is fun, but it's work fun. It's not like social hour fun. So people are texting me like, oh my gosh, you should eat at this restaurant. I'm like, baby, there's no time to be.
we
It's
went
like,
to the supermarket.
what are you doing?
Supermarket, and we Grubhubbed from some magazine pizza last night.
Yeah.
We went to pick it up, and it was an interesting walk there.
Yeah, that's how it is every time. It's just you.
Just exploring
It is what it
neighborhoods
is.
we've never been to just
Yeah.
because Grubhub says that place is fairly close.
The bar and restaurant that's near our hotel. It's a dive bar. Shout out! It's called the Howling Wolf.
Okay.
I'm not going to gatekeep. I'm going to put y'all on. They're purposely staying open late because they know that they are attached. Well, not attached, but across the street from a media hotel.
Right.
And we walked in yesterday, and they were cooking burgers and stuff at midnight. And they know we're
People gotta
looking
get
we're
something
looking
to
to eat. Afterwards because we haven't eaten all day. So that's just kind of the nature. So shout out to them for
What was ours?
using their mentals and
I
staying
forget
open.
the name of it, but
It's like Nola Tap Room or something like that. It
And
was
we-
another neighborhood dive bar
Yeah.
where the chef is from Delco.
yeah, he went to the Art Institute in Philly.
No way.
Yeah.
That rocks.
We rolled in there, and the lady who was there working the bar should have been from Philly if she wasn't. Because
Yeah.
it was just authentic attitude when
Yeah.
we walked in.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, you guys going to sit at the table? It'd be easier for me if you just sat
At
at
the
the
bar.
We're like,
Well,
whatever you want.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
But they were making po' boys, and
Yeah.
everything was delicious. So walk us through. Last night was media night,
Mm-hmm.
obviously. We were all there. I was having fun, and we got a video we're going to play shortly. I know you
Oh.
were putting stuff together.
Yeah.
So we've heard from people, because you've done a couple of these.
Yeah.
We've heard from people that last night was a lot. It was not as well, perhaps, laid out as some of the others.
It's always a lot.
Okay.
And I don't really know what people expect. I feel like we have rose-colored glasses when we look at media night, in the past. It's always a lot. It's always a billion people. I will say, though, the fact that they had it in the football stadium and they had everybody pushed kind of to the outskirts was a little bit challenging. The last couple of times I've done it, it was in a basketball arena where the players kind of were on an elevated platform and they came down and there's a little bit more space to work around.
Okay.
So that, I think, would be my criticism, but it's always this. It's always going to be a madhouse. It's always going to be people asking the weirdest questions you've ever heard in your entire life, dressed the weirdest you've ever seen in your entire life. And I don't know if you got a chance to catch it, but that was my angle last night. I was like, I went up to every player because they know me. And I'm not going to get any actual real hard-hitting journalism on a night like that. Like, that's reserved for today after I leave you guys and tomorrow and the next day and so forth.
And they know her, obviously,
Yeah.
because we're the local outlet
Right.
for the team.
So I'm with them all the time, and they're coming up to me. They're like, "Dog," and I'm like, "Yeah." What's the weirdest thing you've gotten today? And the stories were just Jordan Davis had to open up a pickle jar. Some guy, I was like, "Can you open up this pickle jar?" And Jordan was like trying to open it up and couldn't open it, and then the guy just like did it in front of him. Jordan's like, the power was in you all along, dog. Like, I don't know. Jahan Dotson got asked to compare hand sizes, which he felt like was weirdly intimate. They were asked, the kickers, Jake Elliott and the punter Braden Mann, they both got Mexican candy to sample. Now, Jake did not sample said candy, but Braden just like I guess, skip the don't take candy from a stranger lesson
yeah,
as a
that's not a
child,
good move.
because he was actively
that I'm
eating
taking
it while I was
food
talking
at
to him.
media night
And
from
he's,
random
yeah,
outlets.
he's like, this is spicy a little bit. I'm like, Braden, you just took candy from a complete random. So
Right.
good luck to you.
Who offered you candy
If
on
he's on the
camera?
injury report out illness, we know exactly what did it. But just weird stuff. As Garner Johnson is calling from me in the middle of the scrum. He's like, Bree. So I come over. I'm like, what is the weirdest thing you've been asked? And he's like, literally every single question, but this one right here.
So this dude, so you know CJGJ.
Yeah, he's a character.
Yeah. And he was familiar with Fox 29.
Yeah.
And he was familiar with us locally, largely probably because of you, and we had Mike Flags
loves
or
us.
whatever. That's an interesting dude. Like,
I
we
love him.
came up to him before you could even start talking. He's like, get prepared for some beignets and some crawfish. And because I was like, tell us about the preparation for this game. He's
Siege.
like, I'm prepared to get some beignets and some crawfish. And yeah. I was like,
was it.
He's a character. You know who else is a character? Fred Johnson.
He was good. Yeah,
Fred.
Fred was great. And then, even with the Eagles social media team, like the clips they put out, he seems like he's awesome.
Excuse you. What about the Fox 29 player correspondent segment
Yes,
that we had?
absolutely.
Where Fred went around and interviewed his teammates for us.
you can see that on Breland's social media as well as fox29.com.
Yeah, it was super fun. He
fantastic.
did such a great job. He knocked it out of the ballpark, and he's taking my job apparently one day. One of these days, he's coming for me. So,
Listen,
but yeah,
I know where you work. Their salaries, he ain't coming for your job.
that's true. That's the truth.
Fred's all good. You're safe for now.
Yeah, but I love this team. I think they have such good vibes, and there's so many little characters around, and when you get to know them and watch them really kind of open up in front of you, it's really a joy. And some of the guys that I haven't spoken to before, Milton Williams is a prime example. I didn't really talk to him at the beginning of the season, and we did a 4 on Fox with him, and he is so funny. And now every single time I go to him, he has something hilarious to say. And he's like one of those people that is funny but doesn't mean to be funny. That's just him talking, but he just happens to have like a naturally humorous cadence to the way he speaks. So we love him, and I'm glad that they seemed to be having fun last night, even though it was chaotic.
Did. Yeah, they did. And there were a handful who just seemed like
they were
beast
over it.
mode. It
Yeah.
was like, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yeah.
Like they were ready to go. We spoke to Landon Dickerson.
Oh.
And he was very pleasant, had great things to say about the fans and everything else, but acknowledged that this is not my favorite
and Landon
part of
was
this.
Landon was not on a podium, so he was out in the crowd. And obviously, when there's a lot of people that want to talk to Landon, so
Right.
you got people pulling him in 17 different directions at that moment, which I'm sure nobody wants to deal with.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, and we're going to talk to him later today. I'm interested to see how Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, those guys held up, because it's their first go around, and I know that, especially in Cooper's case, Reed Blankenship has been a huge influence on him, and the two of them have a really great friendship. And I know Q is really close with Slay, and the two of them kind of have a mentor-mentee as well, the same type of dynamic. And I know that Reed had said he was walking Cooper through some of this stuff. But I feel like if you talk about it, there's no preparation for that. Right? When you walk in there and you see a guy in complete blue dressed as the genie from Aladdin granting people's wishes, and there's a guy with a baby, like a plastic baby doll strapped to his chest, you can't prepare for that level of insanity and the questions that you're going to be asked. So I'll be interested to pick their brains to see
that would be
how it was through their eyes. Yeah.
We spoke to Reed Blankenship right as you spoke to Reed
Love
Blankenship.
Reed.
So we were there together while speaking to them, but he was directly next to Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
And they kind of moved through the crowd together, almost like he was like, come on, young guy.
And I'm sure that was on purpose. That was not an accident that the two of them were together. So
it was fun. You can stick around for a little bit. We need to take a break.
I can. Yeah, I can.
Stick around for a little bit. Let's take a break. We will come right back. It's Fox Local. It's Super Stream 59. Breland is in the building. She's talking to us, but she's actually working because there's all kinds of stuff going on here.
And I'm going to leave for availability in a little bit.
When's the availability?
12:40.
All right, we'll talk about that in just a second. Quick break, and we'll be right back. Super. so much behind the scenes conversation. There's like deep football knowledge going on here at our table. Fox Local Superstream 59, Jeff Mosher, Inside the Birds, joins us for the conversation. How are you?
I'm great. This is fantastic. New Orleans is one of my favorite cities.
Me too.
I haven't been here for a Super Bowl. And, I think all of us are in the same thing where it's like Bourbon Street's around there, and we probably won't see it while we're here because we're working so hard.
Yeah.
But Arizona was nice, but New Orleans is real nice.
Yeah.
It's a perfect city for this.
I like it as well. And it's not as spread out as Arizona. I felt like the team hotels were just way out in the boondocks, especially the Eagles. Like, you had to go through literal desert to get to the Eagles hotel, whereas everything is a little bit more media friendly, where it's in kind of that 1.5-mile radius.
That's why I actually like the Combine, and I hope it never leaves Indianapolis, because everything is walking distance, indoors too. You're right. When you have events like this, you want everything to be in close proximity and not to have to travel through a desert.
Yeah, absolutely. So we love this.
And we've joked about / told the truth that this is new to me. You guys have covered a bunch of these. But one consistent theme that I'm hearing both from media, players, everybody here, is that you get here, you're doing a whole lot of work, but it's almost like a reunion. Like, it's people who are kind of doing all of this. And you guys telling these stories, is that what it feels like? Like, it's a bunch of people who know what I'm talking about as I'm here to cover this kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's a good and a bad thing at times, because if you have a lot of work to do like we all do, and then you find yourself having 15-minute, 20-minute side chats with everybody who you met along the way. I walked in here, first person I see is Vinny Curry, member of the first Eagles Super Bowl team. Got to catch up with Vinny. I love Vinny Curry. He's a great human being. So I still hadn't found my table here as a time. And at some point, I'm like, Vin, I'm sorry. I got to go find my table and get set up. And then that'll be it the whole day. And if you're smart, if you're a veteran of this and you have good Wi-Fi in your hotel room, you go there and do as much work as possible before then you come here and just be social.
Oh, no, I love to yap. And especially this kind of Super Bowl, it's unique for me because all of the Kansas City beat people are here.
Right.
So
all 6 of them?
Oh, come on now. So you don't think that going to 5 Super Bowls in 6 years is going to get you some extra media. But to be able to walk around and see all of these people, I'm like, I feel like every other step, I'm like, hey, how are you? I feel like the Pope a little bit. Just Princess Diana around.
We went Pope.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry. We went all the way to Pope.
Hello, hi.
Nice.
I got to get a little mobile,
It is to her point. It's good to feel important. You feel important here because everybody recognizes you and stops you.
Yeah.
And you're only here because other important people are playing a football game.
Right, absolutely. I'm like, I'm not.
Way more important people.
But I think that, at least for me, because we're set up here, we're 5.5 hours, we're people walking by and want to talk. That, to me, I think, is the coolest part. Because you have so many people walking by. For me, it's just kind of like I'm fanning some of the people who stop in, and they're like, well, can we stop by the table? We're going to share the stories with you. And, Ricky Williams and his background story, and they want to come on. And Michael Johnson winning gold medals. And, these guys are all coming by. Some not related to football at all. The Isley brothers.
Oh.
And you're sitting back going, huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you're not a grizzled vet yet, is what I'm getting out of this. You're here like deer-eyed, right? Like, this is wow. Take 3 more, and you'll be like, oh, man. Especially if it's in, like, Minnesota or somewhere cold.
Yeah.
So we figured out during the break, photojournalist Dave Eidson hooked up the wireless microphone because I was so deer-eyed that I just wanted to wander around to other people's tables.
Oh, wow.
And so we were seeing how far the Zoom could go when we were going down as other people were doing their podcasts and everything else.
Sure.
So that's my take on
Shout
this.
out Dave. He's a smart guy.
Yeah,
was anybody yelling, look at the rookie, as you were going by?
They seemed to be having fun. Now, some of them were setting up. They're like, you do see that we have a show to do too.
Right.
And we're plugging in all of our stuff that yours isn't there. So you just got into town.
Last night.
Okay. What's the big get? What's the thing you're focusing on as you get here and get started? Because you cover kind of all aspects of the Birds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's one big get. I think what fascinates me is because I came here thinking this. I think, my podcast partner, Adam Kaplan, as well. Some other people. We just had Clay Harbor on our show, former Eagles tight end.
Yeah.
Said the same exact sentiment. And I'm wondering if that's kind of the pervasive mindset seems to be the Eagles are the better team.
Yep.
They have the better 53, but you're sort of battling a team that's maybe not to that level as far as individually, but you're also battling the history, the ghosts, if you will, or the mystique of playing a 2-time champion that actually just had its best year. I think we all talk about the Chiefs as sort of this scaled down version of what they used to be when they had Tyreek Hill and they were speed and Patrick Mahomes was throwing back.
But that defense was bad.
Right, and the defense is great. But
not as good.
They won 15 games. This is the most games they've won.
Yeah.
So to me, that I'm very curious to go around and talk football with people who played and in the NFL or personnel executives and see if that's how they see it as well.
Yeah.
Your same take on that? Because I didn't even think about that till you just said it. Because we're acting as if they are scaled down and we're better.
No, I think what Steve Spagnuolo, and I feel like a lot of people overlook what he's been able to do with that defense. I mean, that secondary for Super Bowls 54 and 55 it was suspect. And what they've been able to do with that defense, I mean, Chris Jones is a monster. I love Chris Jones. I love the way he plays. And just watching him, I agree. I think this is going to be a really formidable matchup. And a lot of people are overlooking it. That being said, I think a lot of people have also been overlooking the Eagles. I talked to a couple different people, Ryan Leaf being one of them. And he was like completely all in on the Chiefs. He's like, I don't know how the Eagles beat this team, basically. And I'm like, what do you mean I don't know how the Eagles beat this team? Yeah. Saquon Barkley is incredible. This defense has been playing at such an elite level. So I think we're going to get a really, really good game. I think it's going to be a dogfight. I think it's going to be down to the wire. But this whole blowout, or I think this one team is significantly better than the other, and I don't know how this other team thinks they have a shot. That's crazy to me when you look at this. It's the two best teams in football.
Yeah, it's the legend of Mahomes and Andy Reid. I think if you look at the teams and you took away the name and the legend, I don't think anybody would be saying that. Because even the people we talked to, Solomon Wilcots was all in on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But had to acknowledge that the Eagles were better, at multiple positions.
Right.
Just like I just can't go against Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting.
I think, to Bree's point, I think Chris Jones is the most underrated good player in the league.
Yes.
I don't think he gets talked about nearly enough. Maybe it's the Kansas City market. I don't know how, because, they're always on prime time. They're in every game. He dominates every single game. But honestly, and maybe it's just being in the Philadelphia bubble, I feel like if you go around and talk to people about defensive tackles in this game, Jalen Carter's name is going to come up.
Absolutely.
99 times out of 100 first. And he deserves it. I'm not saying Jalen Carter, he's been amazing, and he might be the best DT on the field. But from a resume standpoint, Chris Jones is incredible, and he almost never gets talked about.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think when you play with a generational talent like Patrick Mahomes, he's going to overshadow everybody. And so everyone's so focused on the offense that they're not focused on what Spags and that defense has been able to do this season. And they have been incredible. And Chris Jones is the anchor to that. And he has been for several years. And they're only getting better and better. So, yeah, I think a lot of people are overlooking what the Kansas City defense is capable of doing.
You really could not ask for, if you're really into like football and the junkiness of it and the X's and O's, to have Vic Fangio and Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
Everybody, again, it's always Andy Reid, right? And to some lesser extent, I guess, Kellen Moore. But because he's probably going to be the Saints coach, it becomes a big storyline. But having Vic Fangio and Spagnuolo in this game against each other, football is sort of, as we've all seen, kind of turn back the clock a little bit. It's not 1985, but we're talking way more about defensive players and running the ball, than throwing the ball around.
It feels good, honestly, as an Eagles fan, to feel like we have the coordinators and the players who can be in this game, and we're not sitting there trying to figure out going in, how do you cover up for their weaknesses?
Right.
Like what do we do about the weakness at said position? Like, we're a really good team that's playing a really good team, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think the thing that is different from this 2022 team, not only just experience and obviously Saquon and the defense being at an elevated level, I think there's a level of maturity. Jalen Hurts is taking care of the football at an elite level. You know what I mean? He's not turned this ball over, and that is what everybody was concerned about, the passing game not being good enough, this, that, and the third. They're not going to make it out of the divisional round or to, make it out of the NFC Championship because they can't pass the ball. We've seen it over and over again. If you turn the ball over, if you are not fundamentally sound, you will not win football games. And Jalen Hurts has been incredible at keeping the fundamentals at the forefront of all of this. He turned the ball over last Super Bowl, and it came back to bite him. And so hopefully that trend continues of him just taking care of the football and being fundamentally sound. That's the only way that you're going to beat the Chiefs is you cannot make a mistake. You have to play a mistake-free game because if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile and a half.
We got to take a break. How does everybody find you? Get all of your contact, your information, find you online.
Yeah, Inside the Birds, the Inside the Birds podcast, YouTube channel. We have InsideTheBirds.com, and we've got at least 5 to 6 shows on Inside the Birds a day while we're here on Radio Row. So thank you. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break. I'm sitting here looking at this list. We have the most eclectic, diverse list of
That's
guests
good, though.
that are coming up. Randy Grimes is up next. Former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, but he's also helping athletes in recovery and getting their lives right. Then we have, country singer Jay Allen talking about his career and the things that he's doing. We've got the guy who wrote Inner Excellence. He's
no
coming
way.
up later on.
Nice.
He's going to sit down with us. Roman Gabriel's son is going to be. There's a whole lot of people that I'm looking at the list going, okay.
I kind of feel like special now with that group. I'm just glad you didn't ask me to sing anything because that would have been really bad.
Can you sing?
No.
Are you around?
Especially country music.
Yeah.
I can't sing in general, but that even worse probably.
Who was the guy, Fritz, yesterday? Who was the
Jason Fitz?
Jason Fritz. Who is commentator, he's analyst and all that stuff, but also has a Grammy.
Oh.
I believe he's from Nashville, is he not?
He was in a band, had 13 Grammy nominations and a Grammy, and came over and was talking about his breakdown on sports and whatnot, and just casually humble bragged.
Yeah.
Just kind of slid in there. He's like, and the Super Bowl compares a lot to the getting a Grammy. And I
do have an Emmy, like one of those regional Emmys from when I was with NBC Sports Philly. So,
right.
Sorry, Comcast at the time. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I'm 0 for 3 in that, so I can't even compete.
Yeah, but Super Bowls follow you.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Can I just walk around saying I'm Emmy Award?
There you go. They do it.
No, do interviews, but just let it slide in casually.
Right.
Super Bowl actually is just like Emmy night.
It's kind of like when I won my Emmy.
Did I drop this name? All right, we'll be right back. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, Superstream 50. It is Fox Local, Superstream 59. We are here as we have been and will be for the next several days. And you can see we've got the wireless, we were talking about it. You get up and kind of show you just a little bit of how things are continuing to expand and evolve. So yesterday when we got here, pretty empty throughout this whole area as we were getting set up. What's up, man? These tables, as we were talking about, have all now kind of filled up. Everybody is getting in, getting settled in. Multiple shows going on down in the area. The podcast guys that we talked about before, who are bringing in different guests, told us they'll be talking to Cam Newton a little bit later on, so we may grab him and bring him over as well. But no, you guys are good. You're fine. You're fine. We're wandering around, so you guys do your thing. And as you can see, everybody getting set up. The what? Wait, who?
From the women's football team, I was looking.
The coach?
Yeah.
The Coach O show?
Yes.
So we met Coach O yesterday. Her show is right there.
Where'd she go?
I mean, I don't know where she is, but her show's right here.
Oh,
The
it's
Coach,
right
come on, y'all. We'll walk them over to the show. The Coach O show is right over here. We met her. I don't actually see her, but this is her area. So I'm sure her people will know. Okay, well, tell me who you are. But if you're going to tell me who you are, then tell me as you look at this camera.
Okay, I'm Dr. Davidson. I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana, home of the Colts. And I am a 15-year nurse, and I design these scrubs, which are called line scrub design. But when you think about scrubs, you always think about healthcare, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, but when you think about scrubs, they're thin, they're hard, they're uncomfortable. So I created these scrubs that are thick, they're comfortable, and they're lined with fleece. Feel that.
Okay.
They are so comfortable.
You got the fleece line scrubs going on.
Yes, they are lined with fleece. And also, thinking versatile, I turned them into a jersey. So this is not only just a jersey. You have the sports pink, all 32 NFL colors available.
Okay.
And they are, so when you have KC. Their stadium is open. It's always open.
We don't really care about KC Stadium.
Well,
I mean, it's good for the story, but
even,
we're Philly.
Even Chicago.
So you've got
different stadiums.
You got Lincoln Financial Field in Philly that's open.
Yeah, they're the ones that are stay open all the time. They never close. They're as well. So, but when it's very cold outside, the fans still come support. But you have 23% that won't come support just because of how cold it is, you know. And so when they do, they have on hoodies, long sleeves, and all that. Well, when you have online scrub design, you don't, because there's no wind that breaks through. And then if you have somebody next to you that might spill some beer on you or something, it's spill proof as well. So you can support your team. You can be warm. You can be cozy. You don't have to worry about anything spilling on you or anything like that because it's spill proof.
You're doing things. You're doing big things. All right, I got to go back to my booth. How do we find you?
Yes. Let me give you.
No, for them. I'm going to take this. How do we find you online?
Line Scrub Design, LIGHNED, scrubdesign.com. You can go on my website.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Continued success. All right. Guys, we're going to take a break. We're coming right back. It's Fox Local, Fox 29. Look, I'm making connections. That's what happens when you wander. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, all the different outlets. You can find us. You see our high-tech graphics we got
it's
here.
awesome.
It's Super Stream 59. We're talking to all the folks who are doing cool things. They're here in Media Row. Randy Grimes, one of those people. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And who's this with us?
Heather Stokes.
Okay, welcome, Heather.
Hi, thank you.
I look forward to bragging on her.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
All right, before we brag on Heather and the good things she's doing, former player, obviously, NFL.
10 years with the Bucks.
Doing big things. Does this still have that kind of energy and fun to you?
Yeah, I think it gets better every year, especially this year, I thought last year being in Vegas was going to be awesome, but, I think this is so much more of a better atmosphere. It's a better room, than we had last year. So this is our 16th straight year of coming out here and advocating for people that are struggling with addiction and mental health issues.
You've seen it expand, because we want to talk about that and the specifics of it. But what I think is interesting is it seems like it's expanding so much, moving from just Radio Row and football topics to things like this that are advocacy and more outlets that are interested in ways football is kind of helping the world.
Right. And, it's gotten so much easier to talk about things like this, whether it's addiction or mental health issues. That stigma has been torn down a lot over the last 16 years since I've been doing it. And, people are more open and apt to receiving the information and, no matter where I go and I ask people who's been affected by addiction, almost every hand goes up. So this is a family disease, and it affects good people. It affects a lot of people. And I just want people to know that there's help and hope out there. And that's what Heather's here for.
Yeah. Heather, tell us, first of all, about what you do, and secondly, this kind of journey getting people to be more open and talking about these challenges.
Yes, well, thanks for having me.
Of course.
Randy has always been an inspiration, and especially when he began that journey of being bold and brave to be able to talk about this openly. It really broke down a lot of the walls for the players to stop suffering in silence. Serenity Light Recovery Wellness Center. We specialize in substance abuse treatment and mental health treatment. We have detox residential, but the way we look at treatment, it's a different philosophy. We implement the wellness modalities for them to really improve their quality of life, right? All around. They can become their best self, better players, more efficient, right? More productive, and not just the players, right? But it's their family, the communities, and everyone, really. We're all in recovery, and we all deserve wellness, and that's what it's about. It's a different approach to it. It removes that guilt and shame, period, right?
I feel like people in general, men specifically, have been taught that we can handle these things.
Big boys don't cry.
Right. And especially somebody who is in the trenches in the NFL. I can handle all of this stuff. Why was it important to you, and why do you think you were willing to step forward and kind of advocate for this type of thing?
Well, I knew when I got sober 16 years ago that there was a lot of guys that I'd played with and against out there that were still struggling, suffering in silence. And for whatever reason, usually it's pride, ego, guilt, or shame that keeps guys out there and not asking for help. So I think it became important that I give it away in order to keep it. I learned that early in my recovery. You got to give it away to keep it. And so I started going out and sharing my story, and guys realized that they weren't alone. There was other former NFL players out there that were struggling just like they are, and it made it easier for them to raise their hand and ask for help. And, the Player Care Foundation got involved. We started this back 16 years ago, the Player Care Foundation, and they got involved helping guys, and it's not just NFL, former NFL players. It's NBA, it's MLB. It's pretty much every sport that has an organization that supports their former players. That's who we work with. And, Heather at Serenity Light does such a great job with the players and with anybody. I know we're here talking about NFL players, but this is for anybody. And like I said, man, no matter where I go, every hand goes up if they've been affected by addiction.
Is that commonplace, not just NFL players, NBA, what have you, but society? I mean, it's a situation where not a lot of people want to actively admit to their challenges, but when you ask, you find out that so many people have been touched by this in some way.
Right. Because of that stigma, it was killing people because of their shame and their silence. And when you open the conversation to wellness, right, and how to improve quality of life, and why did they use to begin with? Was it an injury? What are other modalities to treat that pain, right? Instead of there's a pill for this, there's a drink for that, right? We have to change and rewire our thinking and how to increase performance and efficiency, even in the corporate world, right? Everyone does not want to admit to that. No one wants to go to treatment, but sign me up for a wellness center, right? I want to get well and continue that journey. My life today has significantly improved, and it's because of people like Randy being able to openly share their story and to snuff out that silence for people.
We had he was actually here last night. Marcus Smith was a former player for the Eagles, and I interviewed him on a show that I did in Philly, and he was talking about his struggles with substances, with depression, and as he told the story about being on the side of the road and considering whether or not his life was worth living, something happened that saved his life. But he said that he was shocked as he started sharing that how many people had similar stories.
Right.
You were in the trenches with these folks.
Right.
You're dealing with people all the time. Were you surprised when you came forward and started sharing your stories how many people could actually relate to?
No, I had no idea. And I can remember sitting at the Miami Super Bowl. This was 16 years ago, sitting right next to Conrad Dobler. He had just had like his 20th knee replacement, and he had an infection, and it was, he was struggling with all kinds of stuff. And I can remember thinking, do I have the courage to share my story? Because I had just gotten out of rehab by then. And, sure enough, I did, and it's been a blessing for me. It keeps me sober to get out and share my story.
Yeah, why is the Players Association and Alumni so involved in these types of activities?
Well, I think they care about what happens to guys after they leave the league. We do the best we can to help them transition, to prepare them, but there's so much more that we can do. And I appreciate them getting behind former players and helping them through that stage of their life.
2 more questions, and then we have to take a break. If people want more information, if they feel like they need help, or if they feel like they're ready to talk to somebody who can relate, what's the best path?
Well, Players Care Foundation is an incredible organization. We work closely with them. Randy's always available and passionate. Can get more information on our website, serenitylightrecovery.com, and also give us a call, 281-431-6700, and we will personally walk you through the process and get you well.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place, too.
Yeah?
It's a great place, great wellness center.
Before we go to break, I have to pull on your football knowledge for a second. And people have been breaking my heart as I ask them who they're picking for this game. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to spin this question in a way that makes our viewers happy. Tell me what the Eagles have to do to win this game.
It's going to be up to the offensive line. And that's for both sides, I think whoever wins those battles in the trenches, that's the team that's going to win. And I actually won't break your heart. I'm expecting the Eagles to win. I'm an NFC guy,
yes.
So 24-21 is my prediction.
Love both of your mission, and I love your predictions.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're here all week. You got to come back anytime you want. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Time with us. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Superstream 59. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page. And if you head over to the YouTube page, there is the ability for you to send your comments to us. We would love to hear from you. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29. We're on the YouTube page as well. It's just actually reading some of your comments. So keep them coming. Thank you, YouTube people, for jumping in and sharing some time with us. And next up, we actually were talking earlier about the fact that a lot of this is football, and all the things that are going on.
Right.
But what has been interesting to me is how much of this is causes, and things that matter to people. And folks who are in the room are just kind of focusing on that.
Sure.
It's a great opportunity to talk to so many people about important issues.
Yep.
So Jay Allen is a country music. We're going to make you a country music star. Should we do that?
My manager would like that you just said that.
There you go. Country music star Jay Allen joins us. But not so much just kind of focusing on career and that aspect of it. You're focusing on an initiative and a message that you focus on with your music and your career.
I'm a philanthropist first and foremost. You call me country music artist or star or whatever, and that sounds awesome, but I've been given the gift of a voice, songwriting, and I believe it's my obligation to utilize that to help make the world a better place, to make a mark. So I lost my mother to what's called early onset Alzheimer's. She was 51 when she was diagnosed. Unfortunately, took her life in 2 years and 9 months. When that happened, I wrote a song about it when she was sick, and I was sharing that song around the country on tour, and I started realizing, man, it'd actually be more impactful if I was teaching people about Alzheimer's and dementia if I showed them what it looked like. Okay. So we decided, it was a conflicting thought, but we actually eventually decided to bring Mom on stage. I was opening up for a big country artist named Jake Owen, had my whole band with me. It was a very tipsy, fun-loving country crowd, but at the end of it, we brought Mom on stage. She was 52 at the time, but so sick. So I wrapped my arms around her, and I shared our message and the story behind the song. I shared the song, and someone took a video. They put it on their Facebook, on social media. It got 1 billion views, and kind of broke the internet. I saw the power of social media and what good it can do. And so we started saying yes to every opportunity that came our way. And a couple years later, even after Mom has passed, we've been a part of helping raise over $160 million to fight against dementia. We toured the world. We put a spotlight on caregivers. That's the hardest job in the world. My sister and my dad had to be caregivers for my mom and had to see and do things that people should never have to do and see. So it's so important to me. I have this, this vessel right here where I can use it not just to benefit myself, but to talk about this.
So back in Philly, the station, we actually partner with the Alzheimer's Association.
Right on.
We do
Let's go.
All sorts of things with them, specials and sharing these stories.
Cool.
And I've gotten the opportunity, the responsibility of sharing some of the stories of early onset Alzheimer's. That's hard, and it's hard for people to kind of see at such a young age. But I think it's also important that people see it and share the story. And is that kind of what you got?
Yeah, it's ugly, but me showing people how ugly that was made it a reality for them. You can try to teach people till you're blue in the face, but we're really impacted by our eyes, what we see, and we experience it ourselves. It became a reality for people when they saw a young guy with a young mom that was on the edge, and shortly after that, she left this world. She went to her forever home in heaven. But yeah, I always say we turned pain into sadness. I like creating, when I share what I've gone through over and over again, it used to feel like a burden, now it feels like a privilege. It creates a safe place for other people to feel like they can talk about their stuff as well, what they're going through,
We see you got a bottle of wine in front of you. Tell us about what you got going on there.
Yes, this is a winery called Round Pond Estate. I met them in Napa. I performed there at an event called Live in the Vineyard, and they asked to have lunch with me. They had heard my story about losing my mom. They have a beautiful vineyard there, but they shared that they lost their dad. So they decided they wanted to do something about it, so they started this line of wine called Honorin'. And so there's pictures of people that have passed from dementia on here. And they even put a picture of me and my mom on there in the top corner. Wow. And half of it, so they don't make money on this, half of every bottle goes back towards the fight against Alzheimer's and dementia. And so I believe they're doing a good thing, so they wanted to partner. And sometimes it takes funds to get places to share your message, so they offered if I help, plug their wine, then I share their message. We have a joint mission, It takes people coming together with community to make an impact. So here we are. That's why we partner with Round Pond Estate.
We want to tell people how they can they can get that. So it's available anywhere?
Yeah, go to their website, Round Pond Estate. Just ask Siri. Yeah. We're living in that world now.
And we're in New Orleans,
yeah.
and a lot of people are having a glass of wine or a little bit of a celebration. You might as well be doing it and doing things for a great cause as well.
I always say that if you can do things you love with a cause, it's a win-win, man. Yeah.
Are you at all surprised, and when we were doing the specials, the thing that I kept hearing from people as they share their story is that they were surprised at how many people had similar stories? When you started coming forward, did you
very surprised. It's the 6th leading cause. Dementia is the 6th leading cause of death in the U.S. I think now the 7th in the world. So it's affected everyone. We talk about how everyone has been a caregiver, will become a caregiver, be cared for. It's touched everyone. But again, we have the opportunity just to share our stories and find community and find healing through that. So we do this thing every time I play a show. I have a merch booth, and I joke, come buy a shirt or a hat so we can get gas money to get back to Nashville. But really, it's so I can shake everyone's hand and hug their necks and hear their own stories. It's the most important part of what I do, to hear people and meet them where they are. That's where all the magic happens, all the power. So yeah, man, talk about what you're going through.
Talk about coming here. You're a country artist. You're talking about Alzheimer's, but there's hey, come to the Super Bowl and do that. What's that dynamic like? Walking around this room and the cities. But like Bill has said, there's a lot of chance for advocacy here.
Yeah, I think the NFL wants to help make a mark on the world and do good in the world. That's why we're here. I made friends. My first kind of interest into the NFL was I made friends with Nick Lowry, Nick the Kick, Hall of Famer with the Kansas City Chiefs, and it was a connectivity because he lost his brother to Alzheimer's, and he heard my story, and so we've done several events together. So I go where the Lord leads, man. If it's here at Radio Row for the Super Bowl, I'm gonna do it. We've done crazier things. We've been invited to the White House, so it's wild. Yeah.
You go where spreading the story takes you.
Say yes.
So if we talk about how you could get the wine.
Right.
You actually have a wine cruise that's coming.
Yeah, they're going on a cruise. We're going to be the entertainment, so we get to help share our message. I believe a portion of the ticket sales from that cruise go back towards the fight against dementia as well. So they've been a part of helping raise $162,000 already. So they're doing an awesome job.
And how do we find out about not just your mission but your music? If we want to follow you, where you're performing, how do we do that?
I always say the magic is at the live show. Sojallenofficial.com for tour dates. We just launched a tour where we're going into care facility centers. And so a lot of care facility centers, they have an entertainment budget, and they have beautiful theaters that never get used. So we're coming in and putting on a live show for them. And we're pumping up the staff and loving on the residents. So we're doing that all over the country. So.
And I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you spending some time with us.
Thanks,
it's cool to have folks who are doing fun things that it's also fun to root for.
Thank you.
Because it's talent and advocacy. So thank you.
Appreciate you. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
We're going to take a break. We'll keep it going. Super Stream 59. Get the wine. Go on the wine tour. Find out where he's going to be.
That's right.
Support this. It's a good call. What's up, guys? We're multitasking, so I'm trying to switch around. And shout out to all of the people who continue to send us the update whenever my high-tech monitor goes down. I appreciate that you're watching. So what has happened? What had happened was, there you go. So we had, it's all set up, right? But because the security and all the different things that are going on, they actually don't allow, like there's a lock screen that goes into place. It just times out. So I had to change the lock screen. Even when I set it to never lock, like they didn't care. So keep reminding us on the YouTube page. Shout out to the people who apparently are fans of Coach O.
We're getting requests for Coach O's interview.
Yeah, we haven't interviewed Coach O yet. We will. I just kind of did my wander over to Coach O. Did you see that there were people after our last guest who were like taking pictures for their kids?
Yeah.
So apparently Tom and I aren't nearly as well versed on country music as we should be.
Well, it's no shock to anybody who knows me that Tom isn't well versed on certain things.
So he's done all kinds of things with country music. He's a big deal.
Speaking of which, the YouTube page, if you're watching on the YouTube page, feel free to drop a comment. Sam from England said, watching from England, go Birds. So thank you to Sam. I got a text message that a fan, Noah, is watching down in Grenada, watching the show. Yeah. So shout out to Noah. We got people watching all over the place, too.
Appreciate you. All right, so we went to fan media night last night.
Yep.
All of the players were there from both teams. It was a spectacle, a whole presentation. And so I put together, now understand, there are like 8 players from each team who come out and they go up on a podium. And that is just a fight to try to get to them. And the people with all of their equipment are all there asking pretty much the same questions. And our team, Good Day was there, Breland was there, the News, they were all there covering that. But after they do that, then some of the other players, not those 8, kind of spread out. And they're all over the place. Yep. And so we walked around and spoke to a bunch of them to just kind of get their take on what this all means, some of their feelings, and to give you a little look at what media night looked like. So here is our little take in 5 minutes of the media night experience.
I think our trust and confidence in each other. I feel like we didn't really have that a lot last year, but it's kind of went home, looked in the mirror, and be like, we could be something better. And started changing OTAs, the way we feel about it, and obviously we took off for the run. We had fun, and that's what we're doing. We're having fun. We're communicating better, and we believe, like I said before, we're believing in one another.
So that's real. That whole level-headed, even though you guys are such a young defense, just unfazed. That's really how it feels a lot.
Yeah, we're here to play football, and have fun with it. You can't overreact about it. You can't think about it anymore. So it's pretty cool.
How fun is it playing in front of Philly fans?
It's the best. I don't want to go anywhere else, man. This place is amazing.
Appreciate you, man. Go get that win.
It's special, man. I think every Eagles fan dreams of being in this situation. I'm not taking it for granted. Extremely grateful to be here and excited to play.
There are a lot of guys who have had to step up in important moments to get this team here. Seems like that whole next man up thing, it's not just a saying with this team, it actually means something.
Yeah, I think it definitely does. I think, every guy in that locker room's put their hand in the pile one way or another, whether it was on Sunday or during the week preparing to get ready. So this is a complete team effort. The best team will be holding the trophy up at the end. So, we really want it to be us.
Lifetime Philadelphian, but you played in front of some other rabid fans. What's it like playing in front of Philly?
Yeah, man, I used to be up in the third level as a kid, so I got experience being in those stands. It's awesome, man. They're passionate fans. They want to win just as bad as we want to win. So the whole city's pushing towards the right goal.
Appreciate you. Go get it.
You got it, man. Thank you.
Really, it's just next man up. We got a close knit team. And, you know, next man up mentality just comes from that bond. Like, I got my brother's back, they got my back, you know. So if somebody went down, they didn't have to worry about who was going in next because everybody was, you know, prepared and ready to go. So playing in front of Philly fans, oh, I feel good, man. Look, they bringing the energy. You can hear them right now. It feel real good, you know, to be out here, you know, have their support from all the way across the country.
Appreciate you. Go get that win, man.
Sad I can't be in Philly. Philly fans have done a phenomenal job all year. I mean, ever since I've been in Philadelphia, just supporting us, coming to games, you know, making sure we know how we're doing. It's an honest population up there. It ain't for everybody, but, you know, I appreciate the fans. They're diehard. They love every second of this. And yeah, I look forward to seeing the turnout because I know they're going to travel well. I mean, you treat this like a normal week. I mean, for us, treat it just like we're still in Philly, but we got to come talk to the media today and probably a few other days. So.
Okay, so not your favorite thing, just one of the steps, and then get back to playing football.
I mean, we're here on a business trip, so you know, you do what you got to do and get business handled.
So what changes for a game like this?
Nothing. I mean, obviously you gotta have the bye week in between, so you can kind of, you know, get a head start in ways. But I don't think you change anything about your preparation. You know, we've done what we've done all year, and we prepared the same way for every single game. And you know, I think what some people get caught up in is getting, you know, too far ahead of themselves. You know, just kind of overthinking. You know, I kind of live by this thing. I think, therefore I miss. And if you think about the too much, you kind of miss on opportunity. I mean, that could be overthinking on a play. That could be, you know, thinking that it's going to happen, but it doesn't happen. So just, you know, preparing like we have throughout the entire season. Humble and hungry. I think that's something that Coach emphasizes. It's really just all about us. It's not about the outside noise. We just got to focus on what we got to do, and that's being here in New Orleans, playing the Kansas City Chiefs.
Appreciate you, man. Go get that win. Anything you can share with us about the whole preparation? This is not the first time for you now, so is anything different?
Prepare to eat a lot of beignets and crawfish. Fly, Eagles, fly, and thank you for the support. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all.
And we'll be right back. Fox 29, Fox Local. We are Superstream 59. We are here. I've been saying it since Monday. I'm going to keep saying it. We're at the Super Bowl. right here on Media Row. All kinds of things going on around us. Talking to the folks who are here doing cool things. Sean Syed, Sumer Sports, is one of them. How are you?
I'm excited. You know, it's really fun. You hear people talking about beignets over here. You're talking about where you're going to eat tonight over here. But really, it's all around such an awesome game coming up.
So it's still fun for you?
It's super fun for me. Is the shine off for you, or are you not having any fun?
No, so this is the first time I've actually done this. And we've done the whole live streaming thing. And so I'm like, wow. And everybody who walks by and there's various folks working the room, it's still cool to me. But then some of the folks who are kind of old hat to it are like, yeah, it's a lot of work, and I don't know.
It's the Super Bowl. It's the most exciting. It's our literal Super Bowl. You know,
Right.
It's the most exciting game of the year. There's so much that goes into it to get people here. If you're not excited about it, particularly this game, I mean, you know, it's maybe in a few years, I guess the shine will wear off. I don't think so, but you know,
Are you the grumpy old hat?
No, I'm not grumpy
Kinda
at all. I
shaking
mean,
your head.
we're still but you do see those people around. I mean, especially last night at the media night, opening night. The people who do that for a living, when they go into there, that's like the last place they want to be. But you know, you got people painted blue and everything else asking questions. But
felt like a shot at the blue guy.
It was a lot, but yeah, you got to shout out the blue guy. Yeah.
But there were also people who were, and so how many years have you been covering this?
This is my first year at
So
the
your
Super Bowl.
first two.
Yeah.
Nice. See, so we're on the same
just
same
shine.
page.
Yeah.
So were you at all surprised by all the other stuff, the blue people? The last night at media night, there were a bunch of the influencers who were kind of there doing their thing and have huge following, you know, but just asking completely unrelated to anything type questions.
Yeah, I mean, look, I respect that. I went in there. I really wanted to talk to Milton Williams about his hand usage. I wanted to talk to Vic Fangio about why they're playing more cover 4, and they were able to speak to me, and I was able to get those answers. You know, everyone's got to do their thing. You got people playing Wheel of Fortune on the side. They're doing the, like, little hand kind of balance game. I respect it. You know, I almost feel a little bit for the players where you're standing around for, like, 2 hours just sweating. You're not really getting to drink a lot of water. It's like, this is all for the game on Sunday where A.J. Brown said, hey, you know, it feels like we're paid actors. You know, it kind of does feel a little bit like that.
It's the spectacle and like a football game broke out.
Yeah.
Like, you have
It just
all
happens to
this
be there.
going on. Like there's this huge event, and then on Sunday they're actually going to play football. But it seems like the event is huge. But that's not what you do. So you guys were talking about kind of the X's and O's. You have fun with it, but you break down the football.
That's what I mean. I try my best to. You know, lucky to play a little bit, lucky to learn a little bit. We work for Thomas Dimitroff, who, you know, he's spent a lot of time in the league making a lot of fun decisions. Yeah, he's a smart guy. So that's what I try and do. But, you know, some of the players, they don't want to talk about it as much. I thought the Eagles guys were really good. The Eagles coaches spent a lot of time with Clint Hurt, that defensive line, and just seeing where their head's at. I think it just adds context to the game where we're watching these guys do incredible things kind of snap after snap, and there is so much that goes behind Jalen Carter just being the most physical player on the field. There's really a story behind that, so you know, that's what I like about it too.
Clint Hurt looks like he can still go out there and play too. Like he's
absolutely,
he's a big dude.
Yeah, get him in a jersey. I think he could put his hand in the dirt. I wouldn't want to line up across from him.
So you're talking about breaking down the defense. When you look at the Eagles' defense, obviously Jalen Carter is a menace. Like, you know, he slapped a guy, 275-pound guy with a helmet on last week and knocked him down. You know, would you say he's the key to the entire defense?
I think so, and everything really starts there. Where particularly in this game with the Chiefs have the decision: are you moving the center and the right guard over to Carter? Are you leaving your right guard kind of solo on him? I just enjoy watching Carter play. I enjoy watching him grow, watching him play like every single snap. People don't do that, right? Like, no one does that. I do think, though, at the linebacker level, having Bond and having Dean had such a great year, it's so sad, I think, about his injury overall. And the rookies that you bring in on the secondary, I think, improved everything, and Vic Fangio helped kind of tie it all together. It's crazy because, you know, last year, the end of the season defense, not the best defense, and for this to be the best defense in the league, it's such a wild turnaround.
Yeah. What are some of the things that you've gotten as you're kind of breaking it down, talking to the players, breaking down this game? Any cool insights that you've come up with that we should be paying attention to?
Absolutely. I think, like, talking to Milton, talking to Clint Hurt about, look, in the beginning of the season, the defensive line had some struggles just with their stunting when you're kind of twisting around people, and they were very open about, look, you're not getting a ton of reps in the preseason. You're not getting a ton of reps with all these practices. And Fangio did, I think, a good job in my mind, of getting Sirianni to be like, look, we're going to practice more. We're going to practice a little bit harder, and that's paid off for the defensive line. Where Nolan Smith, seeing him emerge, it just warms my heart. Seeing him really play like a strong defensive end, and a lot of that is just getting the reps at it, right? How many times you're able to do it, how many times you're able to do it in a game. Fangio's going to play the guys that he trusts, so just how much time they've had together, I think that's been really cool, and that stood out.
You know what's been interesting about this is following the team the whole season. And we started off and, fire Sirianni, and there was all of that. Every team, every season says that, especially if they've got new coordinators, you have to be patient. You have to let these guys evolve. It's the youngest defense in the league. You have to let them grow. And most of the time, it's nonsense. Nothing really changes as you go through. This team, we've actually seen it in front of us. People early in the season are questioning whether Nolan Smith is a bust, to the point where you're like, oh, this guy's out there, doing big things. So it has been cool, at least from my perspective. I don't know if it's yours, that growth is actually something that's happening right in front of us.
It absolutely is, and I think you can maybe tell a little bit when you look at just like the high-level view of, all right, well, what is the defensive coordinator trying to accomplish? What areas of the field are they really trying to take away? And I think you could see that right away with Fangio, even though there were times where we think all the way back to that Falcons game where the Falcons are able to get down the field at the end of the game. But you can still see, I think, the calls that they feel correct. And so I think you can project some defenses where it's like, look, this is probably going to get better. Some defenses where it's probably not going to get better. And to see everything, every single thing really hit a home run, where you see Quinyon Mitchell, you see once Cooper DeJean came in, it was such a skeleton key for the defense. So to watch that, I mean, it's really been awesome. And you mentioned the fire Sirianni stuff. Then we were talking to Coach Stoutland yesterday, and he's like, Mackay starting in that spot at right guard, that's a Sirianni kind of choice or Sirianni suggestion, which that's awesome. Like, that's a really, really positive influence on the team there.
He just made Mackay a lot of money.
Mackay, Milton is going to make a lot of money. Zach Bond is going to make a lot of money.
Can we keep these guys?
I mean, it's going to be tough. I do like that. Obviously, the Eagles are one of the most forward-thinking in terms of how they handle the cap. Like, they're putting out a lot more cash as opposed to just their accounting aspects of it. So you're on the forward aspect of that. You're paying guys early, not earlier than you should, but on time. Where the league, you see the Bengals, they're thinking about, are we going to be able to pay Chase? Are we going to be able to pay Higgins? Are we going to be able to pay Burrow? The Eagles get ahead of that. So I do think it opens them up in a few ways where, maybe not you're able to hold on everyone. Like Maro Ojimo, I think, is going to be able to step into that Milton Williams spot and have some success. I do hope we get Zach Bond back for another year.
Well, that was going to be my question. We've talked about this. Yeah. I don't know if you could do both, but if from your point of view and what you prioritize, if you had to choose between Zach Bond and Mekhi Becton, now knowing the Eagles' history, which is more load up on the offensive line, defensive line, I think a lot of people are like, we need to bring Zach Bond back. We finally have an impact linebacker. Where would you go? Where do you think they'll go?
Yeah, I lean towards Bond because I think that Bond was not a middle linebacker last year. Like, he's been an edge rusher. If it wasn't for this defense, he might not be in the league next season. So for him to be a potential defensive player of the year, that's a big thing. I do think Mackay's going to get a lot of money. Guys, there are a lot of teams that need guards. There are a lot of teams that need tackles. So it feels like, hey, maybe you're able to bring Tyler Steen in that spot. I think you trust Stoutland to continue through that process. It's so unfortunate. It's just, well, how much is Bond going to ask for? How much are you able to kind of negotiate through? It does feel like, though, of course, Dean's going to miss part of that next season, too. I mean, my hope is it's Bond. I do love Mackay, though. I really enjoyed watching Mackay play this season, having that physical force in that spot inside. It was great to see. It just feels like someone's going to throw a lot of money at him.
Is hometown discount a thing? Like, guys like Zach Bond, as you said, may not have been in the league. They certainly wouldn't be in this type of discussion. Mekhi Becton was looked at almost universally as the guy we're not sure he can play. Like, he's a depth piece on teams. Now, because of Stoutland, because of the Eagles, because of this team, he's going to get huge paid. Is there a loyalty take some less because you've increased my career, or are these guys now, I can get my check, especially someone like Becton, because he's already gotten paid.
Of course. Yeah.
I can get my check, so I'm getting all I possibly can.
I think for me, I will never hold it against a player for getting the money. Like, this is generational wealth. Like, they are going to be able to set up generations of people that they're able to do that. I do think we think about Saquon Barkley. It seems like from the reporting, he maybe, there were other places that were paying him just a touch more. He feels like he wanted to go to a positive situation. That's obviously a generational talent level player. It's just hard because you don't know how many more contracts you're ever going to get. Like, your average lifespan in the NFL, it's like 3 years, so that's really tough. For Bond, though, it is a unique situation in that I think he really, really connected with the guys. I think he really enjoyed being there. He really fits in this kind of defensive system, and he may look totally different in another defensive system. So, there's a chance, but look, I can't imagine that on the outside, criticizing the guy for really taking a big paycheck.
The next team won't have Jalen Carter in front of him either.
Yeah, that is a big thing, and the defensive line is a big deal there.
Get paid and take a little bit less. All right, so two things. people find you? How do they find you? Get more information. Stay on track with everything you're doing.
Yeah, you can follow me at Syed Schemes on Twitter or X. I do the Ringers Philly special with Shil Kapadia, a little podcast so you can listen to. We're breaking down the Eagles all the time. Visit SumerSports.com. We have this little chat bot. You have any questions? Hey, what? How much money is Zach Bonnie going to get? You type it in, you'll get an answer. It's been some fun stuff over there.
Nice. And is it too early in the week to hear your predictions?
Absolutely
on what
not.
we're doing?
Are you not asking other people their prediction? You got to come into here with your prediction set.
No, it depends. Like there are some people who I know where they're going with it, and I just don't want to hear the pain right now.
I mean, it's like a 49-50% outcome that you're going to have pain. I think you got to be aware.
I don't know. Some of the people around here, because there's the whole Mahomes and Andy Reid fear factor. So even if it's a 49-50 game, I feel like most people are, well, the Eagles are better here, but they have Patrick Mahomes. And so then they go the other way.
Yeah. And so I do have my prediction. It's Eagles 27, Chiefs 24. And you can do all of at all the positions across the board. The Eagles are better in almost 22 out of 22 spots. Of course, Mahomes is an incredibly important piece. He is, I think, the best player in the NFL. I don't think that's controversial at all. When I look at the way that the Chiefs played against the Bills last in the conference championship game, the Bills defense made the stops that they needed to win. I think that Vic Fangio and this Eagles defense is much better than that defense. And I look at the way that the Bills offense was able to run against that Chiefs defense. I think the Eagles run game is a whole lot better than that Bills defense, than that Bills run game. So it's hard for me to look at all that. And there is the back of my mind. Is this going to get clipped up? My buddies are going to send it to me. You really picked against Mahomes. There's no pride in picking against Mahomes. You don't get extra credit for being the first one to say Mahomes is going to lose.
Right.
I think the signs point to the Eagles. And at this point, that's just, that's the selection I think that I'm comfortable making.
You should follow him. He knows what he's talking about. We appreciate you spending some time with us, man. Thank you very much. Let's take a quick break. Superstream 59. Oh, that's knowledge. And we are here at Media Row. Superstream 59 is what we are calling this. It's on Fox Local, Fox 29, our Fox 29 YouTube page. A couple of comments coming up from there. If you have things that you would like to share with us, just go ahead and reach out. Tom is over there checking out the comments. And throughout, periodically, we've just kind of gone ahead and tried to paint a little picture of the things that are taking place. So you can see over the last, 24 hours or so. So we talked before about Coach O's podcast getting set up. She's over there doing things. So guys, we're talking to folks who are seeing us just kind of wandering. The NFL Players Association and Alumni has their booth set up over here. Now that we've got...
Fingernails. Look at the fingernails.
What are we looking at the thing? Oh, this is a Birds fan.
That's a Birds fan.
Are you allowed to be a Birds fan? Who are you working with?
She represents all 30 teams. We all do, all 32 teams.
You work for the NFL.
NFL alumni, and we love all 32 teams.
But you're wearing green nail polish.
But I think our favorite team today might have to be the Birds, based off my nail color.
Okay. Where are you from the area?
Yeah, so I grew up in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, which is where the NFL alumni office is based. But I just recently moved to Philly, so in Northern Liberty. So we've been going to games. It's been a really fun season. Very excited to be here. I'm always excited for this opportunity, but since our Birds are in it, I'm double excited.
So I love the hour part of it. But what do you do with the NFL?
So I'm the director of communications and membership engagement for the NFL Alumni Association. So we're here to assist former players in their post-careers, but we also care for kids and care for our community. So what we can do with the former players who, did really well for themselves, we bring them in for charitable events. So we have golf tournaments, they come play. The funds go to a children's charity, or we throw a Christmas party every year for kids in foster care. And, people like Mike Quick and Ron Jaworski, they always come out to our event. Our CEO, Brad Edwards, and Ken Coffey here, they come to the event. We give out gifts. We take pictures with the kids. We do autographs. And it's such an amazing thing, really to watch sports bring together everybody and how much sports means to these kids who may not have the privilege of having an opportunity like this. That's what makes me love my job so much. And people say, oh, this is so cool, you're at the Super Bowl, but my favorite events are those kind of things.
Yeah. Well, we talked to actually Troy Vincent's wife has a podcast over there, and we were talking to her, and she was touching base on, it's not, I don't think it's related to this, but it's the same kind of theme. There's the parties and the celebrations and the thing that everybody talks about. Absolutely. But there's also packing book bags and visiting hospitals and all of those things. And it seems like you guys really focus on trying to get that message out, that type of thing is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a nonprofit organization, so that is our mission. It's caring for our own, caring for kids, caring for the community. And that's just our biggest goal, right, is what can we do? We work really close with Jaws Youth Playbook. Yeah. And a few years ago, we took 150 foster kids to the Eagles preseason game. So just things like that, and they're so grateful. They come up to you and they're like, this means so much to me. They might never have a chance to be in the Eagles Stadium, and I think a lot of us take that for granted, these parties and these events, and it means so much for these kids just to even go to a preseason game. So making sure that we're there for our former players and this NFL and these parties, but just making sure that we're using that for the good of kids and the community and what it means to them. So it's really important, and this job's extremely rewarding.
I am glad that they pointed out your nails so that we could also point out all the positive things that you guys are doing. I appreciate it.
No, we really appreciate it. And go Birds. Like I said, we love all 32 teams, but I just have a favorite.
We don't love all 32 teams. You guys love all 32 teams. We are proudly represented. Put the nails and the jersey.
Go Birds.
See, they support all 32 teams because it's official. She's really an Eagles fan.
It's in my contract, but my boss is right here. I don't know what I'm allowed to say right now.
I mean, he pointed out the nails.
He did. He loves my nails. His favorite color is green, he said.
I gave her a chance to take the higher road, and she didn't do it.
Former Redskin.
Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. So he's still bitter.
Right. Well, can I?
You still mad?
It's NFC East now.
Hold on. Can I tell you?
So you with us now?
He is.
I am with all 32 teams.
I came in Monday morning after we beat the Commanders, and I just opened up my jacket with bad. Oh, bad. I just walked in and showed him my Eagle sweatshirt, so he got a kick out of it, right, Ken?
I did. I enjoy the fact that we're able to generate the enthusiasm we are for this game we all love.
He's good. Yeah, this is good. That's like, you got Philadelphia fans going, I love that guy. That's good stuff. We appreciate all you guys do.
I have to appreciate Philadelphia. My granddaughter was born in Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia.
She a Birds fan?
Yes. We're working on her fandom.
So yes, she is, but you're trying to change that around.
Yes, we're working on her fandom.
No, but seriously, we do appreciate what you guys do. We are here all week. If there's initiatives that you have going on or people that you would like for us to talk to, we talk to Randy Grimes. If there are folks, just please bring them over. We'd love to keep telling the story.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think our CEO, Brad Edwards, will be over to you this week. So at some point, yeah, we have an interview scheduled. So, yeah.
Sounds good. You want to give us a Go Birds?
Hey, let's go NFL. Let's go NFL alumni.
Let's go Birds.
Let's go.
Yes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hey, guys, so we're making friends. Former commander. I guess at that point, the team formerly known as the Redskins. So he played for the Redskins when they were the Redskins. But these are nice folks. This is good stuff, Tom. They're being friendly and talking about the Eagles.
Yeah, well, I mean, they know their role. Their team's not here, but that's good. I'm glad you're making friends.
I don't know if people could see because Dave's a really good photojournalist and got the Zoom going. Like, her nails are all decked out Eagles, like the perfect Eagles green. She's sitting there doing all this as you walk by with her commander's boss who's sitting there.
Well, that's a true fan. You can't let who your boss is change who you're rooting for.
It's good stuff. All right, do we need to take a break? We've got another guest coming up.
Yep, Roman Gabriel's son's coming, NFL great. They got a lot going on to honor Roman, and including fatheads and all this other stuff. So he's going to schedule to swing by in about 5 minutes or so.
They bring in the fatheads?
I guess we'll find out.
All right. So we're going to talk to Roman Gabriel the Third.
Yep.
We'll be spending some time with us, the son of legendary Eagles player. So let's take a break. We'll continue on. I like brilliant, by the way, Dave, for the wireless mic idea. Like, that was, as of yesterday, I guess right about this time, the ability for me to go wander around and more or less harass opposing people or folks who are there in their booth and hanging out, or to just walk up on players. That didn't exist. Now it does. Oh, he's got on Kansas City gear. Come on, man. And he just kind of rolled, like, gave me the look.
He had no time for you. Yeah, he was not feeling it.
Think he's a player?
I don't think so.
Is another one of those guys that we talked about who is just swole, so you assume they either play or used to play. Yeah, and some of the folks I've approached, they were telling us back at the station, they love that conversation. I'm like, oh, are you a former player? They're like, no, I just lift. Quick break, and we will be right back to keep the conversation going. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29.
You're hot.
We're at the Super Bowl, Superstream 59, Media Row, Fox Local, Fox 29, YouTube channel, all those things. And we are with Roman Gabriel III, the son of the legend. We appreciate you spending some time with us.
Bill, it's great to be here. Hello, Philadelphia.
We were just starting off in the break about making it clear who you're pulling for in all of this. That's a great place to start.
So the conundrum would have been if the Rams would have made it to the Super Bowl. Rams have made a championship game against the Eagles. That would have been tough for me. I might have had to split them, but I got to go Eagles. I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's history
there.
Except,
can't we break out the white-on-white 73 Eagles unis with the white helmet? Wouldn't that be great if they come out throwback for us?
Those would be cool.
I know.
You could do the throwback. So I had on a Jerome Brown throwback yesterday.
That's cool.
We got to see at the pro shop. Do you think they'll have some of the old throwback jerseys?
They need to. The Eagles had so many great throwbacks. When Vermeil came, 75, when they went to the green with the three stripes down the side, and they went to the more kind of a darker green helmet. That was a good-looking uni, too. It's kind of the celebration of the Liberty Bell in 76, I think it was.
I like it. So you're here, Super Bowl, for a lot of reasons. You have foundation, you're celebrating your father's legacy, the big fat head. Like, tell us what you're doing here, Super Bowl.
Well, my friend Chris Hetherington, who's a former Niner and Panthers fullback, who's now the CEO of Fatheads, he and I got together, and he said, man, it would be great to be able to keep your father's memory alive. So coming out, probably going to be in a couple months. We've already designed them, though. He let me design them, which I'm really happy about. But here's the thing, Philly fans. They wanted to do the Rams one first because it was the Rams for 11 years. I'm sorry. But what we're going to do is we are going to come out with an Eagle Legacy one, okay? So we're in the process. I think each year what we're going to do is a different uniform and a different shot. So you got a life-size stand-up. The stand-up that's coming out right now is his 1969 MVP year, white-on-white Rams uniforms, the old whites. And then we've got a full Go sticker set. And also a fathead, the head deal. But, yes, we will be working on next for the Eagles, so be ready for that. I'll definitely let you guys know. We'll send you something when we're ready to go. But I'm real excited about that. And I'm not just excited about the legacy of my father and the fathead, but they're also working with us because they believe in our foundation, which is a drug and alcohol abstinence public school program online, available at soldouttv.com. And they're going to be working with us on that, I believe, too. So they're excited not just about my dad, but about helping us support young people. And, of course, those who buy the fatheads, moms and dads get them for Christmas and birthdays and all that kind of stuff.
I feel like for the last couple of hours we've been talking to former players or alumni or family of players or advocates that are talking about all the important foundations and the work that goes in. That's a big part of what goes on here at Super Bowl, but also through the whole season.
Well, my dad, if you guys remember, when he came to the Eagles, it was Leonard Tost who was the owner. Yeah. And
Leonard had his own problem.
That's right. They had a big part in starting the Ronald McDonald House.
Yep.
Which was a huge thing for the
Jim
Eagles.
Murray, I believe, right?
Exactly. So that was really cool. My dad raised over $10 million during his lifetime. He really believed in his platform that he had a responsibility as an NFL quarterback to give back to the fans and to use everything he could to help the next generation. So fast forward to the legacy of my dad. When I was a kid, my dad took me to all these events, to police events, Army military things, football camps, charity tournaments. So I learned from a really young age that, that was just part of the process. And, of course, my dad started playing when I was 2 and didn't finish playing until I was a senior in high school. So I thought all NFL players played for 17 years. I wasn't aware of the 2.7 years at that time, and that was about my career in pro football. Was about 2 years as a quarterback. I had a neck injury that took me out. But getting back to my dad, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing with our foundation today if it hadn't been him instilling that into me, not just being an example because I wanted to be a pro football quarterback since I was 7, which he helped me to do that as well. But it carries on through giving a chance to help the next generation of kids. And the campaign that we're currently doing is called #fentanyl, tackling fentanyl, and #saving lives. Fentanyl is the number one killer of teenagers in our country. currently. We had over 114,000 die last year. 90% of those are preventable.
And a huge problem in Philly.
Every major city, because it's come in unfettered into the country. So we're here working with the DEA this week on their One Pill Kills program. But our program's unique because it goes into schools mandatory. So it educates every staff member at the school, every parent through their portal, and the kids, K-4 through K-12. So people go to soldouttv.com and they click on fentanyl education. We're going to give you a free platform that parents, you can educate yourself so that you're up to date and have the life-saving information to talk to your kids about, because really that's what we're missing in this country right now is a campaign. We really need to educate the whole country, because we can cut down the hospitalizations and deaths. And, a lot of people say, well, the new president, he's, closing the border down and we'll get rid of the problem. Well, there's been enough fentanyl in the country, it's stockpiled to where it could kill everybody 1 and 2 times over. So, it's something that we're going to have to continue to deal with. So we're very excited to work with the DEA. We're really excited to work with governments as well as public school systems to put this life-saving information out there. And I know it's not fun to talk about, guys, but the number 1 killer of 5 to 14-year-olds last year was suicide, and this is the number 2 killer of 5 to 14-year-olds. We're talking about grade and middle school kids. And then the problem is parents go online. They think they're ordering a pharmaceutical pill. It's a packed fentanyl pill that's made to look exactly like a Xanax or a painkiller. And people go online thinking they can trust that like it's pharmaceutical. 7 to 10 of those pills are laced with fentanyl, and 42% of the 7 have enough to kill you. So we have parents dying in this country because they're making the same mistake. And then the insidiousness of this is that our kids' cell phones are being used to market it to them through Snapchat and places like that market these fake fentanyl pills. So your fans out there, Eagle fans, listen, you want to win the Super Bowl with your kids, let's tackle fentanyl together as a team. Get that information out at soldouttv.com. Click on fentanyl education. You'll have everything you need to know to have that conversation with your kids. And, guys, I'll tell you, the kids that respond to us say, we're so thankful that you told us that. We had no idea how dangerous this is. So our goal is that all kids would understand so that they can make good decisions. And you all know these kids don't develop until they're 21, 24 years old from a brain standpoint. They need all the help they can get as teenagers. And, of course, post-COVID, it's been really difficult on parents and kids, just being mentally healthy and overcoming all that we went through that. So let's celebrate Super Bowl Sunday, have a big win for the Eagles, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Have you seen, with such a story to tell, obviously you have a familial connection to football, but an important story. Have you seen with media outlets from all over the world here, have they been receptive to hearing the story, sharing the story?
Well, one of the problems that you have is there's been a lot of misinformation and stigma about it. So the reason why we felt like it would be great to do it online is that parents could learn about it in the privacy of their own home, where you don't have the pressure of the subject matter. So by doing it on the phone, and I'll tell your fans, just take the link, pass it to your fellow parents, to your neighbors, to your friends, give it to your kids. That way it gets out. People don't have to talk about it, because it is a tough subject to talk about, guys. This isn't like the cocaine problem of the 70s. This is a poison that it's tasteless and odorless, that can be in a pill, it can be in a gummy bear, it can be in a piece of trash on the floor, it can be in a water table, it could be kids. We had 5 in Virginia this year that were 10-year-old kids that were poisoned in their gummy bears. I mean, so we're not talking about drug addicts here. We're talking about innocent kids that don't know. So, one thing that's hard is I've met as many angel parents as I've met who've lost children to this. Yeah. It's devastating, because they have to live with it's wrong, but they live with the shame going, I should have known. I should have known to protect my child. I don't want that for your parents out there. I want you guys to know the facts.
So a couple of things. So the best way to do this is the link. The best way, if we want to get involved with that, is to hit the website,
That's
follow
right.
the link, do that.
SoldOutTV.com. It's all there for you. Just click on it. Then just take that simple link and send it to your fellow family members, your friends, your coworkers.
Just make it go viral.
That's right. And if you're involved with a public school system or a private school and you want to get our program in your school, just go to soldouttv.com and you can email me directly, and we'll contact your school system, because if it's not in your school system, that's a real problem. The cool thing about public schools and computer curriculums is we've designed this so that the school's communication portal who talks to the parents, kids, and staff every day, simply that way can get it out to everybody involved in a district quickly.
Real quick, you're here now, and obviously, through your dad, you're able to do some great things. And you said your dad played from 2 to 17, I believe you said, or second.
He played from 62 to 77.
So that long. Your dad was part of when the NFL started to explode. Does it amaze you and, your dad even in his later years about how big this has become? And how do you feel knowing your dad was a big part of making this thing happen?
Well, I'm proud of our history. He's the first Filipino quarterback in the NFL. We're proud of that. In fact, the Asian Hall of Fame is inducting him on November 1st. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. He's in the Pro Football Quarterbacks Hall of Fame. But this year he made it to the quarterfinals, the top 60 of the senior class. So I'm really pushing as we move forward. I believe he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Yep. I believe his numbers spared out. He was an MVP. He should have been MVP in 73 with Philly. He lost to O.J. He was the comeback player of the year, but that was his best year. When he left the NFL, it was the lowest percentage interceptions. My dad didn't throw interceptions. His percentage of touchdowns, interceptions was incredible. And he was, I kind of compared him to Josh Allen. He was a great athlete. He could run.
Yeah, he can run.
He had 2 less than Michael Vick in touchdowns, and that's a ton of running touchdowns. So,
and the game was different then, too.
Yeah.
It's all over the record books. He's there in legacy.
Listen, and he loved the Eagles fans. I hear from Eagles fans all the time. He loved playing for Philadelphia. They were building at that time. Of course, if you remember the Fire High Gang, Harold Carmichael, Charlie Young, Zimmerman. They were the best in the business in '73 offensively, and then Coach Vermeil came in, who was offensive coordinator for my dad in '72 under Tommy Prothro with the Rams, and Coach Vermeil is like a father to me. He has such great respect that my dad and him worked together, and he even brought my dad back in. I think it was his last year out of retirement for the last 5 games of the '77 season that he started. So. My dad has, Eagle Green. He loved playing for the Eagles, and he loved the city of Philadelphia.
So that's how we do the one part of it. The Fatheads, and if people want to support that legacy as well, that's a different.
Yeah, you can go to fathead.com. But what we're going to do is I'll give you guys the information. I'll make sure I get your info, and we'll send you out when we're doing the opening on that. I think it's going to be really cool. That's one way I'd like to carry my dad's legacy is we'd like to have a Philadelphia collection, an NC State collection, a Rams collection, and be able to get it, so people can, I run across people who their dads took them to games at Veterans Stadium and at the Coliseum, and they're like, hey, we would love to have something Roman Gabriel because that was the person that I grew up watching. And East Coast games, if you guys remember that time, you only saw the team that you saw.
Yep.
But I run into so many Philadelphia people and New York people that when my dad used to come back east for the 4 o'clock game, so many fans of his in Philly and New York, Atlanta. So him and Joe Namath, I think, were really set the tone for the first early marketing of NFL players because they got movie opportunities, commercial opportunities, promotional things. So I think those 2 guys probably has much to do with what these guys are able to enjoy today in terms of how you use your brand.
For sure. We appreciate you spending time with us. They can find you online. All the
SoldOutTV.com. Parents,
Fatheads.
That's right. Get the Fatheads. I'll let you guys know. It'll be coming soon.
Sounds good. Thank you
very
much.
Go Philly.
I want to go to the pro shop and see if I can find the throwback jersey.
Oh, man. Fly.
They got to have them.
Hey, fly, Eagles, fly.
Yes.
And my buddy Vince Papali, baby.
He was on my show.
Did
I
you?
do an interview show, and he came on. I've got a signed Invincible jersey that he signed.
I've known Vince since I was about 13, so, he was him and my dad became really close friends, and Vince gives my dad a lot of credit because his only catch in the NFL was from my dad, in a regular season game. So, when he made the team, my dad took him under his wing, threw in the football, before they went to training camp. And by the time they got to training camp, there was a rapport. Coach Vermeil saw that, hey, man, this guy's a player. So he gives my dad a lot of credit for giving him the opportunity with Philly.
I got to get a Gabriel jersey.
Yes.
You got it.
Mission now. I'm going to find that. I'm going to try to be wearing that tomorrow when I come on to do the show.
I love it. I love it.
Out.
If you do, I'm coming over to take a picture.
Let's do it. Now I'm concerned.
Go, Philly.
If I'm going to find it and you don't have it.
Hey, I got a bunch of stuff from my dad's, but jerseys are hard to find, man. They're not easy to find.
We'll custom it. Got it. All right, quick break. We'll be back. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page. If anybody out there knows where I can get a Roman Gabriel jersey, hit me up. I'm going to be wearing that by tomorrow.
Who better
The
than
old
Philly
school.
fans? Hey, remember, he was
They know.
5 for all the years there. Then the last year, he went back to 18.
Superstream 59. We are here at Media Row. All kinds of things going on. The OG came over to join us again today. How are you, sir?
You know what? I'm better now today than I've seen you.
Okay.
You've traded in. You've upscaled yesterday from Bring It Home for Jerome
to me
to you.
Yeah.
You know what? And
Social media.
Jerome Brown, Bill Anderson in the same breath means we must be at Super Bowl 59.
What it means is that the pro shop hasn't opened yet, so I haven't been able to get over there and get another player's jersey or some kind of cool throwback that I want to look for.
What's the what was the old commercial about bring your credit card, bring your wallet? I mean, they'll have everything you need. All it takes is
money.
Swipe and go, swipe and go. I'll tell you what I'd like to get, though.
What's that?
How cool last night were those Eagle sweats? Those
were
cream
really
white
cool.
ones
People
with the
were
look.
asking. I posted it on
Yeah.
social media, and that was the first comments people had. Like, where do I get one of those? But are they even available,
That's
or are
a
they
great,
just team custom?
Like you, I'll be looking. I'll be looking for when that pro shop opens. And I tell you what, it's one of those. I always treat myself and always splurge and buy one thing. If that's available, I'm on board. Jason Martinez is on board as well. We're talking about how cool last night.
Eagle sweats.
Those Eagle sweats last night.
Oh, I love those. But you know what? I asked the players about those sweats. First of all, I loved it. I mean, I want a extra large if you're watching.
Yeah.
But the players were saying it was hot. They were sweating in those things.
Yeah, I can see that now that I think about it.
Yeah, but I still want one.
Yeah.
You think they'll have them? Like,
You know,
are
for
they
sale?
Just made
No.
for the players to rock them because they had the numbers on them
Can
and
we
everything.
make a pledge to our bosses right now? You know, like a little throw
I
in,
asked
like
yesterday.
You know, that's a nice.
I'll
try.
ask Big Dom if he's got an extra set.
I asked yesterday if we
How much
could
is
expense that.
Well, Big Dom's is probably triple the size of him to make sure
Yeah, that's
that
right.
there's enough material in that shirt.
That's right.
Dude, I still haven't gotten an answer
I'll
as
tell you
to
what,
whether or
it's-
not we could expense Eagles merch that we're supposed to be wearing
Mhm.
here
Yeah.
and on air and representing the station.
When they walked down the riser last night, who was the most? It was the Mount Rushmore. It was
Yeah.
Jeffrey Lurie.
Yeah.
It was Nick Sirianni. It was Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
And Dom.
That was cool.
Okay, so
That guy's everywhere.
who was the most important of those four that walked up last night to
But
start?
Howie Roseman spoke about how he and Big Dom, and there was another name he threw out there, that were there in 05 as kind of, at that time, real low on the totem pole, and together have grown to be what they are today.
Yep.
And they've watched babies be born, and they've been through everything, deaths, ups and downs in life, and now here they are almost at the promised land. I'm like, I love that whole, like, work your way from the bottom up thing. And they've built this team. So, I'm kind of sentimentally rooting for them as well.
Yeah, well, absolutely, the emotional side. But what's interesting about, and you guys who cover it, it's different. So I'm not down there that regularly, but I only started finding out about Big Dom. Like, you knew about him. You knew about security. When we would do Eagles stuff, you knew about it. But then when he got, into it on the sideline, and became national news, then you start realizing that he really is everywhere. Like, he's complete access to everything.
And his work behind the scenes is what makes Big Dom Big Dom.
Makes him that dude.
He actually does not want the attention. I don't believe he doesn't want to be in the spotlight, but you can't miss him when the camera pans over, and he's got a style about him. He's a character. So. And he's doing some things behind the scenes that we don't know about, and that's what makes him interesting. It's like he's the most interesting man, and he will not do an interview. He will not do a podcast. He wants to stay under the radar. So you got to appreciate that.
You find out, especially at events like last night. We were talking yesterday and talking to folks about how secure everything is here. Getting in there last night to media night, you had to scan your credential a couple different times. Like, we were sitting there going, we already scanned in. Then you walked 50 feet and had to scan in again, and then you had to scan to get on the field. But to show you how connected Big Dom is, like, if you wanted something done, he's just doing it. And you're sitting there going, oh, you need Saquon?
Come on,
and would just go take you.
Guy.
Like, the guy's got carte blanche.
But when you talk about access, like, I've been to the Superdome, I think, for 4 or 5 Eagles games, Final Four. This is my second Super Bowl here. You look at the regular season Superdome, and you don't recognize this Superdome because there are so many barriers, so many extra tents, so many layers. This garage that you always walked in is now closed. Oh, this was usually here. This is now here. And the access by Sunday, you won't even recognize the dome that you see day to day, per se, in the regular season. But security is that tight.
Can we do a quick FYI breaking news? Because you guys are the sports folks. I don't know that people care, but the Sixers have traded Caleb Martin.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Paul George.
They traded Caleb Martin.
Excitable today.
I want
Tuesday.
Quentin Grimes and a pick from the Dallas Mavericks, who are trying to rebuild after.
Are they ripping that thing up a little bit? How about Charles Barkley's comments on Luka?
What'd he say?
He said that Luka and LeBron will not work together. CB has thrown the first rock into the stream,
how about
and
this?
The ripples will go.
How about LeBron goes to Dallas? How about LeBron in a free agent
situation?
You know why
he won't?
Goes to...
There's not enough marketing opportunities in Dallas.
He doesn't need any more of that.
He needs to be LeBron.
Could he go to Miami?
He'd go to Miami first or New York because he needs the marketing. LeBron.
Oh, how about the Knicks then?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And you know what? And ruin what is a good thing.
I know, right?
Ruin what is a good thing.
Where does he fit in? I don't feel like he fits in anymore.
Well, that's the problem.
He still has like a good 5 years left on his.
Sorry to feel for J.J. Redick, who's a really good guy, and he has no chance.
Yeah, he's done.
Can we go back to opening night last night? This is
absolutely. Just
unpopular.
Did I take over for you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about
this. Is your stream? I'm sorry.
It's the Super Bowl.
It's your stream.
It was breaking news. Now let's get back to last night.
No, it's the Super Stream, according to this computer monitor.
Don't knock it over.
This is a high-tech graphic.
Don't knock it over.
The opening night was horrendous last night. Horrific. The whole event is useless, pointless. And other than characters doing character things, we learned nothing. It was just chaos.
I did talk to a couple of journalists who were there, and they said last night was without question the most chaotic nonsense.
It's total nonsense.
And the beauty was on television, when NFL Network is televising, they got the nice podium, and there's Jalen, there's Nick, and they're up on the podium smiling.
Walk-in, the handshakes
on the
floor.
On the floor?
Yeah.
The floor was. What's the one thing we learned last night? Exactly. Except the DNA remark by Jalen Hurts. The hands. How to be handsome. Handsomer.
I think that
handsomer. That was your word last night that you created.
I used it on the air, and he goes, "Is handsomer a word?" I go, "It is now."
How do you get even handsomer? So I was. It was a lot.
Yeah.
And having been there, we were just jumping around. We didn't really have any requirements. So it was easier for us because we were just moving around, having fun, talking to people, getting questions. But if you actually had a desire to get answers to real that was nearly impossible last night.
A little segue for you. Today's the day that, the hardcore journalists I talked to said, all right, well, Tuesday, in fact, happening right now, and we'll see you with this at 5, 6, 10, 11, fantastic show, times 2. The players started to talk today about football, and that's happening literally as we speak. And today is the day you get into more of the X's and O's. Not everybody. There's only 10 people talking. So we probably won't get a lot of Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens updates. We don't get the Brandon Graham, are you playing or not updates. But today is kind of for us, and especially for the players, the day you start to feel normal.
Breland told me there was a Brandon Graham slip-up yesterday where he said something like, I'm excited to play. And they go, wait, what? You're playing? And he went, well, no. And he backtracked.
I would be if I get a chance to get out there. It's an exciting opportunity.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. I don't know if that was a Freudian slip or what.
Doesn't the fact that, you pick 8 guys. The fact that a guy who hasn't played in all this time is one of your 8, doesn't that tell you he's playing?
Well, he's not talking today. He won't talk today. He'll talk tomorrow. And tomorrow, every player has to talk.
Okay, but last night, when you're picking the people who go on the podium, and you're going to pick 7 stars and a guy who's not playing? That doesn't make any sense.
It's a fair point. He's one of your leaders that won a Super Bowl before with the strip sack of Brady, and he's one of your guys that's carried you for a while. But, I get it. Why him?
He's going to play.
Oh, 100%.
100%. I just don't.
Because there were guys walking around, and we talked to some of them. There's the Cooper DeJeans. There's the Jalen Carters. There's a bunch of people that you could have put up there that everybody wanted to talk to if Brandon Graham wasn't going to play.
But I agree with that 100%. But the flip side, too, is why you don't put up the Jalen Carters and the Cooper DeJeans and the Quinyon Mitchells is they are not used to that atmosphere. They're a little shyer, if you will, with the cameras. And when you sit for 1 hour and get besieged with your hair care products, and if you and a dog,
something's going viral.
Right, somebody's going to say something they shouldn't say, and it's going to blow up.
Yeah. If Brandon Graham plays, are they not allowed to dress now? Somebody who might have a bigger impact in the game?
And Bill and I have talked about that, Jason. Here's your problem: that everybody says, well, Huff or if you decide you're going to dress Huff, well, the D-line coach says, well, I need this 7th guy. All right, well, maybe now the linebacker doesn't dress. Maybe somebody that's a key special teams cog doesn't play. And at the end of the day, when you look at who played in the game, it's usually the only person that didn't play is the backup quarterback. So even though the guy may be 2nd or 3rd string, everybody that dresses will see action in that game. And and these coaches will sit and fight. I need 6 linebackers. No, you don't. Yeah, I do. All right, we'll take one out of here, take one out of here. And Nick and Howie will sit down and say, he's in, red pen.
Well, but that's why I feel like it almost has to be Huff. Because if you're looking at somebody who is just simply, assuming he doesn't get hurt and he makes it through the game, somebody who is just simply replacing what you're taking out, if it's not Huff, then the fact that neither of them are going to play special teams, so then it becomes, if you sit somebody else, you really are losing a body that you might actually need, in the game.
It will be an emotional decision because you think about winning and what that would look like with Brandon Graham in uniform making a play and not necessarily a strip sack, but having an impact on the game, what that would mean to the city of Philadelphia, to this guy who's been on your team and been your heart and soul for years. But knowing the Eagles, they're going to make a calculated decision. They're not going to get emotional about it. They're going to do what's right for the team. And I do believe Brandon, no matter what, will still be on the sideline as a mini coach if he's not playing.
Absolutely
as a motivator.
Yep,
so
absolutely agree.
I want to see him. I want to see him with the pads on.
It's playing. We got to take a break.
Yep.
12. Oh, no, it's not. It's 1:57 for the folks who are watching back in Philly. Going to take a quick break. Got bunches of guests who are coming through. We're talking to the A-Team Fantastic Sports Show, sports in general. Did you guys go to – oh, actually, we'll come back and talk about this in a minute because Breland, I think, went to media.
Yeah, she's there right now.
We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Superstream 59's Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page, all sorts of places where you can jump in. And one of the cool things about this is we've been talking football to a bunch of people, but there's also a lot of kind of advocacy and people who are doing very cool things and people that we respect regardless of the team that they are fans of. You do fall into that category. Would you introduce yourself to our audience?
Hi, I'm Brian Vines.
I'm Natalie Vines.
Okay, and you guys work with Wounded Warrior.
That's correct.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about why you're here today and kind of sharing the message. And as much as I was joking about being Cowboys fans, the level of respect is such that we absolutely wanted to talk to you.
Well, thank you very much. And I spent 28 years in the Army, and my wife spent 21 years in the Army, and she had some injuries from Iraq, combat injuries, and so I stepped in to be her caregiver and retired so I could take care of her 24/7. And it was difficult on us getting out of the military, and Wounded Warrior Project was there to pick us up and help us along our healing journey.
Why is it so important that we know about this and people know how to get involved and be supportive of journeys like yours?
Well, Wounded Warrior Project stepped in when I got injured, and they helped me along the way when I was evac in Germany with care packages and making sure that I was taken care of from not only getting back to Germany, but all the way home. And they helped support me through projects like Warrior Odyssey and through my mental health stages with mental health programs. And NFL is very supportive of providing them that income to help support Wounded Warriors, Wounded Warrior Project, and getting us that aid and getting us back on track with the mental health. And without that partnership, we would not have that resource provided to us to be able to heal and get back to our families and our loved ones and get out there in society again and get away from that isolation and that anxiety.
I feel like every decent human on earth would support this, and support this cause, but I think the challenge is a lot of people don't know how to. Like, we're mostly familiar with Wounded Warrior, but don't know how to get involved, how to be supportive. So is that kind of the message you're sending here with so many people here to tell the story to?
Absolutely, and there's a lot of veterans out there that are going through similar experiences that Natalie and I had, and so the place to go is woundedwarriorproject.org. And once you go there, there's a crisis line phone number you can call, and they will get you hooked up with the resources you need. Now, Wounded Warrior Project helps post 9/11 veterans. There's a lot of veterans out there that served prior to that, particularly our Vietnam veterans. But if they call into that crisis center, they will link them up with peer organizations that specifically help their generation.
What's the message to people watching about why they should get involved and why they should do this, other than obviously we want to be supportive, but just kind of share your message with them?
Wounded Warrior Project not only gives back to the veterans out there, but it's a support system. It's a support system that we can go to anytime, day and night, 24/7. And it provides us home. It provides us a purpose now, and it provides us that support we all need to give back.
You guys make this hard. We're actually making us like Cowboys fans. So you were telling me that here's the spin for all the Eagles fans. We've got a bunch of Texans on the team.
You've got 9 personnel on your roster that come from the great state of Texas. So a lot of times people only want to support, Texans want to support Mahomes because he's from Texas, but they forget how many Texans are playing on the Eagles.
That part. I love that. Again, for more information, the websites, the contact, how do we do it?
So again, woundedwarriorproject.org. It's one-stop shopping for all veterans' needs.
I appreciate both of you spending some time with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm admitting that I like Cowboys fans, and I love this cause. We appreciate you and your service. We need to take a break. We're going to continue on with the discussion. All the information, we'll get it up on the website so that you can go ahead and follow up with Brian and Natalie. And we are back. Superstream 59. We are here. Media Row.
What just happened?
Look what just happened.
Wow.
Oh, my God. This. So Hank said when he walked over here, the power – what did you say? The power of this city is such you could either leave here a billionaire or never leave?
Or be buried tomorrow right here in one of these cemeteries.
Above ground.
No, below ground. So that
No,
when it
they're
floods,
above
I'll
ground.
come flooding up and say hello to everybody the way they like to do it down here. Dude, you guys can shake
talk
your
to
heads.
your boy.
You all have been sitting in this fish tank all day long. I've been out with the Voodoo Queen Cinnamon Black of New Orleans. I was also
You got
walking
a
the
haircut
hallway with
on TV
Ocho
this
City.
morning.
Yes, I did, and thank goodness. I got it for
You
free.
got a haircut. I woke up this morning, wanted to get a workout in real quick, and so I'm watching Fox Local because, of course, I am. While we're sitting there, this dude he's in the barber chair, trying to convince
Like
people
7 o'clock.
watching that this was his attempt to relate to the community of New Orleans. The dude needed a haircut.
This is how you understand the third ward, by getting your hair cut, man. What?
Tommy, you buying?
What did you pay?
What did I say? Or
What did you pay?
I didn't pay a dime.
I was going to say you
That's
got
my
ripped
point.
off whatever you paid.
I got ripped off?
Wow.
Look at this.
Wow, now
Look
we're
at this
insulting
telling
the
me
haircut?
look at GQ telling me I got ripped off
I look
for a
good.
Nolans haircut.
GQ
Yeah, I know.
Thomas Ray.
I look good.
I had that warm-up jacket 10 years ago too, but I don't have it anymore.
Is
Where's
New
all
Orleans
this hostility coming
ready
from?
for 3 more days of this? Not are you ready? Is New Orleans
Look,
ready
if
for
Ryan
3 more
Leaf
days?
doesn't show up, it's going to be us against each other, and that's going. I'm here for it.
All
Me
right,
and
seriously.
Shredder will
Ryan
wrestle
Leaf
on the
is
table.
helping people deal with their conflicts and their issues, and so we might need him to come sit down and address this.
He might have to referee this party.
What is going on?
Steel cage. You were at the Super Bowl in Houston, I know, a couple of years back.
Yeah.
What is the one thing that is so much different from Houston to New Orleans? And they're only separated by Route 10.
It's a great question, and it's you got. I had that one and I got this one, so it's immediate reactions on the two. It's going to be city preparations in a lot of things. Now, New Orleans has done this more times than we'll ever forget, so I don't know, maybe I think they've done a good job, but I also know that the NFL stores don't open until like Wednesday. When has the NFL ever – I know, but like there have been people in the city all week long. You're passing on money. I've never known the league to do that, number one.
Okay.
Number two, it's just different. The stadium in Houston NRG Stadium was brand spanking new that year. It's part of the reason that we did it there. And it's always going to be down different to cultures. How are you going to compare New Orleans to Houston? They're just very different. The food you're going to eat in Houston's different. Food you're going to eat here is different. I came down here with a mission to try to dig into what I perceive to be the sort of mix or dark soul of New Orleans. And I'm not done yet, but that wasn't my mission in Houston. I feel
Great
like
point.
maybe there's always more to find out in any of these places. I could go rabbit hole on any one of these missions.
Did you have an answer in mind, or you just wanted
No,
to
you know what?
explore?
Because I'm always fascinated with you that when you find something like, does anything blow your mind? Like you knew New
Yeah.
Orleans had X, Y, and Z. Has there been a moment where you said, and you've only been here for 3 days, but has there been a moment where you said, oh my, has there been that moment?
Yeah, it was this morning my first tease with Queen Cinnamon Black because when we showed up to the historic Voodoo Museum in New Orleans, it was 10 to 11 Philly time, and we were due to be live at 11 o'clock. The museum was locked up. There's not a soul. I'm like, wow, I've seen this before, but it's always a bad vibe. I got 10 minutes to come up with a half-hour live show.
Okay.
So I start making a call or two. 3 minutes later, everything's fine. They're all in there. They just open up the old door. But when Queen Cinnamon Black comes out, I don't know what you ever envisioned a voodoo queen to look like, but she was it. And there was hours of preparation, makeup, headdresses, gowns, all of it. And I was like, as soon as she showed up, I was blown out of the water. In my mind, I'm like, this is what I came to New Orleans for. I wanted to talk to the woman that understands the magic of this town. And you can throw a flag on that. You can say no one understands it, but she's got a leg up for sure on anybody else. She blew my mind, and I was in love with her.
That's not easy to do.
That's hard to do. They're telling us we need to take a break, but I want to hear more about this.
I got a lot.
Let's take a break. We're coming back. Fox Local. We got hours. We got time for stories. And guys, you can see all around us. We were wide open. Okay, wandering around, showing stuff. Now as all these folks start we're about to be locked in, surrounded by things in just a second.
Back on Fox Local with the legendary Tom Loudon. Oh, and Hank Flynn. Before the break,
I'm also here.
You're blown away. So tell me what you have on store for the rest of the week, and is New Orleans ready for you?
New Orleans is more than ready for me. New Orleans handles my kind of nuts on a daily. Like, they don't even blink with me. Tomorrow, assuming it works out, and I'm waiting to hear from him, and we talked yesterday, and it seemed to work out, I'll be out at a marina/seafood market that opens at 6 a.m. And we're hopefully going to be evaluating crabs freshly caught. No seafood in New Orleans means, hey, Ryan, Hank Flynn, how are you?
What's up, Hank?
Nice to see you, brother. How are you?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's surreal. This is what I'm talking about.
Ryan,
people like Ryan Leaf just drop into your conversation.
Well, you got a good producer. I mean, he's been hounding me for like 10 days.
I'm
you know,
sure.
So.
You're among the
10?
fortunate.
You got off easy. I was going to say.
You are among. We are honored to be joined by Ryan Leaf, former National Football League quarterback here, spending some time on radio. Give me the vibe here. What are you feeling Tuesday, 5 days before Super Bowl 59?
That's great. I mean, these are the two best teams. I missed last year because we had just had a baby, so it was the first year we'd missed Radio Row in the Super Bowl for since Super Bowl 50. So it's been really busy the last couple of days. I've been doing my show with SiriusXM, the NFL radio show in the mornings, and then going around and kind of seeing everybody and catching the vibe. And, you know, these are just the two best teams, flat out. They're just well coached. They're well schemed, and then they got the best players. And so that's what, as a former player, makes me love this Super Bowl, where everybody feels like there's like some fatigue. I'm like, nah, this is a chance for a team to do something historical and win 3 consecutive. And you have a chance for the Eagles to to get some revenge and win a Super Bowl again and be one of the better franchises in this league year in, year out, to be back to the Super Bowl again. So I think this is a great game. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and I think that I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Can we call this matchup Destiny versus Dynasty?
I don't know. Philly seems like I think of Philly as a blue blood. So
a blue blood? Fair enough.
In the NFL.
As a club, yeah,
in the
sure.
NFL, I do think there's anywhere from 8 to 10 teams from top to bottom in this league that do it the right way, that aren't just this unicorn that all of a sudden pops up one year and plays for a championship, but they're consistent. They're around. I think Washington's getting back into that mix after getting rid of the vote.
I'm happy to have him back. I really am.
Yeah.
As an NFC East opponent, I'm glad to see Washington back. And I told you that the other day. It's not as good without them. And I'm not going to go as far as saying I want to see Dallas back. I'd rather they stay in the cellar for the rest of their lives. But,
Ryan, as a former NFL quarterback, too, you can relate to what Jaden Daniels has done and even to what Mahomes has done and Jalen Hurts has done, is that a quarterback that walks in and changes the culture of an entire franchise. Jaden Daniels did that in Washington, Patrick Mahomes, and even Jalen Hurts, following in the footsteps of Carson Wentz. Totally, can quarterbacks still transform an entire building, an entire culture of an organization?
Yes. I will say this. I do think that Jalen Hurts is incredible and a great leader in his work. But I think there's a culture that's based in Philadelphia that precedes him, that allowed him as a quarterback to help facilitate that. It's not a knock on him at all. The way I look at it is like Joe Burrow walking into a defunct franchise like Cincinnati and changing the culture. That's different. Alex Smith had an incredible year in Kansas City before Patrick took over. I don't think Patrick had really had to change much. I think the culture was set there. In Washington, it's been there in the past. This is so brand new. This was starting over in Washington with Jaden Daniels, and I think he has that ability. He really does. The team looked at him like in that NFC Championship game when they fumbled a couple times, and they looked at him, and he's like, I got you. He gets in the end zone. It's an 11-point game, and then the team unfortunately, Austin Eckler tries to make a bigger play than he's probably supposed to, and costs them the football game once again. So, yeah, it's impressive, and you are exactly right. Quarterbacks that can do something like that. Peyton Manning in my draft, when he goes to Indianapolis, he changed the culture there. Like, it significantly changed. I did that when I was in college. I went to Pullman, and it was different. And what we were able to accomplish was the first thing we were able to, go to a Rose Bowl the first time in 67 years. I just am so, disappointed that I wasn't able to have and come with that same type of energy when I got to the NFL. I just, you get redirected, and money changes the hell out of a lot of people. And I love that NIL exists right now, because I think it's going to go a long ways to teaching scouts, general managers, and give them that unquantifiable variable that they couldn't before. Now they know if life-changing money is going to affect them, their work ethic, the way they go about themselves. I think it's a big deal, and I think you're going to get a lot better football players, especially at the high-quality, high-paying positions like the quarterback position, with some of that information you have.
Talk about the difference in public perception in the way football works, and the perception, or not the full understanding of the way football works from the football player. And what I'm talking about is the perception that pushes general managers and coaches to go and hire a star, a runner, versus what Philadelphia seems to have done, which is to reinvest in your line. How might that have changed your life one way or the other? I'm sure you had great linemen and maybe times when you didn't have such.
Well, yeah, when teams that are drafting first or second, you don't have, you're probably not great in the trenches.
Sure.
It's just how it works. And a lot of times you got to draft, guys that help do that and build that. You've seen the Chargers over the last 3 years really try to build that offensive line for Justin Herbert, drafting both a right tackle and a left tackle in the top 5 picks. Like, that's a big deal. You're building something there. What Philadelphia has done and what Howie Roseman has done, I think is, and this is the best compliment I can give him, is he's been willing to evolve. He's been willing to learn. And I think a lot of people that get into these jobs, they have their way, and if you don't like their way, they're going to crash and burn that plane on the, to whatever reason, And I don't think Howie at any point was like, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down my way.
Well, ego's a colossal role in the league, right?
Yeah,
it's across
huge.
the board.
And it's understandable, because the elite of the elite, the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of players, and then you look at the guys that are in general manager spots and stuff like that. I think, ownership has really given him an opportunity. And you look at Kansas City and Philadelphia and how differently they've gone about it, their business. Brett Veach and how he's done it. Like, he's really done well in the late part of drafts, right? Jalen Watson out of Washington State. You got, you have some of the first-round guys that have been huge, but then, Leo Chanel is a fourth-round guy out of Wisconsin who's just been unbelievable for that team. Other guys, where Howie's hit it off, he's invested in first-round picks. Like, he's found ways to move up, and he's grabbed guys, a lot of them out of Georgia, and who have been really, really good pros. The fact that Jalen Carter fell to him because of, reasonably understandable red flags. Yep. But I'm telling you right now, like, it's the NFL, you still go get that guy, and then if those red flags continue to come up, then you boot him, and that's just the way it works. The fact that he fell that far and Philly got probably the best player in the draft defensively that year, and he showed up. He's earned it. He's a big reason why they're in the Super Bowl. If he's not in there and taking down Matthew Stafford, the Rams maybe win that football game in the divisional round. So, he's just been spot on with what he's done. The free agents outside of it, Zach Bond, special teams guy somewhere else. What he does really well, he fits them to what the coordinators do scheme-wise. And listen, Zach Bond was a outside linebacker who rushed the passer. Yep. That's who he was at Wisconsin. And that wasn't what Vic Fangio wanted him to do. He wanted to be a linebacker that could kind of play in space, but a guy who could be near the line of scrimmage in case those quarterbacks got a little jumpy and wanted to get out on the run, because he was capable of tackling in space, but also getting the quarterback to the ground because he's had that history. And he's just flourished this year. It's just been wonderful to see. And that's what Howie Roseman does. He sees the things that he needs to see, the technique that he needs to, and how he can make them the best they possibly can. And he's willing to evolve and learn. And with people in those positions are willing to do that, that is a recipe for success.
Ryan, when you talk, everybody at that level has an ego to some point. And you talk about Howie and the way he's built a culture. When a player walks in and fits into a culture that's established. But it also has to be a head coach, and you mentioned Vic Fangio and even Kellen Moore on the offensive side. They have to be in line with Howie as well. That I need this. No, you don't. You need this. Make it work. Nick Sirianni has to check the ego at the door every day as well when he walks in.
And I think a lot of times, especially earlier this year, I don't know if you remember the Jacksonville game for me. That Jacksonville game for me was like a line of demarcation. I just felt like he was going out of his way in every single way to try to lose that game somehow. Remember the 2-point conversions going for it over and over and over again, and then Nakobe Dean makes that huge play in the corner of the end zone. And I just think there was a lot of people all week looking at Nick Sirianni going, why do they need him? He really seems like he might be a liability. And I don't know what flipped. I think that the team, rallied and kind of came to his defense. I think that he actually humbled himself a little bit and looked at himself in the mirror and goes, I got to be better. We're so good. I can't put ourselves in a position that, to lose games. And from that point on, it was a difference. It was just a different guy, different team. And everybody's kind of looking at it going, 2 Super Bowls in 4 years. That's incredible. He's done it with having to replace coordinators every single year almost. And so I think he solidified himself as one of the best head football coaches in this country.
His leading rusher in the Super Bowl 2 years ago was Jalen Hurts with 70 yards. It wasn't Miles Sanders. And he became, almost in that Jacksonville game as well, Ryan, a run-first football team, which in today's National Football League is not, quote-unquote, the way the game is played. This offense revolves around Saquon and becomes ancillary off of that. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would. And 6 of the top rushing teams in the NFL this year all made the playoffs. So, so people want to talk about
it changing the game.
I don't know if it's changing the game. I just think people flat out understand that you have to control the line of scrimmage, not let these massive, fast, physical guys on the edges just start taking off for your quarterback. Like in a starter position coming out to run a 100-meter dash. That's a big deal. So to answer your question. It's funny, you get Saquon Barkley and Kellen Moore, puts together an offense where you have a 2,000-yard rusher, and all of a sudden your quarterback sucks now. That's the way mentality works. You just do what you do. You can't have a 2,000-yard rusher and a 5,000-yard passer. That's just not how this league works. And it was good enough to win. But listen, as we saw in the divisional round, Saquon can run for 200 yards and you can still lose because you probably there was a real chance you lose that game if Jalen Carr doesn't make that play.
Yep.
I mean, they were locked in and coming down late in that football game. Snow was to their advantage because they were going to be able to dictate a little bit with their wide receivers, and they didn't. So regardless of what Saquon runs for in this game on Sunday, it is going to come down to Jalen Hurts being who he was on Championship Sunday. Him being able to get the ball out quick, being able to get it out on time, and then being accurate down the field in situational moments. And that's what made it great, because I don't think a lot of people thought he could do that Sunday. And he looked and was that part, and he's the reason why they are in the Super Bowl, I'm telling you right now.
Wrapping it up with Ryan Leaf real quick. One question, 2 words. Who wins?
Chiefs win.
All that being said.
And
why?
There's just no. I mean, there's no example. I went Philly 2 years ago. It's a mistake. The way Philly wins is 31-10.
Yeah.
They blow them out.
Right.
That's how Philly wins.
Close games go to KC.
KC, close games, and I do think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be a high scoring, and it's going to look very similar to what it was 2 years ago. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, they are just the best at end-of-game situations. They are the best at all of those things, regardless of whether they're up or need a first down. So I have Kansas City winning 31-28. Though I have a wonderful 3-leg parlay that is, it is plus 325. Eagles fans, you're going to love this, all right? Over 48.5, okay?
Easily.
Over 48.5. Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown.
Easily.
Eagles plus 9.5 alternate spread.
Kind of like that.
Plus 325.
Kind of like that, Ryan.
The problem's a KC quarterback. The stat goes something like pressure situations in the playoffs with 4 minutes or less. He's like 7 for 7 on score.
Oh no, he's never not done it. Yeah.
How is that? You know this territory. You've done this. How is that possible? It doesn't work.
No,
and I gotta think this year's the year it breaks. The odds say so.
And Andy Reid was the coach that couldn't win the big one until he did.
Right. Several times.
So you're exactly right. I thought it was Buffalo's year.
Right.
Too. I thought it was too. So there's these things, and they just continue to defy that. And I just think there isn't a better coach and player combination for the end of the game scenarios, and that's why I say, for Philly to win, I do believe there has to be a sizable
and
win.
We can't argue until we do otherwise.
Right.
We cannot argue until the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah, I've just been beaten over the head by the Chiefs.
Even going their way, you get beaten by the Chiefs.
I didn't go. No.
What, you have to call it for 3 touchdowns in order for them to love you?
No, not by the fans. I went against them. For the last 2 years.
Well, how'd you feel you wake up this morning in Buffalo and Baltimore, say we have MVP caliber quarterbacks. And that bugger's still in the.
Hey, do you guys know that they've already said, who won the MVP? It's Josh Allen. Do you know why I know that? Did you look at the ballot for the Offensive Player of the Year? Do you know who's not on the ballot for the Offensive Player of the Year?
And that is?
Josh Allen. How's he not on the ballot
for
Offensive Player of the Year?
He's not.
He's not. It's Jamar Chase. It is Jared Goff. It's Saquon. It's Lamar. And it's I think Derrick Henry.
Which makes sense, but
they all make sense. But I don't know who I pulled
but the
to
name
put.
Josh Allen is not.
It's got to be there.
Josh Allen's not on it.
That means he wins.
Yeah, that's what I said. Did they make a mistake by releasing that? I'm like,
how would he win? Would the world have to write him in?
Yeah.
No. So
that's not going to happen.
The offensive play. So the MVP, what they did is the NFL took him off that because they didn't want him to be on that one and not.
They didn't want him to win it and not be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, I think they didn't. He can't if he's not going to win this one, he's going to win the other one.
Okay.
They're going to split it. Right. In my eyes, and if he's not even eligible for the offensive, how is he not eligible for the offensive player of the year? He didn't get the votes to be in there. So for me, that's a telling story. If I'm wrong, I'm just like, what a year for him, and he's not offensive player of the year or MVP. Great year by Saquon, great year by Lamar. That's the way I probably say it.
Great misjustice.
Yep.
Great misjustice. Ryan Leaf, great to have you, my friend. Good
fly, Eagles, fly, everybody.
Let's hope for on Sunday.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Hey, man, I'm all in. As long as they win or lose by less than 9.5, we're good, people, all right?
Let's go.
All right.
Ryan.
Superstream 59. We're continuing the discussion here. We're at the Super Bowl. Hank just discovered that they're actually giving out wings.
Well, look, free wings is free wings. I mean, and wings. A long time ago, I told my sons to order the tenders because you get more meat out of Depression era mentality. But like,
but it's free.
I know. Dude. We just had Ryan Leaf on. How surreal is this whole show?
It's pretty cool.
It's the best.
We have people just wandering through, and you stop and talk to them. And what's interesting with him, and forgive me, folks, is my voice is going in and out. And
dude, you have been talking for days.
Well, and we're not even halfway, so we're gonna keep going. We've got a lot of people to talk to. What's interesting about Ryan Leaf is he's got so much football knowledge.
Yeah.
But most of what he's been focusing on while he's here and wandering around is his work with helping people through their recovery and some of their psychological trauma and a lot of the things that he went through.
Right, that's what I mean. He's a better dude because he's been through the fires for real.
Yeah, and he's kind of been, last couple days, he's been here and moving around and talking to folks about all of those different challenges and how he's helping NFL players overcome them. And, like, that guy's been through a lot. Like, he was, for as upbeat and talented as he is, for a long time, he was viewed as one of the guys who just didn't make it.
Right. Well, I mean, it's hard to be in Peyton Manning's shadow for any reason at all, but it's funny. You all just heard it. I mean, honestly, his football analysis, Bill, is 200 out of 100. I mean, it's a quarterback's knowledge. Quarterbacks are always students of the game, but it's the experience, it's the love of the game that even after you're done playing it and then you still stick around. And he's calling games for Westwood One. He's calling NFL games, doing a lot of radio work. But the analysis is the kind of thing that I can't give. I can watch on TV all day long, but unless you stand under center, take that snap, and get ready for a defensive lineman raining in on you, that's a whole different reality, man.
Well, and that's, I think, when you understand how much goes into being an NFL player. You know, and especially a quarterback. Like, people think the physical side of it, you just go out there and throw the ball around, you've got accuracy, you're athletic, whatever. The whole concept of understanding the game and coverages and play calling, and it's the reason why they go into such depth of analysis of your intelligence and your ability to grasp the game. It makes you respect the guys who do it that much more.
And you take away from him, too. I mean, he went deep into some of this stuff, the notions of team cultures. I asked him just now what the best team culture he was ever part of, and no one will ever tell you. Remember, like, the Ryan Leaf years in Tampa, but he goes, Tony Dungy, Tampa. He didn't say college. He didn't say Colts, but team culture, as we know, you look at KC, you look at the Eagles now, I would tell you that that's the best thing that Howie and Jeff Lurie have done, is team been culture. Able to build team culture. And with me, just being the way I am and what I believe about football, it's not that it all comes down to the line, but if you don't have that line, things tend to fall apart. And you want to blame all your backs and your speedsters and everything. You got no line, they can't do what they do, They just can't.
You're funny. You're a kid in
I'm
the
psycho
store.
about the line. I just love huge dudes. Like,
just the whole concept, though. This is your Super Bowl. Like, you're the kid in the candy store.
I am.
Who's here with all the folks just moving in. Before we went and started going back into interviews, you were discussing your experience this morning. And
Which
just
one?
kind of started getting into what that all meant. So you were with a voodoo priestess.
All right, so
Queen.
Yes, and she was a wonderful woman, and I even told her this. I didn't say she terrified me, but I did say she scared me a little bit, just because of what I don't know about voodoo, But she was able to show me different things, and we talked a little bit about the notion of the Haitian traditions of voodoo, and I don't really get the notion that that's a huge factor. I think New Orleans is its own psychic and spiritual center for things like that, and it's me. I'm good for it. Like, let's go into the deepest, weirdest, purplest corners of spirituality or whatever, and then throw it on the news. Bang, because I know you want to know about it. If I'm curious about it, you will be too. You will. But Bill, at the end of the day, not the end of the day, the end of the 30 minutes of Uncut, I still needed another 90 to even begin to scratch the surface. Like, There's so much to be had there. It's beautiful. I love it.
So what don't we understand? What happened
All
this
of
morning
it.
on your show?
We had a conversation.
Okay.
She showed me some of the historic Voodoo Museum. There's a lot going on, but we just got into the room. Right when we were about then, we got into the room where she pulls a snake out and wrapped it around, and there's like a wall full of voodoo dolls. And I'm like, well, a lot of people associate the dolls with the voodoo, and we began to get to talking about it. And she was – it's not – I'm not going to try to talk. I don't speak for voodoo.
You don't speak
what are we?
for voodoo.
No, of course I don't speak for voodoo. Like, what do you want me to?
This is not surprising with you. But can I ask you how your photographer Pete Santos feeling about this whole week so far?
He's great. We've had a really good week. You know how Pete is.
Yeah,
like
Pete's
the line. He's a wonderful guy, an expert shooter, but he's a pro, and the lines are clear, and you know when you cross them with Pete.
Yeah.
You know, so he and I went and had lunch afterward. We had an incredible uncut with Queen Cinnamon Black, but we met a couple people in the Third Ward earlier today. There's a guy that puts wider body rear ends on Corvettes, and you go through his back door, and you're in the engine shop with a guy that puts Corvette engines into 60-year-old Jaguars. I'm like, make that make sense, my man. Isn't the car going to blow up as soon as you floor it? He's like, no, I got it worked out. And that was after I went and got a haircut. So
Hank Flynn
busy
stream
morning.
Of consciousness. Like, I feel like this – we set up and do just extended streams with Hank on any sort of – it doesn't have to be Super Bowl. You could just set up.
It can
set up the
absolutely be
microphone.
Super Bowl, though.
Just go ahead and do this. Like the Hank Flynn stream of consciousness, I think, is amazing to people who are watching. Just watching you in real time connect the dots in the way that your mind works.
So what do people – if you're watching Good Day Tomorrow, what do people have in store? Or Fox or Uncut?
All right, it's a top shelf question. First things off the bat, I've been trying to front load these things so I'm not beholden to New Orleans at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, that's a tough road to hoe. So I've been trying to front load this, and I think I got it set. I've got a seafood marina where the boats come in and go straight onto the ice with the crabs, with the fish, and straight for sale. I'm supposed to be there tomorrow morning, hitting with them 15 minutes before they open, which should be pretty cool. He tells me the crab fishermen come in and actually suss out the crabs, their classifications. There's always things that different professions do that I don't know anything about because I don't do that. I'm not a fisherman or whatever, but the seafood role in New Orleans food, which is a colossal role in its culture, it's another day, another way to try to find out what makes this town tick. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
So that's Good Day, Uncut, or both?
That would be Good Day. Uncut will be the New Orleans Arts District, which I think is south of here, and the warehouses over there. It's a full tour. And I understand, too, in New Orleans, if you get your permitting right, you can ride around town in a golf cart. So we might get some of that going on with some of the arts. The art in this town, Philadelphians, better than anybody else ought to know, because we got art flowing out of our veins and the cracks of our system in Philadelphia better than anybody else does, except maybe New Orleans. There's art popping up out of everywhere. In cities like this, man, I don't want to know the answers. You know, I just like dwelling into questions. You know,
What was this like? You were there last night in media night,
Yeah.
kind of moving around as well, with no agenda, kind of similar to what we were doing, just there.
right?
What was your take on everything that happened last night?
It was cool. It was what I like best. And someone asked earlier about I think it was Tom that asked earlier about the differences in here and in Houston 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And actually, there was a different Super Bowl experience, the one up at MetLife Stadium in New York. I actually went to media day at The Rock, where the New Jersey Devils play, and they had media day there. It was really regimented and everything. Last night in the Superdome, it was still regimented, but each team had a dozen guys that they would put out, and everybody else was available. A lot of times, the guys that I want to talk to, I'm like, okay, I know from him. I often want to talk to the guys that come after 12th, you know. I could not find Jalen Carter for the life of me. Didn't see him.
You weren't the only person who said that, but then we found a tweet with his picture on it. Because Pete, your photographer, we were in the shuttle with him. He was looking for him, too.
Well, I mistaked him for Jordan Davis for a split second because they're both the size of mountains, you know. But it was like, and it was that, and I was also looking, believe it or not, I was looking for McKee, the third-string quarterback, because one of my 14-year-olds is obsessed with him because that game when he came in after Kenny Pickett with the 1/4's worth of broken ribs, McKee came in and played really well, and Harry's like, he's going to be a star. He's going to be a star. I wanted to get a quick picture with him to text it to my son just because, but I didn't see him. He's a tall guy. He shouldn't have been that hard.
He wasn't that hard to find. So he was
All
out
right,
there.
fair enough. I just missed him.
Well, on the other side. So it was a mess. So it was such clustered together that it was tough to find people.
A ton of fans, too.
In the stands.
Yeah.
Which was interesting. The people paid whatever ticket prices were to come in there and essentially watch the media interview people.
I guess.
And in most cases without mics. So the people who were in the crowd couldn't really hear what was going on except for a select few interviews that they did over the loudspeaker. But all of the individual interviews that were going on, nobody in the crowd could hear any of that.
It's a lesson in how football players and the people that we love to watch for certain specific reasons, scoring touchdowns, sacking quarterbacks, whatever it is, a lesson in how football players are actually human beings as well. As we just learned with Ryan Leaf sitting down. But I met Chad Ochocinco Johnson last night walking out. The guy's
carrying his camera.
He's burning 35-millimeter film off a brand-new RE Flex camera. The guy's apparently a filmmaker at this point. And we had a surreal back and forth, but it was cool. It's good to see a guy like that have a second, third, fourth gear and go on living and have a reason to.
Thanks for having fun, guys.
I love it.
We need to take a break.
All day.
We're coming back. We're here at the Super Bowl, Media Row, Superstream 59 on Fox Local, Fox 20. Keeping things going on our Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, the Fox 29 YouTube page. We're talking to all the folks who are doing cool things here, Media Row. DJ Dozier, professional football player and baseball player.
Yes, sir.
And author and all those things.
Right.
We appreciate you spending time with us.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be here.
Andre Julius is dressing all the people who look better than me on TV. And here working with high-profile folks, fashion design. It wouldn't have been that funny if you didn't agree.
Right.
So that's how we get down. Thank you. Appreciate you both spending some time with us.
Absolutely.
Starting with you, sir, is this still, as somebody who has done it on a high level, is this still exciting? Is this still fun?
It has to be because, you put in work for a reason, right?
And to see that effort get to this point, I mean, it's great to see these teams. You know, of course, the Chiefs have done it for a number of years at this point, but, you know, you have to earn your way here. And for me, you know, I don't watch a lot of regular season games, but definitely the playoffs and certainly the Super Bowl is an exciting time, I think, for the nation and as well as, you know, around the world. So you have to be excited about this time of year.
I feel like just for the camera, we show them that ring. What's the ring
It's
we're
a little
rocking?
beat up, but it still works.
What's the ring we're rocking? What's that one?
So this is a national championship from Penn State.
From Penn State. Okay, giving that shout out. So just here talking to people about your experiences, as well as you have a business and a strategy firm as well. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's a firm that we consult with small sports tech groups that are looking to grow and expand. And a lot of times, you know, especially the small companies, they don't have the wherewithal or the capability of expanding their reach within the sports community. We help them do that. And, you know, that's either through relationships, strategy, marketing, whatever exactly they need, sometimes funding. So we bridge that gap between them and the opportunity to work with the sports community.
And so I would imagine, and someone like yourself who has all the skills, the talent, but getting in those doors and kind of working with people as an entrepreneur, was that a hard bridge to cross? Was that a difficult journey, or are you just that good?
Do you have time for this story?
I got a little time.
All right,
man.
so, you know, I started businesses about 10 years ago, all while being a police officer. So I was a police officer for 13 years. I had a personal training studio. I had a restaurant. And then about 3 years ago, I was like, I'm going to do personal styling, image consulting for men. My wife thought I was crazy because I was still a police officer at that time.
Okay.
So I launched Andre Julius. I like to say, you know, anything is possible with Christ and God. So I felt like it was easy in the sense that I had God's favor and anointing on my life in order to do what I do right now.
Okay, but that tell us about that transition, because the police officer to fashion icon, that's not no disrespect to the officers out there, that's not an immediate natural transition that most of us would think about.
Yeah. So I was a high school SRO at Lafayette High School. Shout out to Lawrence Taylor. That's when he played football, New York Giants, right? And so during that time, that's when I opened up the other businesses as well. So this past 3 years, I launched Andre Julius, and this past summer, they told me that I kind of had to go back to patrol, that, you know, I was in the high school too long. Okay. I was doing a good job, coach high school football and everything, but I was just there too long. So I had to make a decision. I had to step out on faith and do what I do right now full time, and I think it worked out very well for me.
You had to decide to dominate.
There you go.
Absolutely.
He's good.
See what I did right there?
He's real good.
Yeah. Decide to dominate.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. It's a book. It's a show. It's the whole nine.
Yeah, it's for me, it was life-changing because like Julius, you know, I had an experience, and I really believe that it came from the Lord as the word started. I woke up one morning, and I heard those words, decide to dominate. And, you know, my first reaction was, I am. You know, and I didn't say it arrogantly, but you know, it was a little
I've
bit.
achieved on a pretty high level.
Right. And and then I started to, right after that, I started to see some instances and occasions where I actually wasn't dominating. And so it was a really humbling moment. And, you know, long story short, about 6 months later, I didn't realize it was going to be a book, but about 6 months later, I realized I needed to write down, you know, this message and expand on it. And really, that's what the book's about. It's about an individual realizing their capability, because God made everyone special. I mean, each one of us has a capability and what I call tags, talents, abilities, gifts, and skills that it's different than someone else. And that in and of itself indicates that we're special to God, because he took the time to give us specific things in order for us to achieve. And it certainly wants us to achieve by dominating.
Is that a hard transition? Most of us know professional athletes from their time on the field, football, baseball, whatever. Journalists, we know about you, your time in front of the camera. We don't often know about that transition from athlete to entrepreneur to business person. Is that a hard transition, and is that a story people need to hear more about?
It actually can be. For me, it was not, because I was an entrepreneur before I was a football player.
Okay.
I grew up in a household that thought that way. I have uncles, cousins. My dad was part of a group that invented some pretty unique things. So, being an entrepreneur was just part of life. And so the transition for me, not to say that it was simple, but, I spent a year probably not even watching football after retiring. Not because I hated it, not because of any other. I just needed to figure out what was next, exactly what was next. And so I think it can be a tough transition for some individuals, especially if they don't have a vision before their career is over or as they're moving through their career.
How did we're going back, officer.
Yes, sir.
To that transition. We're talking about dominating and stepping up and doing that. But so you decide to take that leap of faith.
I did.
Step out there on faith. How do you go from that to dressing some of the people? I'm looking at the list, and, and Ryan Clark and Nate Burleson, and people we're seeing on TV, and a lot of times we look at it and go, oh, okay. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna get that outfit. You got to hook me up. Like, how do you get to that point? What has that journey been like? And how do we find you now if we want to follow that journey?
Yeah, so before I even stopped being an officer, I already started that journey.
Okay.
So I already had the steps to another lifestyle change, in a sense. So like I stated, I was also for 10 years. So 3 years prior to the end of the tenure of the officer, I already had started being Andre Julius and started designing clothes for Ryan and Nate Burleson. And so it's interesting enough, when I finally stepped away out on faith, it kind of just went through the roof. So this past year was probably the biggest year I've ever had. Not only did I have Ryan, I had Nate Burleson, and I designed some garments for him on Hollywood Square, CBS, Marcus Swagoo Spears to make some suits for him. Damian Woody's coming on board. Booger McFarlane's coming on board. So it's just starting to stack up. And I guess my determination and my motivation behind all that is simply nothing but faith, determination, and excellence, which derives from Christ standards.
Yeah. I feel like both of you should have the book that A.J. Brown's reading on the sideline for the next We appreciate
Very good.
We got to take a break. If people want to get more information about what you're doing, your businesses, how do they do that?
Yeah, so the website is sportsinnovation.com.
Okay. We want to find you. How do we do it?
Easy enough. AndreJulius.com, and on Instagram, Andre Julius Official.
Okay. Who are you picking for the game?
Oh, my.
We're going to leave it there. Never mind. I'm not taking it anymore. I need the hope, so we're not going to take the anti-Eagles pick.
I got you. I'm going for the Eagles.
Good man.
Defense.
We'll give you some more time to think.
Running game.
I think it's a tie. It'll be an
My God. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Fox Local. Fox Local, Superstream 59, continuing to talk to folks as the building is busy. And this is just day 2. Like, you've seen the growth, the kind of transition as to everything that has happened in just 24 hours. And it's tough to imagine what it's going to be like over the next 24.
But I just love sitting here and having people like DJ Dozier show up to your table and sit down. Like, I can remember my inventory, my index of football players just through my life as a kid growing up and watching football. I've always watched it.
Yeah.
I love football enough. They don't have to be my teams. I was on the road with XM Satellite Radio in 2001. I was the host of the XM Satellite Radio NASCAR Experience. And one of the things that we would do was we'd pull into a town in North Carolina, wherever it was, but we'd pick up a paper. It's Friday. Who's playing tonight? Didn't matter. If there's a high school team in this town that's having a home game tonight, we would go and pay $3 to the boosters or whoever it was and sit and watch local high school football just for the party of it. You didn't know a soul. But there's a whole football game, and any football game has cheerleaders and raffles and 50-50s and the marching band and all the associated parents and families. It's a whole town thing. Football is a beautiful thing. It really is. I'll never get tired of studying it. It's beautiful.
I feel like the more you talk to Hank, the more you just discover other things. I've known you now for 13 years. And Hank's like, when I was working with the NASCAR show on the road on XM, and I'm just like.
That was 2001, man. We haven't met each other yet.
Yesterday it was, and my journey through the United Nations.
Well.
And I'm like, wait, what? When I was the United Nations correspondent, and the things that I was covering there is the multiple wars.
That's a long discussion, man.
I actually knew that.
I ran out of that job to get with you at Chasing News.
So,
man.
Fun story before we bring in our next guest to participate with us. When Hank, I was already hired at Chasing News, and that's where I met Hank.
I told Santo this story this morning when I walked in the door there all dressed in a
bunch of us are there. Chasing News, anybody who saw it, was a very casual show that was the selfie sticks and phones before people started doing it.
Casual's giving it a little bit, too.
We walked in the room. They gave us phones, said, you guys are now reporters.
Go do stories.
You got a few months to figure it out. We didn't have mics. We didn't have mic flags, whatever. We had no idea what we were going to do. But there were 5 of us who were already hired. And so we had been there for a couple weeks. We were there trying to figure it out, learning and whatnot. And they were interviewing more people to come in. It's going to be hard for you guys to believe. So Hank came in to interview, full suit. I don't think he's worn a suit since.
Job interview. Don't you
Full
wear a suit to a job interview?
Comes walking in, does his interview, and after Hank is leaving, there are a bunch of us there who were like, yeah, that guy's way too straight-laced to work here. Like, that was our impression of this guy who is now getting his hair cut and hanging out with voodoo queens as part of his show, who has vowed to not wear a suit again.
I'm in a dirty T-shirt. Listen, I give all.
I was just gonna go T-shirt. You went dirty.
It's bad. I've been wearing it all morning. This is probably way too inside baseball. I give all credit to our general manager, Dennis Bianchi.
Yeah.
I never knew that we were allowed to do news this way until I was allowed to do news this way. I came in like old models or whatever, and when a guy's got an idea and he's your boss or your boss's boss, and it's like, lighten up. I'm not going to fire you. Have a little fun telling this story. Tell it to me like you're telling a buddy at the bar instead of like pronouncing it in a suit in church to some imaginary churchy audience or whatever, and that just freed everything up. So you got to get with the right people, and that goes for, I guess, anything, but you're right people. Like,
I had no idea that this guy, like, we honestly said Hank is too straight-laced to sit there and work for the show with us.
I do church up well.
And then you were, like, doing helicopter shots and all kinds of stuff within a couple weeks. They hired him. The suit went away. Like, that was the whole thing from that point forward. And the rest, as they say, like 12 years ago, is history.
It's a left and a right thing, though. That's one of the things I rely on you on is honestly, like, just being sober, responsible, da-da-da-da. That's why you're a good friend, because I can get some wildcat ideas. Hey, Bill, what about this? And you'd be like, it's a good idea if you're willing to spend the weekend in jail. I'm like, yeah, it's maybe not such a
We've
good
had
idea.
quite a few of those conversations. Hank would come in my office with this.
I just want good
brilliant
TV. It's for
idea
you. It really all
that's
is.
amazing TV. You know, I think at one point, Hank pitched when we were at Chasing News. Like, New Jersey is notoriously strict for gun legislation.
Oh, yeah. That would
Pennsylvania
have been a
across
good one.
the bridge was not nearly as strict.
Right.
Hank pitched a story that he wanted to show to the viewers how easy it was to buy a gun in Pennsylvania legally and then drive into New Jersey. And there were a handful of us sitting there who all went, that's an interesting idea, except it's like 5 felonies.
We'd have every state trooper in the Garden State after our rear ends. It's either that one or the one that I pitched about doing a weekend at the nudist colony. I was like, what's wrong with this? People do this sort of thing, you know. Be good TV for sure. But no.
So we'll see. Guys, over Dave's shoulder back there,
you know why he's late, too. You can look.
Yeah, it's a familiar face in Philadelphia sports. A familiar face, honestly, on the national scene for a lot of reasons, not all of them positive, is former Phillies pitcher, former Red Sox pitcher, and outspoken kind of pundit, Curt Schilling. He is over there, so he was going to come over and talk to us, and might still.
He was due 10 minutes ago. He's surrounded with beautiful women.
He'll be over here as soon as that's over. I just went and spoke to his representative.
So what's going on over there?
They didn't realize. They're like, oh, you're 2 o'clock, and they looked at it, and I was like, yeah, it's 2:01. So he's just a little behind schedule. They're chatting. You also have Mike Sealski, who's a really good reporter for the Inquirer, and he's been around for a long time, is hanging over there as well. So Mike knows he's coming here next before Mike gets him. But and Mike's actually going to stop by sometime this week, too. Mike's great at what he does. But so, yeah, they know. They said they apologize. But once that interview's over, we are next. So we can figure that out.
Well, Tom, refresher on Curt Schilling, though. I mean, this guy was on and literally pitching when the Red Sox went back to the championship for the first time in 5,000 years.
For Phillies fans, he was the
arch
guy.
Conservative, a really polarizing guy. It's a cool guy that we're bringing here to talk to because he makes sparks happen. Like Curt,
yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of his views. A lot of people, myself included, may not agree with.
Right.
But he's
not scared to say
he's
things.
A borderline Hall of Fame player. He's known for coming up huge in big-time situations. He pitched great for the Phillies in the '93 World Series. He pitched with Arizona when they won the World Series with Randy Johnson. He pitched with the Bloody Sock in Boston, helped them win a World Series. And something I remember from way back when, he's always been a huge World War II buff. It's been one of his passions. There's a great World War II museum here in New Orleans, which I think one of the reasons he's here talking about that and talking about World War II history and that sort of thing. And I know you're into that as well. So, we're planning to have him on. I didn't think he'd have a huge line of people, but
but it's interesting, and it's one of the things to talk about because Hank mentioned a polarizing figure, and he is. And what's interesting is that a lot of the things, and you could make an argument. You said borderline Hall of Famer. You could make an argument that the reason that he's not is because of the statements that he has made politically.
Most of these,
some of the comments that
quite conservative, and nearly all of them, the ones most polarizing, literally predating MAGA. Like he was out there with with a lot of vibes before Donald Trump even ran for president the first time.
Speaking of the president, I think we haven't mentioned on the show today, but it came out a couple hours ago that the president will be attending the Super Bowl. And according to what New York Post, I saw reported this as well, which me and Hank were like, we couldn't believe this. He's the first sitting president ever to attend the Super Bowl.
How is that possible?
So he's the first sitting president.
Nearly 60 years in, the biggest sporting event in America. I'm the president, but why would I go to that?
Is it because of the level of security?
Well, that's what I was saying. We talked about the security all week. Now see it.
Tom, be head of Secret Service and be the guy that gets handed that folder. Hey, Tom, you're in charge of bringing the president into this.
Now, I will say there's already so many levels.
Right, but it's different people, and it's got to be yours. Secret Service has, I've got to be able to sign off. I'm not trusting this or that or the other. If it's not ours, can we really trust it? I'm just, they have certain standards that are above, because it's presidential standards. I'm just wondering if it shakes things up.
You know what? While you guys are still chatting, I'm going to get Scott Grayson from Fox 29 is here to jump in with you guys for a few minutes while we're waiting on Kurt, because I don't want to have Scott sitting around.
Kurt, and it's a good move by you, Tom, because Kurt looks like he's having a blast over there. He's having a field day.
Dude, he's not leaving us. He's not leaving.
We're not nearly as cute as the people that he's talking to right now. Maybe you, but not me.
No, I'm not. I'm sure that
Scotty Grayson's cute enough to make the grade. That's a fact.
It may bring us.
We were just talking about how Kurt may not be leaving over there anytime soon.
Kurt Schilling traded up because of the people who are interviewing him.
Are we surprised?
No,
I don't know.
No.
Have you interviewed Kurt?
One time, a long time ago, back when he.
Before he became
near the end of his
all
career,
the other
yeah.
things.
Yes, exactly.
You talking about baseball stuff?
Yeah.
What was it like?
It was before all the other things.
It was before.
Was it post game? Was he hot and sweaty, or was it a different situation?
Yeah, it was like post game. Yeah. He's locked in. I mean, he was an athlete. Yeah.
And then it got to the point. That's why it'll be interesting to talk to him, because it got to the point where the other stuff overshadowed the success in sports.
Sure.
And you couldn't really talk to him about the sports stuff because of all the other, mostly political stuff. People are asking what all the other is. People know. It's just comments that, interestingly enough, more and more athletes are actually making now.
It's a shame because I think, frankly, now there's more microphones out. We saw it last night, right? Oh, my goodness, was that crazy. But there's more microphones out. There's more stuff you say that suddenly maybe you didn't mean to say that suddenly goes out and you can't take back, right? Social media is all over the place now. It wasn't that way. But it's a shame because a lot of these guys should be remembered for their legacy of what they did as an athlete instead of what they said after the fact or how they acted after the fact.
What if we kill all of that and just go on athletic record? How much of a Hall of Famer candidate is he going into it? Evaluate Kurt Schilling, the pitcher, and tell me if he should or not or should not be there.
That's a great question. I think –
because I feel like he's got a lot more of – I know he knows more of the stats and the Kurt Schilling realism on baseball than I do. I'm just saying.
No, I think Schilling, the pitcher, look at what he did. He brought Philadelphia to the World Series for the first time in a long time. And
there were a lot of guys
really
involved in that.
Sure, but his pitching – he was to that team what I think Zach Wheeler has been to this team.
Okay.
Right. Nice. Like Pete Rose, the player.
Sure.
Is probably in.
Sure.
Like if the rest of the stuff wasn't – part of the discussion.
That's a good point.
Right.
Like the player, based on what you did on the field.
And then what he did
But he's not as obvious a Hall of Famer as Pete Rose.
No, I agree with you on that.
Okay.
I agree with you on that.
All right, so I don't want to go down the Kurt Schilling rabbit hole because we're going to go back down the Kurt Schilling rabbit hole when
hopefully.
Kurt Schilling actually comes over, if he does. You were there last night. You're here covering all this. Obviously, Scott's a familiar face to Fox 29. What has your take been on what we've experienced so far?
Yeah, and I just came from the player availabilities that the Eagles had at their hotel literally moments ago. Obviously, last night, I know you guys felt it too, and I've been to a lot of Super Bowls, and I've been to a lot of those opening nights. Last night was the craziest circus I think I've been to, and it's just – you guys experience it too. I mean, it has become so hard to get to these guys, to ask them some questions. And I know people want to know who their favorite rapper is, and I know they want to know what their favorite ice cream flavor is.
Right.
And last night, more than any other year, I felt like the NFL decided we're going to make this a show. And that's what it felt like it was last night.
Yeah.
And but it's if you were to say, okay, but this is all for the players, and say, okay, now I'm a player. I think they probably, it seemed like to me, I don't know what you guys thought, but the Eagles seemed to me like they were having fun with it.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the first things I look at every year is how is the team handling the Super Bowl stuff. And I thought they handled it well last night. I especially was watching Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, rookies who haven't done this yet.
Both of them, by the way, candidates for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely.
Out of 5, 2 Eagles.
People you talked to, they did seem really relaxed. Like
they
I actually
did.
asked Reed Blankenship about it. As to whether or not that demeanor that we keep hearing about from such a young team is real. And he was like, man, we're just having fun.
And I think that's a big thing because that reminded me of the way the team was in 2018 when they won it in Minnesota. That team was loose. Fletcher Cox is wearing masks to the media availability. They were the underdogs, of course. But, you look at that, and that team to me was very loose that week. I thought that was what helped them stay loose game day.
I think that's the big challenge of this week. Honestly, I feel like we'd be champions already if we played it last weekend. If we didn't have time to think about it, just go play the game, done.
Tell us we got to take a break. Scott, we'll talk to you in just a little bit.
Sure.
we talked about Curt Schilling. He is here. He's going to sit down and talk to us about what he's doing in town, all the things that are going on, coming up in just a We're back, continuing on here live from Media Row. I keep saying with this level of excitement that we're at the Super Bowl.
So cool.
Like, how cool is that? Joining us, we'll go Phillies star, Red Sox star, and then when we were talking about you, we were kind of outspoken in a lot of ways. We'll explore that. Curt Schilling, thanks for spending some time.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm not as good as you guys. I mean, this is. I think there are certain things that transcend normalcy. Red Sox baseball, Kentucky basketball, Eagles football is one of those. And I'm, as a Steeler fan, I got no skin in the game, but I'm excited and rooting for the Eagles because of the Philly fans, and I know what this would mean to them, and it's going to be so fun to watch. And I can't even imagine if they pull this off, what it's going to be like in that city.
Is there still kind of, like, having pitched in Philly, is there still that kind of allegiance to the fans? Like, that's not your
absolutely.
background.
No. That's family to me. They treated me like family. The fans in Philly were a home player's best friend and a visiting player's worst nightmare.
Okay.
And that was like players didn't like coming to Philadelphia because of the fans, and I love that. They were my fans, and they were always good to me. They were always good to my family. They didn't boo me probably nearly as much as I deserved, and I loved pitching in front of them because, except for 93, we weren't a good team when I was there, and every night when I pitched, they made it sound like there were a lot more people in the building than there were, and I will always be grateful for that.
It's nice. Hank goes detail stuff, and we'll get to that in a minute because he's the throw out 1,000 stats and all that kind of stuff.
I don't know about that.
But so other than just kind of coming around and talking to people and a fan, specific reasons that you're in town?
So there's a building about a mile down the road that I have a vested interest in since it opened. The National World War II Museum is 25 years old this year. I was on the board of directors, original board of directors when it opened. And it's grown by infinite amount. And I spent 6 hours nerding out there yesterday. Most of my World War II collection exists in that museum. It's donated to that museum. And I come from a military family. If I hadn't had the ability to throw a baseball really, really hard, really, really accurately, that's what I wanted to do. My father served in the 101st Airborne. I have cousins that served in the Navy. One of my cousins was a Tier 1 operator. My youngest son is a United States Marine. So born and raised with a deep affinity and a love for our armed forces and with an incredible passion for military history. And this is New Orleans. And there's a reason why that museum exists down here. And New Orleans has been devastated in the last 20 years by natural disasters. And a lot of people don't know that after those disasters, the people that left didn't come back. And the businesses that left didn't come back. So this is going to be a monumentally important week for the city. Okay. And the museum is the number one attraction in the city. Everybody in New Orleans knows the museum. But I would argue that a lot of people outside don't, number one. And number two, even if you're not someone interested in military history, that tour is a bucket list tour. It really is.
Kurt, it's funny, too. And you mentioned, in a way, it's almost like New Orleans needed the museum in a certain way, but it's not an unapt home. I mean, the shipbuilding down here, the contributions Louisiana made to the World War II
the reason it exists
here.
You've seen Saving Private Ryan.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. At the opening scene going to the beach, the soldiers were riding in Higgins boats. Higgins boats were built here.
Right.
That's why it's here. And the story of the Higgins boat is one of the stories of the America winning the war and the American economy and the American production capabilities being exerted in a way people couldn't even fathom.
You mentioned your personal collection being there. What got you into collecting World War II archives? What did you collect?
I made a lot of money, and I
well, sure. I know, but
no, right?
You could have spent it on anything,
right? And thankfully I didn't. I just had a passion for it, and I don't remember my first item. But I remember getting into
there's a favorite one though, isn't there?
Well, I have a couple really cool items. I own. I mean, if you remember, it was from a figures perspective, Patton and his pearl-handed revolvers.
Wow.
You had General I don't have those.
Okay.
But you had General Rommel's baton. I have General Montgomery, who was a British general, his field beret, which is the thing that he was most recognized for.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, but I got luck. Well, a quick story. So I start collecting, and my wife is really glad that I'm not collecting cars or jewelry or whatever. But she wakes me up one day, and she says, I need you to get out of bed and go downstairs right now because someone's unloading a tank in our driveway.
Huh?
And I'm like, what do you mean?
Okay.
Well, when the wall fell in Berlin, the Soviet-funded, state-funded museums went under, and all the stuff went out to the black market. Well, I found out about it. I reached out and bought. It wasn't a tank. It was a smaller vehicle, but they were unloading it in my driveway. And I was like, I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. And she was like, what
like,
the hell?
In our driveway. And I love that you have to explain that difference. Like, it wasn't a tank.
Right. It was so small. It's like calling
it
would be like calling a Lamborghini a sports car.
It is my experience that wives have a lesser tolerance for World War II memorabilia.
Right. Well, it's part of my nerd. Yeah, I'm okay with
especially
that.
tanks.
Yeah.
So part of
that's
this,
a good get that beret. That's ridiculous.
Is this a continuing collection? So the stuff is at the museum
Yes,
now.
It's at the museum, and actually I'm going to be taking more. And as I get older, I realize the stuff that I have needs to be seen by people. And so I was actually over there yesterday talking to the curator and a couple other people, and I'm going to be sending more of my collection. That tank is going to be on its way down here probably at some point in the near future.
Interesting to me, though, that it's 25 years ago that we began the efforts to kind of get the World War II Museum here. When I'm thinking Pearl Harbor, the effort, the national effort, the thousands of people lost every single day during World War II. How was that museum not built in 1946?
Right. Well, unfortunately, I think you guys understand this, too. When bureaucracy and politics becomes part of the process, nothing ever gets done. Okay. Leave everything to the private sector, anything can get done. And, Stephen Ambrose and Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan, all of that awareness that they were trying to create at a time when there was still a lot of World War II veterans left, and they were taking the living histories. There's a gentleman named Tim Gray who has a World War II foundation that I've been a part of, and I'm part of a small company called Multiman Publishing that publishes World War II board games. Games I grew up playing, I loved, and again, I made money and didn't have stuff to spend on. So when the company went under, I bought the rights to the products, and two other guys and I have kept that alive. But I think the onus is on us, just like anything else that you're proud of, to keep the legacy and the story of these men and women alive. And being involved with that is one of the ways that I can do that.
Well, that's, again, the lessons of history, right?
Right.
If we forget them, we're bound to relive them.
Right. And we're seeing that.
And they're ugly.
We're seeing that.
Some of them.
I'm curious, because when we started talking about you coming over and
Right.
the things you're in town for and these types of stories, not necessarily the things that when they say your name,
Right.
people immediately think of. At this point in life, do you think you're misunderstood? Like, I wonder, because the things that people say.
I think I'm misrepresented.
Okay.
I don't think I'm very easy. If you want to know what I think, just ask.
Okay.
And unfortunately, in this day and age, the Katie Laytons of the world, who my PR girl,
Right.
she doesn't want me to answer all the questions because some of the questions are totally irrelevant to what I'm trying to do. And baseball owes me nothing. It gave me far more than I could ever experience and ever wish for. And I will always be indebted to the game. I think I'm a good teacher. I think I understand the art of pitching and the craft of pitching better than anybody alive. I think as a color commentator, I understand how to talk to people that don't know pitching. You know, people don't want to hear, and I say this all the time, people don't want to hear Shohei Ohtani has a 2.8 ERA. I can look at the paper and find that. They want to hear, oh, my God, they're having a meeting on the mound. What are they actually talking about? Right. And then when I'm saying, well, they're talking about that really hot blonde behind home plate, that's exactly what they're talking about. People are like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, half the time I had a meeting on the mound, we were not talking about pitching. We were talking about the really good-looking girls sitting behind home plate or something to de-stress people. It's like real life. I mean, and those are the things that
you're too honest for the media.
Maybe.
Because it's what we were talking about.
I think I'm too honest for society, I guess, in a sense.
But not too honest for period.
Right. Well, because
I'm with you.
Well, because here's the thing. I know I'm not a malicious bad person. I've never said anything to wantonly make someone feel bad about themselves. If you ask me a question, don't ask me a question you don't want an honest answer to. Now, here's the other problem. Just because I'm honest doesn't mean I'm right. Right? Okay. I have opinions about stuff. That doesn't mean I'm right. You're going to ask me my opinion. I'm going to give it. Doesn't mean I'm on the right side of the ledger. People are like, oh, I love you because you're so honest. I said, don't mistake that for being right. I'm sure I'm wrong about stuff, but I don't have a yes-no answer to stuff because I care too much about the things that I'm involved in.
You don't seem to mind arguing on the points either.
Well, no, I married a woman who was really good at it. So, no, I don't. Again, for things that I know, I'll talk all day long about pitching, but I always enjoy, if I'm not the smartest person in the room, when I enter, I want to be smarter than I was when I leave. I want to be smarter than I was when I entered the room, and I'm okay with saying, I don't have a problem. Oh, I was wrong. I've done things that I wish I could do over. I've done things I wish I hadn't done, but all of that is an amalgam of all those things, from mistakes and stupid stuff you said or did to winning a World Series. That all is why I am who I am today, and I believe that to be I'm a good person. I have a good heart. I don't like making people. I hate bullies. I don't like people that make other people feel bad about themselves. I have an animal rescue. I love animals. I mean, so
do you like? We're gonna have to take a break in a second, but do you like the opportunity now, like all of this going on, the opportunity to talk and kind of explain people who?
Well, I do. Understand. I like that. I'm passionate about the things I love. Like, I could talk about pitching all day long with anybody, because I think I can explain things that make you appreciate the art that it is. And same thing with military history. Talk all day long about that stuff. But I'm also okay with, and I think part of when you play, the media makes you believe your opinion's far more important than it is.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because if
it's just amplified is all.
Well, but the problem is they make you think your opinion's far more important than it is, and if they don't like your opinion, they crush you for it. The same people who are amplifying your opinion are also telling you,
well,
dude, yeah, that's your opinion, but you're an idiot. They wouldn't say it to your face, but they'll write it.
Speaking interesting. So we, unfortunately, because we
need that prediction, my brother.
We need the prediction before we go to break. And at some point, we got to get you back on to
love
expand.
To.
All day.
Love to. Yeah, love to.
Yeah.
So I have the Eagles winning in overtime.
Ooh!
I'll take it.
I love the OT.
Right,
when's the last time?
Half of the Eagle audience will die before the overtime begins from the stress. Right, because they're not going to be able to take this.
They can take it.
I have the Eagles.
They'll yell all through it.
However, if I'm gambling, I find it very hard to put money against Mahomes. He's never failed.
See, we should have stopped you.
I know,
This is
but
when
he's
Brady
still not
Hayes
wrong.
saying, just end
I
right
need the
there.
Eagles' defense to be the defense everybody expected it to be, not the defense it was. Because on paper, through the roof talent. Georgia Bulldogs North. I'm fine with that. But I need that defense to be the defense it's going to be. And my sleeper MVP is Hurts.
All right.
I want Barkley because it's birthday.
Show him the ring as we go to break.
Look at that.
There you go.
There
We
it
will
is.
get you back on at some point in the future.
Yep.
Make sure you go and support the museum.
Please.
New Orleans needs the
Yes.
support. And we're back here from Media Row, Superstream 59. We're at the Super Bowl. I keep saying it. So as soon as he walks away, Hank's response was, like, you have a hard time not liking him.
But I can deal with disagreeing with you. You can say all kinds of things to me. If you want to plant your feet and argue with me, that's fine. If I can't convince you or whatever. World's not perfect. Life's not perfect. And people have different opinions. But the guy plants his feet and believes what he believes, and he's willing to be. He just said, I've said things that were wrong. I've done things that were wrong. It's a long process, this life.
Yeah.
I'm 50. I've lived every single moment of my 55 years. How many times have I butchered something?
So here's the thing. And Scott was sitting there listening, and I know enough about some of the stances that he's had in the past to not agree with a lot of the things that he stood for. I will tell you that I share your opinion that after talking to him, I was interested in talking to him more.
Nice job.
You know, and that was I've said to him that we do a show back in Philly called The Pulse, where we would sit there. But I also said, but you have to be willing to explore some of the
Both
things
sides.
that have been challenged.
Oh, yeah.
It was interesting because when you're talking to somebody who's had these issues throughout history and seeing how they were presented and then hearing how they respond to them, it's always different. Doesn't change how you feel about what they said.
No.
But, yeah, it's
No,
interesting.
what I hear you guys saying, and I was sitting there listening as you said, I think you just gained respect a little bit more for him, right, for being able to sit down and talk about everything, as well as, like you said as well, Hank, maybe you don't agree with everything, but being able to have a conversation is a great place to be.
I also like coming
This is not the place to be if you're walking around trying to hide from your past state.
No, and that's the other thing. It's like, you say, well, why would he come here if he wasn't willing to talk about any of that? I think that's part of it. Obviously he knew if he was coming here, those questions would be asked.
Yeah. And it's not resurrected is the wrong word because these men never did anything like wrong or whatever. 2 out of the last 3 guests, you're talking about Ryan Leaf. You're talking about Curt Schilling, not the same guy at all, but Kurt's taken his hits for personal opinions that he's had. Ryan came in and had a tough time in the league, all these different things, but they are here now to answer questions and talk to you about it. They're here for you.
Yeah.
Which is a beautiful thing. And he's here pushing the New Orleans World War II Museum and his collection being there as well. I like a guy who's known to be an ace pitcher, who will show you the championship ring on his finger, but sit here and tell you about his dad, and he was an Army brat, and he was born. As soon as he said he was born in Alaska, I was like, I know you. Like, were you Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines? He was the Army. I knew as soon as he said that.
Okay, Scott.
I was just going to say, let's address the elephant in the room here. Who was looking at that ring thinking, should have had one in '93?
I saw the ring. I made him show it, and as we said, it's interesting. So let's get back to what we were talking about because I do
Poor
think,
Scott.
Well, no, but this is exactly what we all acknowledged about Curt Schilling. He's a firebrand, and a lightning rod. So when he's there, you start talking about all the different things, and we'll do that another time. Appreciate him spending time with us.
Yeah,
I just want one more thing on him,
or maybe we won't.
No, but last thing on him, and I want to put this out to the world. Curt Schilling is interested in being your pitching coach. He is obsessed with pitching. And he just told me that he's actually, and it might have been some of these opinions that not have that don't have him on somebody's roster.
100%.
But a guy that is as good as he is, who is still in this deep in retirement, as interested in the science of pitching as he is, might be a good guy to have on your roster if you want your pitchers to pitch better. I'm just saying, it's a thought.
The whole discussion.
Forget about the social.
This back and forth. Anyway, Scott here, covering the Super Bowl. You were talking about kind of the
we were talking about how
circumstance of the night.
Yeah, how loose the guys were, right? And I think that continued even today. Like I said, I was just over there, an hour or so ago. I like the way Nick Sirianni's handling himself this week compared to 2 years ago. I think he was very enamored with and excited to be there. Not that he's not now, but he seems more focused, more level. And for Nick, that's a big step, right? I think Jalen Hurts also seems to be enjoying this a little bit more. 2 years ago, I felt like Jalen Hurts was, by the end of the week, getting irritated with how many times he had to get in front of the media.
Yeah.
He's used to one time a week back in Philly during the season. Here, it's every day.
He made the point last night that he's here 2 out of the last 4 years, and Hurts is a guy that learns, and I would venture that Sirianni is too. We're all on our life curves. We're all learning things as we go. If you're the same place you were 2 years ago, you're missing out on something. You got to be smart. I don't care what anyone says. You want to play in a quarterback in the NFL, got to be smart. Head coach, same thing.
Yeah.
So that means you got to be adaptable. It means you got to be versatile and be able to learn, and these guys are because it's necessary.
Scott, you cover the team. You interact with them more than certainly any of us sitting here at the table. I asked Reed Blankenship and Sidney Brown if this calm demeanor is real. Like, is it authentic, or is this they just know the right things to say across the board? Now, they all said this is a big game. Like, this matters to us. But they really do seem to not – the room doesn't seem too big for them. Are you buying it?
I am buying it, being around them. And again, you're right. It helps to have the perspective of being around them through a season because you see them week to week to week to week, not just this week. And I think when you see that, yes, I do believe that they're handling it well. One thing you hear from guys who have won this game, Eagles players in the past as well as other players from other teams who've won it, they talk about how you've got to avoid getting too up too early in the week. You got to save that. So I think the way you do that, it seems like by what they're doing, is to just enjoy whatever this is. Whatever last night, whoever came up, a guy dressed like a genie comes up to you last night.
Right.
Just have fun
in the
with
blue,
it. Jameis Winston yells out to Saquon Barkley, "I'm looking for a job. I need a place to go. Where do you think?" He says the Giants, which I love that answer, by the way. So they're just having fun with all of it. And I think they were doing that. And so I think, to answer your question, Bill, I think they are genuinely just – I saw a lot of guys laughing last night. They were truly enjoying it. And I think that's important now. Now, when we see them Thursday, it's the last time we see the players. then you got to believe they're going to start locking it down and starting to getting into the serious part of what they're here to do.
Player availabilities, anything that jumped out at you today while you were over there?
So there's just 9 guys over there, and Nick Sirianni talked. I went over and I talked to Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. I wanted to ask them. I really wanted to dive into Jeff Stoutland. Because, every time you hear Jordan Mailata talking, it's Stoutland University.
Sure.
Yeah. Stoutland took this guy who was an Australian rugby player and turned him into one of the best left tackles in the league today.
Had never played football.
Sure.
Didn't understand the rules of football.
And it's crazy how far this guy has come. And that's why when you see Jordan Mailata, he's such a likable guy. I think this is a guy who has not lost track of where he came from and what he's doing now. And how crazy. I mean, the guy sang at the White House, for crying out loud.
I know.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What did they say? Maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on it. Is Kenny Gainwell still in concussion protocol? Will anyone tell us at this point? Might he be available Sunday? Maybe I'm overemphasizing his importance, but I think that he is important.
No, he certainly is important, because if you don't have Kenny Gainwell, then Will Shipley's your backup. And not that there's anything wrong with that. No, they did not acknowledge anything about injuries. Sirianni really probably won't until later in the week. That's the other thing I was
protocol's an NFL thing, though.
That is an NFL thing, but they they haven't. Yeah, they haven't. It's worth. We'll have to try to ask that tomorrow.
I thought you only had to give updates if you're practicing.
That's
you give
true.
A projected update.
So the NFL, I learned about the concussion protocol more and more every time they go through it, right? And it was Jalen Hurts who was the most recent one that we were wondering about. He has to go and complete a practice, then get evaluated the next day. Their first practice will be tomorrow.
Okay.
Right? So to answer your question, I don't think we'll get an update on Kenny until Thursday, when he could potentially clear the protocol from having practiced, been interviewed after it by the concussion people with the NFL, and then cleared.
It's not fair to ask, but is anybody whispering anything that
about
you've heard?
Kenny?
Oh, yeah.
No, not I'm hearing about him. The other ones, I think these are the important ones to me. Not that that's not important.
Yeah.
Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson.
Yeah.
I think this offensive line needs to be fully intact, which is Cam at center, Landon at left guard. And both those guys are talking. There's all kinds of gamesmanship that goes on this week between the teams. They're talking like they're going to be fine. They expect to play and be fine, and frankly, I expect them to play. You have nothing after Sunday.
Yeah. So I didn't talk to Cam Jurgens. I spoke to Landon Dickerson last night. And although he didn't specifically address injuries, there was nothing in his presentation that led you to believe he was anything other than going out there and
that's what I've
going to
seen
be ready
too.
to go. He's talking about how he wishes the game could be in Philadelphia so that the fans could see him out there play. Like, he kept talking about what their plan to do. I'm not getting caught up in all this. I'm just getting ready to play a game. Like, everything was the expectation is I'm going to be out there.
Sure. Now, we just went through all the stuff regarding the Sixers arena, right?
Yeah.
How about the stuff Jeffrey Lurie was saying last night? Being asked more and more about a dome in Philadelphia. He wants to bring the Super Bowl to Philly. Are you willing? This would be a great question for everybody. Are you guys willing to get the Super Bowl to Philly, being able to do that, meaning sacrificing some of those snow games that they've played?
No.
I am.
Hard no.
I don't care anything about the
No.
What are we talking about? One game every 2 years?
No.
So we're not.
It's the whole character of the team. We play in the cold weather and the snow and the
one
rain.
Of those, they
open it for snow.
It intimidates our opponents. It's not half the reason. It's maybe a tenth of the reason we beat the
so
Rams.
That it can be cold. Like, you don't
retractable
need to have
domes.
the temperature controlled, but have it be able to be open. To get the Super Bowl,
millions of dollars of income?
There's no guarantee, 100%. And they'll give you one Super Bowl for your $10 billion stadium. You'll make $1 billion off of the $10 billion stadium, and they'll play the next 5 Super Bowls in Miami and New Orleans right here.
To your
Build
point.
a dome in Philadelphia. Let's waste that money, too.
To your point,
fired up.
New York hasn't had it back.
No, they haven't.
Minnesota hasn't had it back.
Minnesota built a dome.
Dallas had it in the middle of an ice storm. Remember that?
Okay.
The Minnesota Super Bowl in that park is beautiful, but they haven't had it back.
He just wants a dome.
Aren't they?
The guy just wants a dome.
That's
dome,
fine to want
wants
a
to buy
dome.
the Celtics. He just wants to conquer
I'm glad
the
I
world.
asked
How
the
old
question.
is
I
the
love
link?
this.
How old is the link, and how often, as a tax-paying citizen, is it okay for you to pony up for a new damn ballpark for the Eagles? Every 10 years, every 15? How often is it
I hear you.
appropriate? Should we
I
just
hear
go
you.
ahead and pay for the whole team altogether?
you
Should we be Green Bay and buy the franchise? Actually, the Philly would be the team, the city to do that.
What do you got? I think between us, we're ponying up for a franchise here.
Oh,
look.
no. Well, all right.
Money's on the table.
Oh, man.
So now I'm in.
He wants to share the team.
I got a line.
Is that for the dome or for the franchise?
Oh, no.
right.
Franchise was at about $8 billion.
Well, so about the same as the dome.
Just to put it out
like
there,
a commercial,
he
comedy
also
routine. What can I get for $20?
he also mentioned not just getting the Super Bowl, but potentially a Final Four, things
Right?
like that
In the dome.
that you can come from that. I'm
See?
just
We
being.
need a
But I
dome.
thought one of the interesting things since you asked about last night that I wasn't by Jeffrey Lurie. I didn't even realize he was out there talking because I would have loved to have been around that. I saw that today that some of the answers he was giving to those questions, and I thought that's. It's very interesting. It's the first I've heard of that kind of thing, and so I was curious what you guys thought.
You know what I saw last night that was odd to me, and I don't know why it was
plenty
odd to
of
me
it.
because, well, yeah, there's a lot of that. But this one shocked me a little bit and it shouldn't, because Jeffrey Lurie, as much as we think he's ours because of the Eagles, this guy's a billionaire.
Yeah.
But when he went over to talk to people, we were like going up to try to talk to him before the availability, and they opened up the gate, and literally lines of people created a human wall for him to walk through the middle of it right to where he was supposed to get. And I was just sitting there going, that's rich people issue.
Yeah, yeah.
But he did turn around and then start meeting everybody. He was on the wall. Like it's a question of timing.
He wouldn't talk to the media until the time. And then when he walked in, he did NFL Network or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And then the wall of humans escorted him back onto the field where people weren't allowed to go, closed the gate.
They don't do that for
then
you
he
around
turned
here?
around and talked about, listen, I was carrying my own Pepsi and pieces of pretzel that Kurt Schilling left.
Sure. Look, I'm still hung up. I don't want to I need a hot dog gun, and I need to fill it with yellow flags. So the next time you mention a dome stadium in Philadelphia, I can take my yellow flag gun and just throw yellow flags literally all over the sky. It is – oh, Scott, I love you so much.
I'm not saying I'm pushing for it. I just brought it up to just generate a little debate. Look at that. I got Hank fired up.
I can't.
So,
does no one have any respect for the game?
We need to take
My God. A dome in Philly.
Before we blow out the speakers.
Sorry.
Hank's all fired up. Here you go, man. We got – how do we do this? Go ahead and toss us to break.
All right. Yeah, betcha. Okay. No dome in Philly.
All right.
I went until I was blue in the face and out of gas on city council.
And we are back. Guys, there's 1,000 moving parts as we are here. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, the YouTube page. We should see if any of the YouTube comments, because we've had some interesting debate and discussion over the last couple segments. So what's the YouTube crew saying? Can we interview someone from Rick's Cabaret? I don't know anything about Rick's Cabaret, but if they come by, we will. Been enjoying the stream all day at work yesterday and today. Thank you, Philly. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. Is there a NOLA delicacy we're interested in tasting? So people seem like they're enjoying the coverage. They keep asking about Coach O, over here. Let's go see what's going on with Coach O. So we mentioned to you, and you can see a little bit, we spoke to Coach O casually yesterday. So this is Coach O's couch. We're going to try to talk to her, I guess, tomorrow at some point. So there's a women's football conference, and she was a coach in the women's football conference. And a couple of the people on the stream were kind of commenting on what's going on. You also can see over here, front office, are folks that we interviewed earlier on. We will talk to them some more. But the cool part, let me get out of the way. Like, I'm literally standing in the background of their shot, which was not my intent. But we're sitting there trying to show you all the things that are going on. So those are some of the guests that we have had on and dealt with. We talked earlier about the NFL Players Association, the NFL Alumni, and this is their table. And they're actually doing a live stream here behind this kind of setup. So you can't actually see it, but these are things that they are continuing to do, bringing in some of the former professional athletes who work with the Players Association. Off to the side, guys, I'm positioned right here. There is an actual show that's going on live. So every time I stand right here, I see myself in the background of their shot as they're sitting there streaming. As I try to go ahead and position the Fox 29 microphone directly in the back of their shot. But one of the things that you can see as you kind of look around, and if you started with us yesterday and saw the kind of build-up, you see how much more full everything is here. So as of yesterday, you could look straight through where all of these sets are. We were seeing Kurt Schilling being interviewed earlier over there. You see all of these different shows are now up and running, and the 94 WIP team that we were talking to yesterday was a straight shot before. So Ike Reese, Hugh Douglas, all of them, no longer see them because all of this has expanded and been built up. Also, the Galvanize, the Empower team is here. We're going to talk to Laura Oakman at some point. She is right there. But we discussed about them, or talked about them yesterday, and how cool everything that they're doing is. A group of women who are working on opportunities for women in the industry. And they've been going steady ever since we got here Monday morning. And you can see that they're just there continuing to work. Laura Oakman, who is a reporter and a journalist, is continuing to kind of train them and give them opportunities and show them the things that are going on. So that's just kind of a look, excuse me, at a bunch of the things that are going on around here, giving you that inside look the best way that we can as we wait for our next guest to join us. Excuse me, that was that dramatic need for a sneeze. So thank you, Dave, for turning the camera away as I do one of these. Keep it going live. I turned it into a dance step. It's like, and kept moving. We do need to take a break. We've got more guests coming in to join us. It's Superstream 59. No shortage of energy. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, the YouTube page. And guys, I don't know if there is a cooler story that has come out of all of this. So, fun fact, I am absolutely the person who reads the motivational books, the inspirational books, the deeper understanding, all of those types of things. So prior to this becoming a thing, when I saw Inner Excellence, I was like, oh, I add that to my list of things that I need to read. And then it just blew up. And I don't know that anybody kind of felt that more than Jim Murphy, our guest, who is the author of Inner Excellence. How are you, sir?
Great. Thanks so much for having me.
So were you always an Eagles fan? Or now?
About a year ago, I started to get involved with the city of Philadelphia, and so,
Okay.
And then when A.J. Brown did his thing, then I became a real fan.
You're like, my guy. So tell us, before this became a phenomenon, kind of give us a little bit of the background of Inner Excellence and the work that you do.
Yeah, so I'm a performance coach. I teach professional and Olympic athletes how to have peace and confidence when they perform, and so I've been doing that for 15, 16 years. The book Inner Excellence actually has quite a unique background. I got rid of over half my possessions 2003, left for the desert to live a life of solitude, to find out something that I could devote my life to, something that I was willing to live and die for, which I didn't have. I didn't go there intending to write a book. I just went there to go find myself, so to speak.
Okay. And so it evolved into writing the book based on what you did while you were there.
Yeah, when I was there, I decided to become a personal coach to pro baseball players and teach them how to have peace and confidence under pressure. And my first two clients did amazing, and so then I thought I'd put together a little manual for future pro baseball players on how to have confidence under the most stressful situations. And so I called up a sports psychologist and I said, how can an Olympic athlete train for 4 years for an event that may last less than a minute and have peace and confidence in that situation? And similarly, how can a pro baseball player in Game 7 of the World Series, bottom of the ninth, full count, bases loaded, down by 1, 2 outs, how can that guy have peace and confidence? And it brought more questions than answers. So I called another psychologist and another, and I spent 5 years full-time writing and researching that question. So that the Inner Excellence came from that research.
I feel like there's a Usain Bolt quote that goes around on social media that I trained for 4 years to run 7 seconds or 9 seconds or something along those lines.
That's right.
And the I guess the strength and confidence that comes from that. So you wrote the book when?
So 2009 is when the first version came out. So A.J. Brown's reading the revised edition came out in 2020.
Okay. So before all this, did you even know he had the book? Did you know he was reading
I found
the book?
out about 3 weeks earlier that he was reading the book. I didn't know he was reading it before every game to get prepared for the game and after every drive to get recentered. That was new to me.
When you talk to AJ and different players, is there a certain part of the book or a certain thing that they're drawn to, like that stands out to them, whether it be one message or anything like that?
Well, Inner Excellence is really about how do you be fully engaged in the moment, heart, mind, and body, independent of circumstance, no matter what. And I think that's kind of what AJ is kind of attracted to. How can he get recentered in the moment when so much is out of his control in a sport that's very violent, and you got to take risks if you want to be great.
And it was, and I think you may have said this, but it really started with PGA players, right, who really started to grasp onto it first, the first run of it before the AJ.
That's right. Yeah, Henrik Stenson, my first client.
Nice.
So I feel like in the brief time we've known each other, you don't seem like the super excitable guy when these types of things happen. It's just my read. When this happens, I saw the stories, like you weren't watching the game.
Right.
So you didn't know that this actually became a thing.
That's right.
And people started calling you or texting you?
Yeah, I was watching the Penn State Notre Dame bowl game, and then I looked at my phone and I saw a few more texts than normal, and so that's when I found out.
Okay. What's your response when you start to see this happening? First day.
Yeah, it was just very surreal, the whole thing, especially the next, I was selling 2 to 3 books a day, and then the next 2 days sold 21,000 each day. And so, and then, it became a New York Times #1 bestseller that first week. And so a lot of things changed. And, everyone talks about the astronomical rise of the book, and that's amazing. And I think that's awesome, but let's not forget the real story and the meaning of Inner Excellence. And it's this pursuit of this selfless and therefore fearless life, a fully engaged, fully alive life.
So I think we get, just even pre-reading the book, I think we get how that mindset benefits somebody like A.J. Brown or professional athletes. How does it benefit me?
Well, I think if you look at a professional athlete, they have coaches and they have an off season and they have trainers and massage therapists, but the average person doesn't have all that. And so in many ways, the average person has it a lot harder. Working full time, got kids at home, it's a lot harder. And so that person really needs to train their mind, use their mind to train their heart, even more than I think than someone like AJ.
2 or 3 a day to 21,000 the next day.
Yeah.
Has it held up? Has the sales continued on?
Not quite 21,000, but so the first week was a New York Times bestseller, #1 bestseller, and the second week was a #2 bestseller, and so now we're on week 3.
This is the third week afterwards,
that's
and you're
correct.
still continuing New York Times bestseller.
Well, we'll see. It comes out on Wednesday, tomorrow.
So is there, are you doing more? I mean, obviously you're doing interviews with us. I'd imagine there are more people. I'm surprised you're not walking around. You should have gotten merch. You walk around with the Inner Excellence shirt so people can sit there, walk around and go, I'm this guy. Any follow-up? Because that would be amazing if this story continues, obviously, through the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's the most watched thing ever. Have people reached out to you to do, other than us, to do that whole Super Bowl thing?
Yeah, it's been an amazing journey, and I'm super excited for the Eagles and the city of Philadelphia and the work that we're going to do in inner city Philadelphia. But I had a great dinner with Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank on Saturday
Mr.
night.
Wonderful?
Yeah.
You're working with Mr. Wonderful?
He was awesome.
Does he offer you like a deal, like 50 cents per book? Or?
It's funny because he's very, no nonsense on that show, right?
Yeah.
And then in person, he was very warm and insightful and engaging for our whole meal.
You said initially that, about becoming an Eagles fan about a year or so ago, you started working with the city of Philadelphia. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what that work is?
Yeah, so the first thing that happened was about a year and a half ago, I got contacted by some Penn State alumni wrestlers, and they're building a National Wrestling Performance Center about an hour and a half west of Philadelphia. And they asked if they could use Inner Excellence as their training program, their leadership training program. And, of course, I was very grateful and honored. So that's when I first started to kind of get involved a little bit with Philadelphia. And one of my heroes, his name's Shane Claiborne. He does work in inner city Philadelphia in Kensington. He actually moved in there and does amazing work. So I'm super excited the work that I'm going to be able to do with Shane.
I feel like I know that name. I'm not sure. We do a lot of work in Philly and in that area. I have to go back and figure out. So that's the next step. And this, it's not a new book. It's not a new concept.
That's right.
So what's next? Just continuing to expand this, or do you have more coaching ideas or plans?
Yeah, we're going to do a lot of speaking internationally. I've already been traveling a lot internationally last 2 years, I think 23 countries. But we'll probably continue to do that and now speak more about the book. So, that's kind of the plan.
A lot of invitations to speak after this?
Yeah, that's correct.
He's just so soft-spoken, and I'm sitting here like, if mine went to 2,100 after just showing up on the sideline, I would be like, okay, it'd be an episode of Dave Chappelle. I'd be walking around talking about, I'm rich, but you're still sitting there going ahead and inspiring people. So is the bigger thing for someone like you who has dedicated their life to that, is it the fact that it had this astronomical growth, the New York Times bestseller, or the fact that because of that growth, so many more people now are getting that message?
Yeah, it's definitely the latter. And I think this Inner Excellence is about training your heart for moments like this. And so when you're ready, when the pressure comes, that you're ready. And it kind of all starts with having a purpose beyond yourself, a clear purpose. Like, for example, my purpose is to share God's love, wisdom, and courage with athletes and leaders around the world. And if most people don't have a clear purpose, and without that, it's really easy to get kind of scattered. And when pressure comes, to kind of to crack a little bit, and which has certainly happened to me, like all of us.
Have you been surprised at all, like not just AJ, just in general, because I know you've talked to a lot of athletes, is there like a common theme amongst them that, draws them not only to Inner Excellence, but that you see amongst them that makes them great at what they are, but obviously they're dealing with a lot of stuff that we would never even realize?
Yeah, it's a willingness to fail. If you have to be willing to fail in a big way if you want to be great. And a lot of that is learning to master the ego, which is what Inner Excellence is really about.
It said, I heard a lot of people saying that the surprise was A.J. Brown, of all people, is this, big, tough football player, and to be so willing to acknowledge the vulnerability or the things that come with excellence was surprising to people. It was kind of shocking to them. It doesn't sound like it's surprising to you that somebody in that position.
I just got interviewed by Walter Payton's son, Jarrett Payton, and I asked him, can you share something that you learned from Walter? Sweetness, one of the greatest of all time. And he talked about relationships and treating people well. And that's really an understanding, like, for example, for the Eagles playing in this game on Sunday, if they want to do great, it's understanding that relationships are the key to your life. If you want to be great in anything as a football player, it's really being able to sacrifice for the greater good for your teammates and putting them first, and then you can do great things. And it's the same for all of us.
Does everybody need the inner excellence?
Well, I think everybody wants to live a fully engaged life and feel fully alive, and that's really what I want to help people do.
I like it. I think I'm going to write a book. Will you help me?
I will.
I'm going to go explore this. My last question, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Remind everybody, I mean, the book's everywhere, so it's not hard to get
It's actually only on Amazon right now, but we're just in the middle of we had a little auction with some publishers this last couple of days so we're choosing
just
a
little
publisher.
one.
A little auction. There's some things going on now behind the scenes. Is there the audiobook?
Yeah, there is one right now, yeah.
Okay. That's what I do. Sit there because I want to be able to focus on my excellence while I'm also listening to the audiobook.
The audiobook actually has extra interviews in the back as well.
Love this guy. You can check out Inner Excellence. Jim Murphy, I appreciate you spending time with us. It's amazing. Like, when you want to see that level of success, it's nice to see it with somebody who has kind of dedicated themselves to doing the work anyway, and then the success kind of went ahead and followed. If you're going to have that lucky scenario of somebody reading it on the sideline, it's nice that it happens to somebody like you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you taking time with us.
Thank you.
Sounds good. We were all posing for pictures with Inner Excellence. True story. Go to my social media page. 3 or 4 of us all had the book out at the airport as we were getting ready to fly here to New Orleans. Now, some people had it upside down, but we all had it. Quick break. We'll be right back. Super Street. It's such a cool story, right? So we're sitting here, like that whole concept, and you hear about those types of things happening, and when the actual story happens and you see that whole process and all of the things that take place. I actually was on Jim Murphy's Instagram page kind of seeing the things that are going on and the messages that he has been focusing on well before this whole thing happened with A.J. Brown. It's a cool story.
Yeah, and he lives it because, like, you know, I wish I had that cool in me because no matter what, like you, if I was selling 21,000, I'd be walking around here like, you know who I am.
Right. In a week?
Yeah.
When you sit back, when you go to number one after sitting there in a week. And it also speaks to obviously the respect for the work that some of the professional athletes have because they have been involved in that process. Like, they've gotten the book and what have you. It speaks to that level of respect. But it also speaks to him and how that it actually he's living, know what it is that he's talking about. But that had to be. Like, Dave, our multi-Emmy winning photojournalist, was asking about, I feel like that's so Eitzen, who's behind the camera. Like, he was asking him, which desert were you in when this situation happened?
Like, Dave's, like, super nice guy.
Yeah.
He's been interested in what we've been, I think, the show, but I don't think there's, you know, Kurt Schilling, he doesn't care, whatever. Jim Murphy was here. He's like, oh, yeah, what desert are you at? Like, he was totally in on that.
We should tell Jamie that that's the inner excellence guy. Did you guys talk to him? Right there, the inner excellence author was just on our show.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Green
right
hoodie.
there, in
Eagles
the green hoodie.
Jim Murphy.
You got it. See, we're trying to help everybody with their inner excellence as well.
You need to help some people here because then they help you, and that's the whole game we're all playing.
Look at that. I was going to walk him over. We just didn't have, because our breaks are like 2.5 minutes. How cool is that?
Yeah.
See?
Off
So we
they
just
go.
connected them with the PHLY guys, and now he's going to go down and do the interview with them. Know that.
And he was on here first.
Ike Reese. And yeah, because it's funny, though, because we're making jokes about it. But you find out really quickly when you're here that that's what a lot of this is about. If it's not about your ego and mine, it's about actually sharing the information.
Well, and you find out who's cool and who's not. Like, you know, Jamie from PHLY has been cool. He was over here this morning when I was here working, like saying who you got, who's coming. You find out who's all about themselves and who's willing to play a little bit. You know, you help a couple people out and it works out.
It's good stuff. So it is, about 4:15 back at home.
Yep.
I had the right time up here because it's 3:15 here. So the rest of the day today, we've
got a few
couple
things
media
coming.
events. Well, I don't even mean on the show. For the people, so the whole kind of behind the things thing. We got a couple different people who are coming on. We're going to record some interviews. We have some guests who are going to be joining us because we're doing this again day after day after day after day. But there's also a bunch of stuff that happens at night. So there's some VIP events, some red carpet events. Mike and Alex had Jari Evans this morning.
Camden native who played for the Saints.
Yeah, and he was on with them. He's hosting a red carpet kind of nonprofit event. And there's a bunch of them going on here throughout the week. And that's kind of cool as you start seeing the Shaq's hosting a party. Like the celebrities start coming into town mostly like tonight, tomorrow, and through Friday.
Yeah, from what everybody's been telling me here today is like today was probably twice as much as yesterday.
Yeah.
But Wednesday and Thursday are the big days of the most people being here. I think Friday in the afternoon it starts to maybe temper out a little bit when the morning shows are done. But I think Wednesday and Thursday are the most jam-packed days where there'll be people walking around. You know, some big names, some not. But in terms of the amount of people here, I mean, even today we've noticed, as you guys can tell at home, with just the step and repeat signs that have grown, the little village of them are right behind us. Like they just keep popping up everywhere. From where Monday we could have a straight shot back to the end of the room.
This is a PR and outreach manager's dream. Because you get in here, you're walking around, and the people you will see just wandering, like you said, the names keep getting bigger and bigger, and the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger. But you can literally come in here and speak to millions of people. You spend a day, and you can speak to millions before you leave for the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, basically, if you're in the PR industry and you can't get some publicity out of this event, you really need to find a new line of work. You know, there's every state across the country, different countries. Like Bill said, you can reach millions of people within an hour popping around here.
Turn my mic back up. We have a couple more guests. I'm going to take a quick break. We started off earlier on the show. I want to try and share with you again. So yesterday was media night. We got a chance to talk to a couple of the folks who were around. So when we come back from the break, we're going to show you a little bit of what we experienced yesterday. So fun conversation going on behind the scenes about one of our guests for tomorrow and how our picture taking for social media goes over with our significant others.
Yeah, we might both have to not take a picture tomorrow, but
Paige Spiranak.
Yeah, she's a LPGA player who's gigantic on social media, has 4 million followers. She just booked for 2:45 tomorrow or 3:45 back at home. So you'll look forward to seeing her tomorrow.
So she's a golfer.
She's
Like,
a
I
golfer.
know
She's
she's
a golfer,
like-
but she's a social media superstar. And we just learned by looking up on her Instagram that several of our colleagues already follow her. So
Yes. I just followed her, by the way. For
I
the
did
people
not.
who are going over, well, I'm a journalist.
Yes, you're a journalist. Tara, I did
Sit
not.
there, I don't even believe I just said that out loud. Like, I'm the person who always is like, oh, my God. The only people who say, I'm a journalist, are people who are trying to justify the corny decision that they just made for why they did it. Because if you have to fight that hard to convince somebody, you're probably not. But I just did it because she's coming on tomorrow.
Yeah,
so I had
her
to.
folks just came over and asked if we had some spots available, and we're taking all kinds of guests.
Yeah, you found some space.
We found some space.
Go ahead and get that going. So Paige Spiranak and her 4 million followers will be joining us tomorrow. I think she works with one of the betting companies.
Yeah, I believe it's Sports Grid it's called, so we have that.
Speaks to the fact that these social media influencers, man, are like setting these crazy endorsement deals and what have you, and she is another one of the folks who did. All right, so yesterday, up on the screen, we talked about the fact – that's our guest right there. We talked about the fact that
do you want to do this? Or
let's get our guest.
All right, I'll go get him.
We were about to go ahead and set up, unless he's got somebody else that he's talking to. Dr. Cliff Freeman is actually an individual that we met this morning that we were talking to about some of the things he's doing, about the industry, the challenges that people getting into this industry are facing, and all of those things. It was, honestly, it's fascinating. So it was one of those things where we were like, Dr. Freeman, if you're available, come on, swing through and holler at us. Like, none of us at the table have those same issues that you are helping people navigate through. But it's still interesting nonetheless. Dr. Cliff Freeman, thanks for joining us.
Oh, wow. Thanks for having me, Bill.
Appreciate you
it.
taking the time. So tell us, what is it that you do specifically?
So what I do is I help athletes that are going from being an amateur to professional. A lot of times they'll derail. An athlete can derail their career, and I focus on males, so they derail their career with one of three things: girls, gold, or glory.
Or all three.
Or all three.
And I feel like as much as we can kind of half joke about, that's a really big deal. And now you see it on social media.
Absolutely.
Like the whole discussion about athletes, male or female really, but athletes who are coming into potentially huge amounts of money.
Right.
And all of the things that come with that.
Absolutely. And because of that, there's been so much, guys just losing it. In the course of you were the man in high school.
Right.
You were the man in college. Well, now you're the 53rd man. And you were great in high school and everybody knew your name. You were great in college and most of the people knew your name. Now you're on a team where nobody knows your name.
Right.
Are you able to navigate that space and understand that your mentality's got to be right, your mindset's got to be, your mentality's got to be right, your execution's got to be right, and then of course your leadership has to be right. Can you still lead from being that low place and not being the best, not hurting your confidence? We don't want to do that at all. But what we want to do is help you navigate where you are to understand. Okay, every Hall of Famer was once a rookie,
right,
and they had to work their way up to being that place.
Is it more challenging? Because I feel like those are different battles, right? I feel like the confidence to understand where you are and you're now, like everybody, you were the best in high school, you were the best in college. In the pros, everybody was the best in college.
Absolutely.
So you just kind of fit in. That's one challenge.
Mm-hmm.
I think the other is you might be the 53rd man or woman and still be a millionaire. Like, so you're dealing with, I'm all that because of this contract, but I'm also having to earn my spot. Like, is that a challenging balancing act for them as well?
It is absolutely a challenging balancing act because you've got to figure out how you fit in this new team.
Okay.
Right? This new team, to your point, everybody's a millionaire. Everybody's a millionaire. Everybody's got money. Everybody's got all the things. Where you may have come from a rough neighborhood and you didn't have anything, well, now you've got everything. How do I navigate that space? How do I deal with the fact that I came from nothing and now I've got something? Oh, I got pressure from my family that are asking me for money, and I got pressure from this, and I got pressure from that, and then I'm caused with the stress of trying to work out whatever I need to work out as far as physically. Well, if things aren't right off the field, they'll never be right on the field. And so my job, is to come in and help that athlete, preferably at the high school going into college. Because if you catch somebody in high school going into college, they usually can hold on to it when they start getting that. A lot of times when you get if a guy's, just getting into the pros, it may be too late, but it's never too late if you kind of understand what I'm saying. It's never to catch the foundational point. So, yes, there is both areas. It's both and. You've got the problem with the playbook deals with, you've got the problem of you just came from high school to college to the pros. You were the man. You're not the man now. Let's help you navigate that space so you don't kill it.
So how's this problem grown? Because obviously we're talking a lot about people going from college to the pros, but now you go from high school, you could be a freshman in college getting paid a couple $1 million depending on what. So, we always say, 18-year-old kids. That was the rare exception of the one who went right pro from, the NBA.
The Kobe
Now
Bryants,
you have 18-year-olds across the country who are getting NIL money.
Absolutely.
And they might not even be that good.
No.
Like, they're just
well, it's the thing. How important is it? Because you're getting paid in college. You need to take advantage of that because there's a good chance a lot of those kids are not going to make it in the pros, but they have a chance right now to set themselves up like kids never had before.
So it is a major problem, right? Again, when you came from nothing, and now you've got something. What am I supposed to? Am I supposed to buy you a house? Am I supposed to do, or am I just supposed to have a whole lot of gold chains and all the other things that come along with it? Because of that problem, this framework is needed. More so now than ever. We didn't have, I'll say me. I didn't have it when we were playing football in the 90s and going into college and stuff. But now it's, you can, to your point, you don't have to be that good. Yeah. And somebody's paying you $1 million a month.
But so then why would they trust you? How do you get them to trust you when you're trying to give them this guidance? How do coaches get them to trust them? Because you've got people who are saying you need to do it this way.
Sure.
And yet most of the people who are telling them that don't have the success, money, opportunity that they have, but they're supposed to trust that guidance.
Absolutely. So to my point of saying it's best to catch that person when they're an upper level high school student, right? Because I can share with them my struggles, right? Okay. I can share with them things that I've been through, that I understand. I never was the NIL guy. I played in high school, but that was it. There weren't any colleges beating down my door to try to get in. And so what I realize is, hey, everybody doesn't make it. And you got to understand that too, but you did make it. So how are you going to make it different with it? In order to do that, it's a simple framework, focus, relentless effort that produces excellence.
It's the Pro Play formula.
Absolutely.
With Dr. Freeman. Share with us some of the things that you may have heard or some of the challenges. 'Cause I don't think people realize the context. I interviewed years ago when I was doing radio before all this. I interviewed a Sixers player who had just signed a really big contract. And he shared with me one of the challenges that nobody would understand is he had a friend who kept asking him for money, kept asking him for money for these ridiculous investments and things, and he wouldn't spend the money. They went out to a club together, and this guy got jumped, and someone pulled a knife on him. This friend jumped in and defended him from the people who were about to attack him.
Okay.
So he felt completely indebted to this guy who saved his life, right?
Yeah.
He found out later that the friend had paid the guy to attack him so that he would be indebted to him.
Yeah.
And when I heard that story, I'm sitting there going, whoa, like the things that these guys are dealing with are just completely next level when you're talking about that level of money and power.
Yeah. For me, I mean, I've seen it, and it's not from an NIL perspective. I've seen it as low as youth sports, where you would have little kids. I'm talking 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds that every parent thinks their kid is going to NFL, NBA, or whatever, and they are having those same conversations with their coaches. Why is my kid not playing? And they're the coup de grace. No. Your kid doesn't run that fast. Your kid's really not a sports guy. He's not an athlete. And so I see it at that level. For me, personally, seen it in the military. Had the experience of not being the guy to becoming the guy, to going from the private to the sergeant. Now you're in leadership. How am I supposed to navigate that? And the same way I had to learn how to navigate that while being, partially deployed and dealing with all of that, same way I had to navigate that is, hey, the same battles you faced in the military, the same battles you faced at home, you're going to face some of those same battles as you prepare to go into your professional level. So I don't even try to come in and say, I know it all. I come in and say, hey, I think I might be able to help you with some of the things that I do know.
How tricky are the conversations with the parents? Because I know you're talking about the youth sports, and I've experienced that a lot with my kid. You walk into a basketball tournament, AAU tournament, every parent there thinks that their kid's going to get drafted,
right?
Or it's every sport. It's not just basketball; it's soccer, it's whatever. Because the parents, they're putting out money, right? And they think, oh, my kid made this team, we're going there. So how tricky it is to have the conversation with them, because you need to make sure the parents have the right intentions too with their kids, because some of parents or family they feel like they should be paid, because they put out so much.
Absolutely. Well, most of the time, this is a conversation I have with a coach.
Yep.
This is a conversation I have with a coach, and the coach will tell me, "Hey, you know what? How about you come and talk to my kids?" And then after that, in group conversation, the coach will say, "Hey, how about you talk to Sam?" And it's that conversation that I can have one-on-one with Sam, where I'll say globally or from the group perspective, I can just deal with the issue. But with Sam, I can find out what Sam's issue is, and then we can deal with that specifically. Context is king. I mean, if you know where someone's coming from, you can really deal with it. Otherwise, you're kind of just shooting in the dark.
This is fascinating, and it's just going to continue to be a larger problem. People want to get more information about your formula, get in contact with you. How do they do that?
Absolutely. You can reach me on my website at cliffreemanspeaks.com or all socials at Dr. Cliff Freeman, YouTube, Instagram, and all the rest.
We appreciate you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
coming in.
Appreciate it.
Folks, the stories are crazy. They're paying people to attack you. So that you can go through it. Like, what? But come on, man. I was willing to take a knife for you. 5.
So, guys, we are here. We're sitting here sharing more stories. Fox Local, Superstream 59, just telling the stories about the things that he was talking about and how interesting those stories are. I remember hearing Shaquille O'Neal tell a story about how he got his first contract. And he was like, I don't know, make up a number, $20 million. And he said he went and started buying stuff. And then finally his agent was like, you're running through all of your money. And he's like, what do you mean? I have $20 million. I spent $9, on these various things. And then the agents had to break down the taxes and all of the things that happened. And he was like, he was broke until he got his next contract. So it is interesting. There's a lot going on. Guys, you can see everything around the room is in full motion. Over here, we kind of talked to these guys who were doing their podcast show. We've seen a lot of folks coming in and out over there. A lot of professional athletes are over in this area with the guys for the one-on-one podcast that we went over and talked to them before. So we will go and grab some of those folks in a minute. I'm just kind of giving you one more look around today because we've got a couple more guests who are going to join us today before we get to the 4 o'clock hour, which is pretty close before we get to the 4 o'clock hour here, the 5 o'clock hour back in Philadelphia. So we've got one or two more guests. And then, of course, we will do it all again tomorrow. We've got more and more people in the building. But we just keep getting up to show you that every time we get up, every time we spend a little time, you can see how the room is filling up even more. How there are more and more folks here, how there are more and more tables set up, how there are more and more people who are doing their live shows all throughout. Over off to the direction that Dave was just shooting in, there's a whole section of Kansas City radio stations and podcasts, and they've all set up. There also is a fun phenomenon that has kind of launched a little bit of a debate that's going on here among people who are here, and that is the concept of what do you at home most want to see? And my apologies as I am getting a little bit of a voice challenge, a little congested, but that's all right. We almost made it through today. Tomorrow will be another day to continue on. But there's the ongoing challenge of what's the best view for the people who are at home. So you see all of the different tables that are set up, and there seems to be kind of varying opinions as to whether or not the best setup is to just go with kind of the open space, the open look, so that you guys at home can see everything that's taking place and see the people who are walking through and see the different athletes and entertainers and all the folks here, or just the kind of background. So there are several people who are setting up their show in front of their background, doing the whole show right there with their logo or something behind them. And we kind of decided that the best thing was to let you see everything that's taking place. So you can see all the folks who are making their way through. There's a couple of NFL players right over there, some that we actually have interviewed in the past. That's Marcus Smith standing over there, who used to be a member of the Eagles, now has a podcast and helps people deal with their emotional and issues and depression and what have you. And there are several others throughout the room. So we decided we would go that path. We wanted people to be able to see everything that's going in the room. Here's Brandon Marshall, who is another wide receiver who has played for multiple teams, who's just walking out of the building. It's tough for Dave to catch up all these folks that are making their way around. But that's what you see here as the room continues to open up or become more alive as more and more people are here. So that's part of the reason we were here, wanted to do the whole behind-the-scenes thing, but ultimately share with you all the things that are taking place here, of course, as your Super Bowl station. So we're going to take a break. We will come back, continue on with the discussion. We've got guests who are coming in to join us. We've got somebody from the welcoming committee who's going to explain all the things that are happening here, the whole process, what's taking place. We've got another interview that we may record. That's the movie producer, director, who's talking about the whole NIL situation, the money issues, the things that people are facing. All that's going on as I continue to remind you, we're at the Super Bowl here on Media Row in New Orleans. I'm Bill Anderson. This is Fox Local, Fox 29. We'll be
we are into the home stretch. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, as we continue to give you the behind the scenes. This was just, it's crazy. So this is, Jason was talking yesterday about all the different sponsors and people here who are handing out different food items to present the things that are taking place. So this, I think we're done with all this. We can go ahead and call this a day on the food items, but there's so many different things that represent different places, different cultures, different locations all throughout. And so if you kind of go around and do the walkthrough, those are the things that you are seeing throughout the building.
Yep.
So who do we got? We've got people coming up.
Marcus Brown, who's the chair of the hosting committee here in New Orleans, who's going to come by and talk to us about everything going on in the city. How they're handling this, the plan that goes into this. I know there's fan trips coming down from Philly, right? They probably leave tomorrow and Thursday. What you can expect when you come down here.
And so, it's interesting because there's I don't think people fully understand the whole concept of everything that goes in to planning an event on this level. And everything that's there and the different media you have to coordinate and the different people who are here and involved. And hopefully they can explain that to us.
And it's similar to people at home. You see the planning already starting for the 26 World Cup and all the infrastructure and all that. It's like multi-years. I mean, this is their first time having the Super Bowl since, I believe, 2013, which was the 49ers-Ravens game when the lights went out. So it's been a long time coming, and there was a big talk down here about how long it's been, because they're usually in the rotation of the 4 or 5 cities, but there's been some, different places with new stadiums were guaranteed a Super Bowl, like Minnesota is not a typical one, that had a Super Bowl. So it's been a while. So they've been planning for this for a while, and they had a lot of infrastructure plans that were still being completed as of Monday morning when we woke up and I was watching the news and, street things and all. And I'm sure it'll be the same thing in Philly with the World Cup in 26 and everything else going on.
So you missed the Scott Grayson Dome conversation.
I was
so
here.
What do you think?
I was across the room,
Dome
but
in Philadelphia?
If I was across the room, I still would have heard Hank. I'm not a fan of the Dome in Philly, not for the fact of the money or stuff like that, just for the fact that one of the advantages of being a Northeast team is you're a cold weather team. Now, I know they could say they'll get an open and close one, but if it's 20 degrees out, I've never seen they're going to close it.
Right.
And, you have an advantage when you're that person. But now, listen, if you're going to the game, it's comfortable. I get it. It's the whole thing. So, if it's going to happen, so you just have to deal with it.
Sounds good. So we will see. We're going to take a break. We got our next guest who is here, ready to spend some time with us. Quick break, and then we will come back. SuperStream 59 here on Fox Local, Fox 29, the YouTube pages, to our Philly audience. And we've been commenting for 2 days since we got here about how amazing this whole setup is. This gentleman, Marcus Brown, the CEO of the host committee, the chair of the host committee. It works better if all of a sudden the microphones are not. Oh, you got to turn this down. Your microphone is turned up.
There you go.
There you go.
I was sitting here, I've been pushing the wrong button the whole time.
It's all me, man. It's
like,
all
what
me.
did I do this time? So the chair of the host committee.
Yeah.
You come into town and you see something like this. This seems like a huge undertaking. Like, what goes into putting something like this together?
It is a huge undertaking. I mean, you think about it this way. The Super Bowl is the largest sporting event, in America.
Yeah.
One of the biggest events, in the world. And so you become, this huge team of party planners for the biggest event in the world. And yet there's a lot of experience in our city for doing this. I work a lot with the Great New Orleans Sports Foundation. Okay. They are the administrative arm, and what the host committee does is we're like the conduit between the NFL, the Saints, the city, and the state. Okay. And we kind of sit in the middle, and we make sure that all the bid specifications, all the things that we committed to do actually get done. And so we're doing it's the apt description, we do a lot of planning to make sure that this party goes off right.
I feel like it is. I mean, just the level of security, the
right.
level of transportation and coordination.
Yeah.
They're talking about huge venues and, millions? Like, how many people are coming through this?
There are going to be a couple of 100,000 plus people coming through here. And, one of the things that makes it special for people is, can they move around the city? Do they feel safe? Can they move around with ease? Can they enjoy the city? And we believe that's one of the things that makes it special. It's a walkable city. You can go from the streets of Bourbon to the seats in the Caesar Superdome on foot. And not many places can you do that. Usually you go to a place to enjoy an event, and when it's game time, you got to get in an Uber, and pay $120 for somebody to take you 40 minutes outside the city.
Yeah, way out.
You can walk from your hotel here. It's just such a perfect city for a big event like this.
Yes.
So, obviously there's a lot of trips coming down from Philadelphia. A lot of fan groups will be coming down throughout the week.
Yeah.
If you were to talk to a group of them and say, hey, this is, obviously the game's the game, but there's one thing you got to check out, what would it be?
You got to check out, you need to eat too much. You need to drink too much safely.
Yes.
And you need to enjoy some music. And there are places all over New Orleans. I mean, people talk about the French Quarter, but you go uptown to Tipitina's, you're going to get great music there. You can go and buy water. I mean, they're get off the beaten path. When it comes to food, you don't find chain restaurants typically in New Orleans. What you find, there are a lot of individual restaurants that have great reputations. And so you got to find some of those places, whether you go with, I don't want to start dropping names, but you go to Patois uptown. You go to, La Petite Grocery uptown. You go to Commander's Palace. I mean, you got to go to these places where the food is legendary, and you got to go figure out why.
Okay.
Why do people, eat beignets versus donuts? You got to go to Cafe Du Monde. You got to experience that. There's a reason why people do that. So I would say, when you come here, experience that authentic piece of New Orleans, and a lot of that is in the food, in the music, and then and just being around the people that are here.
Is that hard? I know when Philly hosts these types of events, there's a balancing act between the places that people have to be, like the convention center, the Superdome, and the fact that you want people to have an authentic experience in the location, which means supporting these small businesses. That you want them to feel this economic impact as well.
Right.
Is that hard to kind of get folks to say, hey, look, go hit these different places and then come on back to the convention center?
Well, that's the beauty of the Super Bowl. It's such an enormous event. Smaller events, you might have, a situation where the CBD can absorb all those people.
Okay.
There are so many people who come down for this event. They just want to get themselves out across the region. So we think about the 10 parish counties in most places, but the 10 parish region, people touch all those 10 parishes. You'd be surprised how adventurous people get when they come down here to go out and find those experiences. You know, I've seen it 1,000 times, and there are 1,000 stories to be told. There's 1,000 things to be experienced in the city and outside the city.
I can tell you that, I mean, we've only been here for a couple of days, but the impression that it makes, I mean, we've had our team out because we're doing morning shows here as well. So seeing the effort to keep everything clean immediately. We were finishing late sometimes and just walking someplace to find something to eat. Like all of those things that you're talking about seemingly are being accomplished. And in a couple days, it's a really positive image that's been presented of New Orleans so far.
Well, we're happy to hear that, you know, and we've got practice doing that. I mean, this Super Bowl is falling very close to Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
And Mardi Gras is probably the biggest street party, you know, in America. And not only do we have Mardi Gras over a number of weeks, but after each parade, they clean the streets that night, and the next morning they're cleaned again, and then they come in and do another parade. So the thing you're talking about is because we've got a lot of experience in hosting. We got a lot of experience in partying, and we know how to keep it going. And so what you're seeing is all those years of experience of putting on a great show, making sure people have a great experience, and we hope the whole week is like that for you and your team and everybody else.
As you said, New Orleans has a history of hosting the Super Bowl. Philadelphia's starting to prepare. We're having the World Cup in 26. What type of impact does it have on the people here long term to host an event like this? And what could they, you know, how do you leverage that so make sure there's a benefit for the people who are here and living here all the time?
There are a couple of ways. One is an event like this comes in and there's an opportunity to do a lot of community engagement. And so we had, for example, the Impact 59 by Entergy. It's a community engagement fund. The NFL and a couple of other corporations. We put about $3.5 million into the community, into organizations that do the kind of work that will have a long-term impact, you know, in areas, whether it's, you know, developing educational areas, you know, youth development. So that's one way to have impact. The other way is the economic benefit. I mean, the Super Bowl comes to your region. In 2013, it had more than $500 million economic impact for our region. We're a tourist, you know, area. And if you love coming here, what's going to happen? You're going to come back again.
Yep.
You're going to come back again. And that is the ancillary benefit that goes well beyond the immediate impact of the event that day, that month, that year.
Now, and I think it's interesting because you have so many media representatives here that people come here and have that positive experience you're talking about. The entire world is going to hear about it and continue to spread that message. It's
very akin, you know, when I think about how I watched the Olympics this year, and you watch Paris being on display, and you know, and if you've been there, you're thinking, man, I want to go back there. Yeah. It looks beautiful. If you haven't been there, you just wanted to go. We've got a week of that level of coverage for, you know, an event in the United States. 6,000 credentialed media people here looking for stories to tell. You all are going to tell every story imaginable. Everybody's going to hear, and we hope that inspires people to either come back if they've been here before or to come if they've never been here.
Yeah, there's no shortage of stories to tell.
No.
Like, we're enjoying that. Tell our audience that's getting ready to get on planes or what have you who aren't here yet all the reasons they should come down here and experience this, and we'll see them Wednesday.
Well, number one, we're built to host, and we do this party better than anybody. We've done it 11 times. Number two, we've got something unique this year. We actually have a Super Bowl Mardi Gras type parade. It is going to be on Saturday morning. It's going to be from 10 to noon. Todd Graves from Raising Cane's, you know, is the king of that parade. And we're going to have all kinds of celebrities on floats. This is going to be an incredible thing. Beyond that, all the things you love about New Orleans are here waiting for you. You know, all the things you haven't experienced, you need to get down here and enjoy it. And on Monday morning, when you go back home and tell all you will become an ambassador for this city if you come and experience the Super Bowl. I guarantee it.
Love it. We're already doing it. See how he talked about the guy from Raising Cane's, and I'm like nodding my head like I know him. Like I've had
One love.
Like I'm sitting there. I don't know that guy. I've just had Raising Cane's. Like, oh yeah, the guy from Raising Cane's. Absolutely. Right. Appreciate you spending some time with us.
Well, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
We are having a blast. We encourage everybody to come on down and join the fun. We will be here throughout the week. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Day 2 in the books here from Media Row at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. Thank you all for spending some time with us. That's just about it for us today, but be back the same time tomorrow doing another 5.5 hours of amazing guests, interviews, behind the scenes, getting you all the stuff that you can only experience with us being live here from Media Row at the Super Bowl. Thank you so much. We appreciate you spending some time with us. The news is coming up right now on Fox 29. We'll be back again in the morning. Good day through the Fantastic Sports Show. We've got things going on all day because we are your Super Bowl station from now through the actual game.